Shall we start now, sir?
हाँ लाइव हो गया, आप स्टार्ट कर लीजिए.
A very good morning to everyone present here. I, Palak Mangtani, the president of Invictus, the Commerce Society of Mata Sundari College for Women, welcome you all on behalf of Mata Sundari College for Women to the first ever Entrepreneurship Conclave, MSCpreneur'21. One day, 7 success stories through the best minds in the corporate world.
It is rightly said that starting your day with prayer to Almighty creates happiness and strength within us. To make this day a blessed one, let us start our college prayer to seek blessings of Mata Sundari Ji. I request everyone to please join their hands and cover their heads.
देह शिवा बर मोहे है शुभ कर्मन ते कब मुँह न डरूं. देह शिवा बर मोहे है शुभ कर्मन ते कब मुँह न डरूं. अरसों जब जाए लरो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो. देह शिवा बर मोहे है शुभ कर्मन ते कब मुँह न डरूं. देह शिवा और सिख हूँ अपने ही मन को एह लालच हो गुण तो उचरो एह लालच हो गुण तो उचरो. देह शिवा बर मोहे है शुभ कर्मन ते कब मुँह न डरूं. देह शिवा जब आव की ओद निदान बने अत ही रण में तब जूझ मरो अत ही रण में तब जूझ मरो. देह शिवा बर मोहे है शुभ कर्मन ते कब मुँह न डरूं. देह शिवा वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह.
The task of leadership is not to put greatness into humanity, but to elicit it, for the greatness is already there. Our principal ma'am, Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, firmly believes that the main stakeholders of institution of higher learning are the students. She has created such a conducive environment for the students that they are always filled with confidence, zeal, and conviction to achieve their success in all the endeavors. I invite you to take the virtual stage, ma'am.
अनम्यूट करना होगा बेटे, देखो मैम को.
Yes.
हाँ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Good morning all, and I extend a very, very warm welcome, especially to our guest. And you have 7 illustrious guests today, and you will learn from the success stories. I think it is a best learning experience that you learn from the success of others, and you are motivated to do the same. And so that is why we have given you this platform, as the students have already explained, that we want to provide a platform to you where you interact with people and understand that how the growth chart can be. So this is why we have organized this particular event, this conclave, first of its kind at Mata Sundari College. And for that, the entire team of the entrepreneurship cell really needs appreciation. And they have worked hard to put so many things together. And they have really worked hard and calling people and putting things together. So I'm really thankful to them that they have done so. And we have so many illustrious people today, and I'm sure that you will be motivated by their talks. And what I mean is that you must take these success stories along with you when you pass out, and also learn from it and are motivated from it. See, you will get plenty of opportunities once you are out of the college. Of course, in college, you have limited in the sense that we are giving you platform where you can develop your leadership skills. Of course, we are doing that to the best of our capacity. We are giving the entire platform to you that you learn, talk, interact, do peer mentoring, all sorts of activities. But this is one learning experience. But when you are out into the field in the professional workspace, then of course the opportunities have to be grabbed by you and put into practice. So you would have to think how you have to take the opportunity and how you have to fulfill those opportunities. And as far as entrepreneurship and Indian scenario is concerned, I suppose that it is very, very important that more and more entrepreneurs come up. And because economy needs a boost, and these entrepreneurs can really provide a boost to the economy. A very simple idea of yours can make you successful. But not only idea, how you are implementing that idea, how you are taking your team along with it, how you have the confidence to take in that particular thing. So all these are important qualities. It's not necessary you have got all the skills, but you actually organize the skills, organize your team to do things. I think this is all what is entrepreneurship. And so taking your team along is the basis of success, because a single man really cannot be successful, and it's only the team which can really work hard and provide success to all. So for these kinds of words, I really want to say that think out of the box, and thinking out of the box can make you successful, because new ideas can come from anywhere. Just thinking, just sleeping, just walking. But new ideas have to be implemented into action program, and this is what makes you successful. So with these words, I really thank all the people who are going to join us. Mr. Kohli is there, Mr. Shailesh Gupta, Sadika, Kavita George, and also Mr. S. Ravi, then Shakun Vijay, and also Rishabh. All these entrepreneurs or these people are going to discuss their own ideas. I think I was reading about one, that digital money, how transaction. It's very interesting how you can think of new things. So I really wish all the best to all of you, that you learn from their experience and take up certain issues and make us proud. So, and all the best to you, all of you. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words and for being a guiding commander and constantly inspiring, motivating, and persuading all of us to strive for success. It is an honor to have a leading light like you. Taking this even further, we would like to welcome Dr. Lokesh Sir, coordinator of IQAC, the thought leader, to come and share a few words of wisdom.
थैंक यू बच्चे. मैडम प्रिंसिपल, आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं कार्यक्रम शुरू होने पर. इस सत्र में उपस्थित श्री शैलेश गुप्ता, संस्थापक CEO 3S कंसल्टेंसी, श्री S. रवि, संस्थापक तथा मैनेजिंग पार्टनर रवि राजन एंड कंपनी, हम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं. अपने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम में से कुछ समय हमारे लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए, हमारे छात्रों के लिए निकाला. आपका हार्दिक स्वागत. 2-3 बातें मैं कहूँगा जो मैडम ने भी कही हैं यहाँ पर, बस उसी को आगे बढ़ाऊंगा. यहाँ पर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल क्रिएट करने का हमारा उद्देश्य कॉलेज की छात्राओं में आत्मविश्वास जगाना है. आने वाले समय में पारंपरिक रोजगार और पारंपरिक व्यवसाय को आधुनिक और वाणिज्यिक स्तरों पर समझना और समझाना हमारा उद्देश्य है. उद्देश्य नए व्यवसायों की खोज भी है. आपदा में भी अवसर खोजे गए और अनेकों ने व्यापार के कीर्तिमान इस कठिन दौर में रचे, चाहे वो IT उद्योग हो या ऑनलाइन अथवा डिजिटल मार्केटिंग. लोगों की अभिरुचियां ही उनको अपने अवसर के नजदीक लेकर जाती हैं. उदाहरण जोमेटो, स्विगी, सबवे हैं. हम और भी उदाहरण खोज सकते हैं. व्यवसाय को रचनात्मक बनाना है। हमारा प्रयास छोटा हो सकता है लेकिन विजन हम बड़ा रखते हैं। छोटी सी इनिशिएटिव हमारा विजन हमारा बड़ा है। कभी भी बड़े विजन को उसके डिविजन्स के बिना हम लोग आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। ये हमारा एक डिवीजन है, लेकिन विजन, यह कार्यक्रम इसी का परिणाम है कि हम छोटा सा एक ये कार्यक्रम विजन का डिवीजन करके चले। हम इस कार्यक्रम को आगे आने वाले और बड़े कार्यक्रम के आधार के रूप में भी देखते हैं कि जो और बड़े कार्यक्रम हम करने जा रहे हैं उनका एक आधार कार्यक्रम ये कार्यक्रम बने, और बनना ही चाहिए आधार कार्यक्रम के रूप में। कार्यक्रम प्रेरणाप्रद भी रहेगा, बहुत सारे मोटिवेशंस आपको मिलेंगे आज। ये कार्यक्रम कॉमर्स विभाग के संयुक्त तत्वाधान में आईपीएससी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल कर रहा है। हम कॉमर्स विभाग का शुक्रिया करते हैं। इस आयोजन में सहयोग करने के लिए विभागीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर जसपाल कौर साहानी को बधाई। कार्यक्रम की सलाहकार डॉक्टर कमलजीत कौर का अभिनंदन और शुभकामनाएं। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल की कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर मिसेस प्रभसन कौर को बहुत बहुत बधाई। एवं कार्यक्रम के कन्वेनर मिसेस लीन कौर, को कोऑर्डिनेटर मिस मंजोत कौर का शुक्रिया कि आपने बहुत सुंदर तरीके से कार्यक्रम का डिजाइन किया। बहुत सुंदर सा कार्यक्रम आप लोगों ने रचा है। इस कार्यक्रम में, बल्कि ये कहता हूँ हमेशा कि कार्यक्रम छात्राओं का कार्यक्रम है, और जो छात्राएं हमारे बीच काम कर रही हैं उनमें लीडरशिप दे रही हैं, कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज कर रही हैं, उन छात्राओं का, जिसमें आईना वाधवा, पलक मंगतानी, जानवी, दृष्टि और किंजल, आप इसी तरह से कार्यक्रम करती रहें, हमारा सहयोग करती रहें और अपनी लीडरशिप भी चमकाती रहें। हमें इससे कई फायदे मिलते हैं। आपकी लीडरशिप चमकती है, आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ता है, और कॉलेज में और नए कार्यक्रम भी आप शुरू करा सकते हैं। आप और भी कार्यक्रम लेकर आए, कार्यक्रमों की भूमि बने, आधार भूमि बने, और कुछ कार्यक्रमों की भूमिका हमें बताएं कि हमें और क्या करना चाहिए छात्राओं के प्रोत्साहन के लिए, उनके आत्मविश्वास को जगाने के लिए। तो आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन आईक्यूएसी की ओर से, माता सुंदरी कॉलेज की ओर से, मैडम प्रिंसिपल की ओर से और बाकी सारी टीम की ओर से बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बहुत बहुत
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us all with your powerful words and inspiring all of us out here. Now, we would like to request Prabshil Ma'am, coordinator of Uddham, the Entrepreneurship Cell, to take over the virtual mic and bless the audience with a few encouraging words.
Thank you, Janvi. Good morning to all. Madam Principal, our invited guests, colleagues, and dear students. I am pleased and privileged to welcome you all to the Entrepreneurship Conclave MSCpreneur'21, being organized by Uddham, the Entrepreneurship Cell, under the umbrella of IQAC, in collaboration with Department of Commerce. As most of you would know, Uddham provides a platform for uncovering the underlying entrepreneurial spirit of the students and provides an opportunity to fine-tune their skills to become a successful entrepreneur in future. Though Uddham was formed very recently in January 2021 by IQAC, despite the constraint of college working in online mode, we have been able to successfully organize following 3 programs. The first one, a short-term 30-hour course on entrepreneurial idea development and skill enhancement from February 5 to 15, 2021. And a second, symposium Saturdays for 5 Saturdays starting from 20th March till 17th April 2021. We are able to invite eminent resource persons to these sessions, and our students have had the opportunity of listening to the discourse by these speakers and also interacting with them to clear their doubts and seek guidance. A Quest for Entrepreneurship, a business plan event was also organized at inter-college level. Today's conclave is the next event in the series and the first one in this semester being organized by Uddam in collaboration with Department of Commerce. I understand more than 500 students have enrolled for this event. The main objective of this one-day conclave is to educate students about the challenges that are often encountered by a budding entrepreneur and the ways to overcome those challenges with confidence. We have carefully selected the panel of eminent speakers for today's conclave. During the day, the students will get an opportunity to listen to the success and failure stories of these prominent entrepreneurs, how they overcame the challenges encountered during their journey to the success, and what they have been doing to not only sustain their success, but also to diversify and grow in new businesses. We have devised the program in such a way that students get enough time to raise questions and clear their doubts with speakers. I'm sure all of you will immensely benefit from the discourse, which will be of great help when you step out into the real world of entrepreneurial ventures. We are really grateful to our resource persons of today who have very kindly agreed to spare their valuable time to interact with our students and guide them into becoming successful Mughals of tomorrow. We intend to organize many more programs under the initiative during the course of present academic year. The main criteria for topic selection would be its usefulness in skill enhancement, practicality, inculcating entrepreneurship skills, career growth, and personality development. Some of the ideas tentatively shortlisted for consideration are how to become a stockbroker, and a short-term course on digital marketing is also in pipeline. Once again, I welcome you all to this one-day entrepreneurship conclave, and I'm sure all the students will immensely benefit from today's deliberations and interactions with our eminent speakers. Thank you very much. So now over to you, Janvi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your motivating words for all the students. Your words have fueled different energy and power amongst all the attendees.
Now, we would like to welcome Ms. Kavaljit Kaur ma'am, advisor of Invictus, who has always been a pillar of support and guiding light with us. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence this morning. I would also like to welcome Jaspal Kaur ma'am, the teacher in charge of Commerce Department, who has always been a torch bearer for us and guided us through difficult tasks and helped us to achieve them. I pass the virtual mic on to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I, on behalf of Department of Commerce, extend a very warm welcome to one and all. Entrepreneurship Conclave is an event jointly organized by Entrepreneurship Cell, Uddam, IQAC, and our department. I am grateful to our esteemed resource persons who have taken out their valuable time to share with us their experiences of path traveled, ups and downs, and success stories. Nowadays, entrepreneurship is the buzzword, but to be one, it is not everybody's cup of tea. It needs a lot of conviction, perseverance, and commitment. In present times, youth has to be shown a way forward to become an entrepreneur to address their growth needs. To be one needs to take risks and be independent. Not all are ready to do so. This conclave will definitely enlighten our students who may have apprehensions and concerns. I believe the experiences shared by our resource persons shall encourage and motivate students and others to take baby steps in that direction. I shall be failing my duty if I don't acknowledge the guiding force behind our endeavor. Our principal ma'am, Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, has always been a pillar of strength, encouraging us to take initiatives which are in the interest of everyone, especially our students. Thank you, ma'am. Also, special thanks to Ms. Kavaljeet Kaur, advisor of the event, Ms. Pravshanan Kaur, coordinator Udham, Mr. Lokesh, coordinator IQAC, Ms. Ishleen Kaur, convener of the event, Ms. Manjot Kaur, co-convener of the event, Ms. Sapna, Ms. Ishpreet, and our students, Ayana, Palak, Kinjal, Ashima, Deepika, along with Team Invictus and Udham. All have worked tirelessly to make it happen. Last but not the least, a word of appreciation for the faculty of my department. They are always striving hard to contribute to its betterment. With these words, I wish all the very best for a very successful conclave today. Looking to an energizing and enlightening session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us and paving our ways for success.
Before commencing our event, we would like to extend a wholehearted welcome to all the speakers for adding colors to our event and embracing it with your presence. Further, we would like to extend our gratitude towards the Tower of Strength of MSCpreneurs, because of whom we all are able to make it reach till here, including all the pathfinders of Udham, the Entrepreneurship Cell and Department of Commerce, as this event would not have been imaginable without your call to enlighten our wonderful audience who made this event possible. We are truly excited to have you all.
Thank you so much, Aina. I would like to say the journal instructions for the event. Can we have the next slide, please? Participants are requested to mute their mics throughout the learning sessions. Questions can be asked through the chat box only. Speakers will answer the questions towards the end of the session. In case of network issues, kindly rejoin. Now, I would like to pass the virtual mic to Ishleen ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the Entrepreneurship Conclave MSCpreneur' 2021, jointly organized by Udham, the Entrepreneurship Cell under the aegis of Internal Quality Assurance Cell IQAC and Department of Commerce of Mata Sundari College for Women. Entrepreneurship is about creating change, not just companies. It is about facing failure, managing failure, and succeeding after that failure. Steve Jobs very well said that it is pure perseverance that separates successful entrepreneurs from non-successful ones. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. And today we have amongst us some dynamic visionaries, innovative minds, and renowned entrepreneurs from different fields as our speakers for the conclave. Let me take this privilege to introduce to you the speakers of MSCpreneur'21. Starting with a well-known name in the aviation sector for providing best training to cabin crew aspirants is Mr. K.S. Kohli, Chairman, Franklin Group of Companies. Next is Mr. Shailesh Gupta, CEO, 3SR Consultancy LLP. He is one of the finest ideation coach and innovation evangelist. Next, we have Ms. Siddhika Agarwal, co-founder of Mahila Money, who is providing wings to women to fly high and achieve their entrepreneurial dreams. Moving forward, we have a social entrepreneur amongst us, Ms. Kavita George, who, being a special parent herself, not only undertook this challenge, but also focused on empowering other parents educators, and caregivers of children with special needs. She is founder and managing director of Communicare Education and Training LLP. We have amongst us another dynamic personality, Mr. S. Ravi, former chairman of Bombay Stock Exchange, present chairman and director of Tourism Finance Corporation, a practicing chartered accountant by profession, running his own renowned firm, Ravi Rajan and Company LLP. Next, we have Ms. Shakun Vijay, head of Shiro's Helpline and Communities. She is an excellent counselor and community builder. Shiro's is a women-only social networking platform. We also have a youth icon amongst us, Mr. Rishabh Goyal, who is the co-founder and CEO of Credgenics. Credgenics is a global debt resolution platform. Mr. Goyal has been featured in 2021 Forbes Under 30 list of brightest young entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. The schedule for today's conclave is divided into 3 sessions. Each session is of 1 hour 45 minutes. Audience can write their questions for each speaker in the chat box. In session 1, we have amongst us Mr. Shailesh Gupta and Mr. S. Ravi. In session 2, we have Mr. Rishabh Goyal, Ms. Shakun Vijay and Ms. Siddhika Agarwal. In session 3, we have Ms. Kavita George and Mr. K.S. Kohli. The media partners of MSCpreneur 2021 are Dainik Jagran as print media partner and Eve Paper, DU Club, DU Infomedia as social media partners. Let's begin the maiden edition of the Entrepreneurship Conclave MSCpreneur 2021. We have our first speaker for today amongst us, Mr. Shailesh Gupta. Next slide, please. He is a seasoned mentor, motivational speaker, and leadership facilitator since 30 years. As a certified leadership facilitator, he has facilitated behavioral, cross-culture, and leadership competency customized workshops since 13 years. He is the founder, CEO of 3SR Consultancy LLP. He has presented in global conferences and conducted workshops for innovation and value addition ideation sessions. He is certified ideation coach from Cornell University of US and has been recognized as best coach and innovation evangelist. He has been virtual CEO for MSMEs in sustaining and growing their business with the offerings of Gatiman Business. He has mentored sessions for startups, entrepreneurs of Skill India, and faculty development programs for 21 states. He has association with Fortune 500 innovative companies in India, US, Japan, China, and European markets. He is a gold medalist in BE Computer Science and Engineering from RVCE Bangalore and a postgraduate in Strategic Business Management from XLRI Jamshedpur. Welcome, sir, to the first Entrepreneurship Conclave of Mata Sundari College for Women, MSCpreneur 21. I now hand over the virtual mic to you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar. I hope I'm audible to all of you. My voice is reaching. So I'm just going to add one more guidelines as Janvi was mentioning. I'll probably interact, friends, not on your mic, but I will through the chat window of yours. So if you are able to hear me out, we'll keep interacting with that. So you have heard my introduction, but I believe for me to know everybody's introduction, I'm just going to play a small activity for all of us. And that's how, being Sachin Tendulkar of MSCpreneur'21 for Mata Sundari, I have to open the innings. So I have to start batting with all the bowlings which are going to come from all of you. So I have the privilege to start. I'll be obviously the first batsman, always had the privilege because the pitch is all fresh, and I can play the match the way I want to play. So just to give a quick introduction for all of us, so that at least I also know some of you, and we'll do a little bit of a different way of introducing ourselves. So my name is, for example, Shailesh, and the first letter of my name is S. So I can say smart Shailesh, describing an adjective to myself. Smart is an adjective, it describes me, and Shailesh is what my name is. So what is that which is what describes you as a personality? Because we have been talking about a person and a human being. So what does it describe you as a human being as an adjective from the first letter of your name? Write that adjective and your name in the chat box, and let's see how what kind of people we have. So we have kind, Kinjal, wonderful, reliable, Ria, I really like it, cute, cuteness, observing, sharp, Ria, adorable, Aradhya, dynamic, Drishti, yes, to be an entrepreneur, you need to be dynamic. Talented, Tanisha, yes, there is a different kind of talent which you need to be having for creating an idea to be an entrepreneur. Intelligent, okay, very good. Joyous, I believe, how do you really celebrate the joy part of an entrepreneurship? How do you really enjoy how doing whatever you want to do? And that's something very, very important if you really want to really develop as an entrepreneur itself. Magnetic, Muskan, I can see magnetic. So how do you really attract your customers? If you are an entrepreneur, you need to attract your customer. You have to create a magnetic or a magician kind of a figure of people magician, as we call it, as an entrepreneur, as a leader itself. Curious, Chavi, and that's again very, very important, curious minds, I believe, because you have to be observant. The successful entrepreneurs need to be curious and observant. And that's something very important if you have to be successful as an idea, as ma'am was already talking about it. The journey of an entrepreneur starts with an idea itself. And that's very, very important. Sincere, Shivangi, that's very true. I believe while I may call smart, I mean, sincerity as an entrepreneur is also very, very important. Because if you are not sincere, you have put up an idea, but if you do not go back and start implementing it or nurturing that idea sincerely and trying to serve your customer or the market wherever your product or service is, I believe your idea will actually fail. And that's what it is, the journey of, I see so many different ways of people introducing themselves. That's really interesting. Rare, Raman, I believe really like that, rare. For an idea, if to really get into something, if you have an idea, there can be thousands of ideas, I believe, and I don't know how many of you know that. If you have 10 ideas or 100 ideas, let me say, if you have 100 ideas, probably very few ideas will see the light of the day. So to be successful in your ideation journey of what you go, your idea has to be rare. What does rare means? It has to be unique. So अगर 10 चीजें exist करती हैं market में, how unique as an idea which you have and how it can add value to the customer in their journey is very, very important from what we were talking about. So great way of probably trying to see adventurous, Avani, yes, absolutely true. The journey of an entrepreneur is very adventurous. So every day when you wake up in the morning, you will be different. I believe it will be, there's no 2 days which will be same. So yesterday day, if I have to compare myself and today's day, when I'm actually talking to all more than 276 of beautiful ladies, I believe that's the way it is going to be very, very different. So every morning is very different. Every day is going to be different. Every quarter, every week is going to be different. Every year is going to be different. So no 2 days or two things will be same, in fact, as an entrepreneur or an enterprising leader itself. So it is not that monotonous job of probably 9 to 6, I believe, which I am quite sure all of you will be very familiar with. So, and I believe the best, I'm not sure if everybody is aware of it, the best managers of the world are the mothers of this house. So the way they manage all the different vendors, right from the person who's coming right in the morning, दूध देने आता है जो, और आपके रात तक जो सोने के लिए चौकीदार भी जो आता है, उसको भी engage करके रखना. So that connect engagement to be a good manager as an entrepreneur is also very, very important. So I believe that's a quick start. Good to know. I have many enterprising people connected with me here. So let me probably, because I'm supposed to tell a story, and I'm a person of stories only. So I'm a person of stories. So let me try to see if I can bring some stories for you. Not only my stories, I'll try to show some stories of people who have been very successful entrepreneurs and young people and young minds who can really bring in that excitement in that. So a little bit quick, just few minutes to basically give you how, as a company, we have shaped up. So we have in the virtual world, while anything which last 2 years, which we have seen, we have been doing this kind of session in the virtual reality, the way you and me are interacting. But my dear friends, as a company, I believe we did not start last year. We actually started 3 years back as a 3SRC academy or a digital academy. So now our point is, I believe, friends, to be an entrepreneur, you need to be proactive. You need not be reactive, because if you have to get an idea, you have to think about something as a future, not for today. Because अगर आपने आज कुछ idea सोचा है, तो वो by the time it reaches the market and the customers and the user, it will be probably quite late, in fact. So you have to think something which is going to be futuristic, in fact. So any idea? Why this academy, which we started 3 years back, we had created a complete academy, and then we started really trying to basically prepare the content, how the users will log in, what are the assessment quizzes and so on, assignments, so on and so forth. If you ask me how as an individual I was doing it, as part of my corporate journey, I was virtually anyway interacting with around 14 different countries and interacting with different nationalities all around the globe virtually. And probably they have never physically met me and I have never met them. So that's a kind of a leadership and entrepreneurship journey which all of us have to really build ourselves, either as a business or as an individual. Another thing as an offering which we introduced is something like a MSME. And I believe I'm going to basically really ask and put forward if you have heard about this, because you have heard about startups. Startup, as I believe you can start as an incubator, as a EDP enterprising cell, which we are talking about, the EDP cell, which is really absolutely necessary for any institution like yours, and which is what incubates any idea which you may have and trying to nurture that idea, take it forward with, and then try to see how it can really reach out to the market, in fact. So similarly, MSMEs also need to create a lot of innovation, which is what is something very, very important, and we'll build on that, in fact. So this is these are some of the initiatives which we were running as a company, and the kind of initiative as a CSR, we actually started introducing some village schools, which is required. कोई भी गांव के बच्चों के लिए कैसे, how they can really develop themselves to be smart leaders of today and tomorrow, and that's what we have been doing. So this gesture of mine, namaskar, is something like all the 5 fingers or what we have are not equal. They are all different. So are we. We are all more than 288 people are all different. We are all different, in fact, in some way or some different things. So why do we want to compare with each other? Not required, because we need to be unique, as I was talking about. If you have to bring in your own unique idea, you have to be different. And when you really bring all these together, that is the kind of a journey when you create an enterprise or a team. आप जब किसी टीम को बनाते हो, किसी enterprise को बनाते हो, it have to work together in tandem. And that's how this is very, very important to work as a team together, friends. So with this gesture of mine, which is what I believe all of us have come as a reality, I was using this from last 12 years. All my physical sessions or whatever I was trying to work in a hall, probably of 10 people to 10,000 people, this is the gesture which I was actually using. So this, just to give you a little bit about our company, I believe, with how, because I'm supposed to tell you the story of our company in the last 6 years. Since 2016, when we started incorporating, I probably started very late in my journey. But I believe since 2016, we have touched more than 35,000 people all throughout different states of India, as well as 20 different countries, and different ways of touching them as a 3SRC family, because we have very senior corporate people and leaders who are really working in various verticals which we are trying to offer to the corporates, MSMEs, and academic institutions like yours. So this is the journey which we have been going through in the last probably 5 to 6 years. We were recognized as an innovative startups by CII and many of the other magazines like Insight, Success and Talent Development, Learning and Development. And we registered ourselves as a startup organization. And that's what I believe all of us should be very, very much aware of it, that you need to really have an idea and a small, very simple ways to register yourself as a startup. And that's something very, very important, because there are many enabling things which are available now today online, digitally, to you from a startup organization itself. Because when you join that community all across the India of a startup, there are many supporting things. Just a small example of it. So tomorrow, if you have an idea which you can patent it, you can trademark it, or you can copyright it, in fact, on all these things. So all these things which are there now, there are a lot of subsidies which are there, financial subsidy, because there are a lot of commerce students here, which you can really engage yourself and really take this journey forward. So registering yourself as a startup is something very important, and that's an easy thing to be done, which is not so tedious and cumbersome, which used to be earlier. coming to, I believe, our journey, I believe we introduced many things in this journey as I was talking about, but the remarkable thing which came to us was the digital courses which we really transformed ourselves, because we were actually trying to do many of the things physically. We transformed ourselves to really suit to the digital need or the virtual need. And that is something, friends, which is very important, that we have to keep changing ourselves. And that's something very, very important. So again, I'm going to basically come back to you with a question. And that question is very, very simple. What are the things which you have been observing? Kya ho raha hai hamare charon taraf in the last probably 2 years, since 2020? What is happening? Give some adjectives, what you think is happening around us in the world itself. Get something which you feel describes the scenario, in fact, in the last 2 years all around the globe. Put something in the chat box. Let's see, what do you think is happening all around the world? Okay, it's a dynamic environment. Yes, very true. It's a very, very dynamic environment. It's changing very much. Very true. Very good. Very good. Keep going. Keep going. Ishmeet ji said that. Swati, unpredictable. Thank you. Bringing that perspective of unpredictability. That is, predictability has gone down. Spreading kindness. Oh, thank you for bringing that perspective. Emotional empathy, which has come out. The kindness has come out very much. Uncertainty. Yes, absolutely, Kathy. Uncertainty has gone up, in fact, on this period. Technological challenge as well as opportunity. If you see, the technology has become an opportunity as well as a challenge, in fact. Scared, fear, depressions, anxieties. You can see all those kind of things happening, all these things. Heading toward digitalization, yes, very true. Sadness and sorrow, yes, absolutely true. I believe there is hardly any family which has not lost anybody, in fact. So there has been a very much fear and sadness kind of a situation in all this period. Absolutely right. Challenges for entrepreneurs, yes. There are challenges for entrepreneurs as well as opportunities for entrepreneurs. And that's what we have to see. How can we really convert the challenges into opportunities? So let me try to define a word for all of us. So we are in a VUCA world. And I believe all of you have really put that nicely and beautifully. We are into a VUCA world. And VUCA, my dear friends, is very, very simple. Definition of VUCA is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So all of you actually said it beautifully in so many words. But I believe the VUCA world is a very, very popular concept. And it just came out last year. It has been there since so many decades, and it's going to exist in probably in the next decade also. So as entrepreneurs and as business people, how do we really convert a VUCA environment, which is a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment, into something as an opportunity? So making use of this kind of a situation, what I'm going to propose to you is convert a volatility into a vision. If you have to be an entrepreneur, you should have a vision of your own self and your team as well as an organization from that idea which you are going to coin out. The idea could be a service idea, which could be a product idea, could be a business idea, could be a process idea, could be any of the, or could be a framework which you are giving it to any industry for that matter. I'm quite sure you have understood the concept of framework. I'm quite sure many of you have used platforms like Ola for that matter. Or I'm quite sure young people must have been ordering Zomato se khana mangwa rahe honge aap, in fact. So there is a 7,000 crore of funding which they have recently got it. So how did they really visualize that kind of a platform or a framework is something very, very important. In the new situation, new business applications are coming up. For example, पहले आप कुछ खरीदने जाते थे मार्केट में. Now you're ordering it online. Now you're ordering it online from your mobile or your laptop. And the person is coming to deliver you. खाना तो अभी भी खाना ही पड़ता है ना आपको. चीजें आपकी Amazon से आप ऑर्डर करती हैं, बट आपके पास आनी पड़ती है. So there's a new kind of opportunity, a business जहां कहीं की जगह खत्म हो गया था, a new business is starting up. For example, there are courier services which have started up to deliver from one place to another place. Yes, absolutely. Those are kind of innovative ideas which have started coming out, and people have started developing small applications and platforms around that. I'm quite sure I'm not going to market anybody because there are so many platforms which are available in that. So how do you create from a volatile environment to a vision which can really lead you to become an entrepreneur? Then uncertainty to understanding. I believe obviously there's so much of uncertainty in this ambiguous environment. You have to develop your understanding. Apni understanding can be developed. And how do you do that? You need to be curious and observant, in fact. That's how you can really transform from uncertainty to understanding. That's something very, and these kind of platform and opportunity which you are going through from an MSc and entrepreneurship perspective really brings you that understanding itself, how the business scenario is changing all around. From a complex situation, it is very complex. I believe the way we used to probably deal any situation from a complex, I believe it has led to clarity. You have to bring out clarity in your thoughts, in your words, in your what you do, in your actions. So from thoughts to words to action, this is something which you have to do from a clarity perspective, from a complex situation. Then only your idea or your business idea or your opportunity, you can be able to grab it, in fact. So that's again very, very important, in fact. And then coming from ambiguity, you really need to be agile. You need to be flexible to changes which are happening. You can't be static. For example, just to give a very small example, पहले जो mobile आपके पास होते थे, they were actually having a life cycle of 2 years. But I'm quite sure all of you probably you are changing your mobile or upgrading your watches probably much frequently now, because the technology or the features of that mobile is changing very fast. So what the mobile companies have done, they have started bringing new features and new products every 3 to 6 months. They are bringing something new. And then only the market people are actually trying to bring in, oh, I have this version, I have this version, whether it's iPhone or Android or Nokia or whatever. So that's how the agility into the business scenario is something very, very important now. So I'll pause here, in fact, at this point of time, because as I mentioned that, I'll make it as interactive as possible. So before I get into the other aspects and introduce some frameworks, let me probably come back, and if anybody has any other viewpoint on this VUCA world, and if you probably want to share how we can leverage this VUCA world itself, before I define what an enterprise and entrepreneur is all about, because opening batsman has that privilege of defining that also. So any comments or any viewpoints, where otherwise I'm basically take it forward. So are we good till now? I believe just let me know if you are good. Type good itself in the chat box, or if you have any questions, you can actually type in the question also. So I'm pausing here, friends. Okay, let me see. Okay, because the idea is the technology is bringing each one of us connected. But end of the day, you have to connect with my thoughts. It's not the voice only, you have to connect with my thoughts. And thoughts travel much faster than the technology itself. So technology is only enabling my voice to reach you. But you have to really make sure that you are able to connect with my thought. Wonderful. So everybody is good in that. So let me try to proceed further, in fact. So wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So let me take you to the next plateau of things to define what we are talking about as an entrepreneur and enterprise itself. So what I was thinking, what do I do when I got this invitation from Micheline ma'am, in fact, and that's the time I was trying to see, I need to define, because this is a new thing which has happened for us as India, in fact, and made in India is really need to pick it up all this time. And I mean, there are a lot of boost coming out from the overall ecosystem itself. So I'm going to define the 3 heads into this journey of entrepreneurship itself. The first thing is that there is a new India in making, and people, all the young people, young minds like all of you, really need to take the lead and then come out with some brilliant things to create new ideas and keep nurturing. My dear friends, keep that in mind. 1 out of 10 ideas sees the light of the day. 1 out of 10 ideas sees the light of the day. So 9 are failures also. Keep that in mind. And people like us, mentors like us, guides like us, the coaches like us, facilitators, people really help you in your incubation journey to really either succeed fast or fail fast. And I'm going to repeat that. We help you to really succeed fast or fail fast. What does it mean? I believe it means if you have an idea, if it is going to fail probably after 1 year or 2 years, we'll help it fail fast in 2 months. Whether it's going to really see the light of the day, whether it has the potential and the power to basically see what the market potential it is going to do. So you shrink. And the idea is if you fail fast, you cannot waste any investment or anything, or even your time for that matter, your effort and energy. Instead of moving into that idea, you can move on to the next idea. And that's what startup incubators are doing. Startup accelerators are doing. That's what the overall ecosystem of what we have as an industry and the government and academia is actually trying to do that. So that's what is very important, that as new entrepreneurs and new India, all of you and everybody can really generate new ideas and can start small opportunities for doing that. Just to share what I was there in one of the states. I don't want to name the state, otherwise it become political. So I was there in one of the states where they were trying to really develop a startup event as a state itself. And all the academic institutions really their EDP cells or incubation really brought in their ideas and started showcasing their ideas. And people from the enterprise, people from the corporate world, people from the MSME business really were trying to really see how they can leverage from those new ideas and opportunities, and then see how they can integrate with their overall manufacturing process or the technology process what they had. It's a great way of basically leveraging each other's strengths from the academia to the business world. And that's what was happening in this world. And it's thousands of startups were there. And I believe it was like an exhibition and a conference which were there. Something like conference which you are trying to do. I believe this was an event or a conference which was done by the state itself, bubbling from all the cities of that state. Next journey of the entrepreneur is how well are you prepared? And ma'am was talking about it. How are you developing yourself as an entrepreneur? And there are certain dimensions which you need to develop as a transformational, emotional, enterprising, and empowering entrepreneur itself. And that's something really need to do. That's the second dimension of it. And I'll just introduce one framework in that, how it will help you in that process itself. Yes, absolutely. Failure is the key to success, I believe, in this journey of entrepreneur. Yes, Smith, ma'am. Okay, third dimension of the entrepreneurship orientation is something like the ecosystem which you have. The ecosystem should be supporting you, whether it's a technology solution, whether it's the culture or the innovative inclusion or the diversity inclusion of various experiences, which is what I was sharing with you. The HR or the people systems are enabling it right now. Most of such systems are very, very digital and online. There are agencies which are trying to help them. And for example, when we are working with a lot of MSMEs through Gatiman Business, we are helping the MSMEs in their journey as an execution partner in all these ecosystem itself. Then how do you do sales and marketing? And I heard man talking about digital marketing and the virtual ways of doing things. The days of publishing media, banners, hoardings, yes, it is there, but it's going to basically probably take a little bit of a dip from what the digital marketing and the digital media is going to do that. So how are you making yourself present in the digital world is something very, very important from a marketing perspective. So how are you prospecting and reaching out for new business opportunity for the idea as an entrepreneur, which you are doing? And then last but not the least, you should have a business plan, a strategic business plan. And the business plan cannot be just for 3 to 6 months. It has to be for at least 3 to 5 years. My dear friends, you have to have a business plan of 3 to 5 years to get a funding from anybody, whether it's a bank, whether it's a venture capitalist, whether it's an angel investors. You really need to have a business plan. And how conviction as an entrepreneur you are having on that business plan will make a difference to get you a funding. And the funding, as you know, can be, there's no limit from any of these people. So that's what are the 3 dimensions of an entrepreneurship journey, in fact, which is the entrepreneurship, the new idea, or the new India, which is required, entrepreneur, and the enterprise ecosystem itself. So just bringing in another dimension before I actually, education is not the learning of facts, is rather the training the mind to think. And my dear friend, while there's so much of emphasis on such a journey of entrepreneurship, which is something very, very important for us to understand, that we need to think differently and we need to generate something which is something very, very different. So thinking is something very, very critical for us. So on the journey of thinking, let me see how good are you in your understanding with the knowledge of entrepreneurship. So I have just shared a link for you in the chat box. Just click that link. It's a 1-minute quiz for you quickly. Let's see how well are you aware of the entrepreneurship journey, because it's an opening batsman. So I believe whatever I'm sharing is actually there in a quiz. So let's see if you are also, and I'll see the results and how well you are aware of that. So there are just simple 6 to 7 questions which are there in a quiz, and it's objective one. So that will bring us, I believe, in the same platform. So just click that link and let's see how well you know about entrepreneurship and the concepts and the term which I was talking. So at least you can ask me then. If you don't understand, you can ask me in the right now, just the moment I stop. It will not take more than a minute, friends, to really get onto that. So while you are doing that, I'm going to bring out a very interesting idea and a journey of a young entrepreneur and how he really made a difference into a very big opportunity, which is going to be right there. In fact, so I'm going to share that journey once you complete this quiz in next 1 minute. I can see some of you have started completing that. So that's really good. So while you're doing that, let me, people who have completed that quiz, I believe it's perfectly fine. What I'm going to share with you a very interesting idea, which was actually patented, and a young person like you from the academia, from the college, I believe, started doing that. So while you are in your institution, you have a great opportunity. And I am sure we have observed many of the things, and I'll just talk about it after this. In fact, so while we are talking about it, let's observe the small idea and what a journey of an ideation as an entrepreneur starts. क्या शुरू में क्या होता है? Let's see the story behind this. In fact,
देखिए नागपुर से हमारे सहयोगी संजय तिवारी की रिपोर्ट।
नागपुर स्टेशन में कदम रखते ही आप उसे जगमगाने में जुट जाते हैं। आपके पैर बिजली बनाते हैं। सुनने में अटपटा सा लगता है, यात्री भी चौंक जाते हैं। 63 साल के अरुण मानेकर के लिए ये अजूबे से कम नहीं।
अच्छा लगा, यानी नया देखने को मिला ये आइडिया नया दिखा मेरे।
जी हाँ, ये एक तरीके का पायदान है जो ऊपर से पड़ने वाले दबाव से बिजली बनाता है। ये सुनकर ही यात्री अचरज में पड़ जाते हैं। फिर चाहे 59 साल के इंजीनियर और व्यवसायी पंकज मेहरा हो या फिर पुणे से छुट्टियों के लिए अपने घर रायपुर लौट रहे इंजीनियरिंग के छात्र उज्जवल तिवारी।
रास्ते में चलने से अगर एनर्जी डेवलप हो रही है तो उसमें से अच्छी कोई बात नहीं हो सकती। और रिन्यूएबल सोर्स समझ में आया मेरे को, जैसे सोलर है, विंड है, वैसा ही उसी लाइन में समझ में आया। दिस इज समथिंग रियली गुड।
ये एनवायरनमेंट का इफेक्ट नहीं करते हुए हमारी एक्सरसाइज करते हुए हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। ये एक बहुत अचीवमेंट है खुद पे अपने आप पे।
नागपुर रेलवे स्टेशन के एंट्री गेट पर जल रहे 25 वॉट के 4 एलईडी लाइट्स इसी तकनीक से जगमगा रहे हैं। कुछ सालों पहले इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई के दौरान मंदार तोलंकर ने चलते चलते जूतों से ही मोबाइल चार्ज करने की तकनीक इजाद की, उसका पेटेंट करवाया, कंपनी बनाई। अब बतौर मालिक अपने रिसर्च में कई कदम आगे बढ़ गए।
टोटल चलने वाले लोगों में से सिर्फ 30 से 40% लोग इस पर से चलते हैं। फिर भी हमारी कोशिश रहती है कि मैक्सिमम लोग सेफली इस पर से चले, सो दैट उनसे चलने वाली इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से सिस्टम लाइट अप हो। रेलवे ऑफिशियल्स को पिछले साल जब हमने ये कंसेप्ट प्रपोज किया था तो इनिशियली दे वर स्केप्टिकल कि ऐसा सच में हो सकता है क्या, लेकिन जब हमने उनको हमारे सर्टिफिकेशंस, हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट टेस्ट रिपोर्ट्स है जब दिए, तब वो लोग भी अग्री हुए।
रेलवे के इंजीनियर 15 दिनों तक इस डेमो का रिपोर्ट देखेंगे और फिर आगे इस तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कैसे हो इस पर विचार किया जाएगा।
ये एहसास ही कितना खुशनुमा है कि हमारा एक कदम 10 वैट की हरित ऊर्जा का निर्माण कर सकता है और ये टेक्नोलॉजी भविष्य में शॉपिंग मॉल्स और पब्लिक एरियाज को ऊर्जा के मामले में आत्मनिर्भर बना सकती है।
So friends, I am quite sure you would have seen the kind of journey of idea which starts from a very simple thing and then takes up forward. अगर आप देखिए तो the opportunity is huge. If you see the natural source of energy, अभी तक हमने solar energy सुना था, अभी हमने water energy सुना है. How do you generate from energy from water, electricity from water, as well as how do you really convert the wind energy into electricity. Now our friend really brought in a very different concept, how you can generate electricity from mechanical energy to electrical energy. So idea is something very very important, and then if you see the solution can be applied to various different places. Anybody really can visualize what are the places? Just mention I believe few places where this kind of idea can really make a difference. And let's see how observant you are, how curious you are. ये idea कहाँ अपना इंप्रेशन दिखा सकता है। अगर यही आइडिया को हमको इम्प्लीमेंट करना हो, if we have to take a copyright of the, मतलब we take buy the patent and we really take the license of the patent and then we try to implement it, because if you have to try it now, you have to take a license from the patent person who has patented it. So इसको आपको कहाँ implement कर सकते हैं? Which all places can you do that? Very good. Metro stations, subways, because people are walking, in fact, in the Delhi metro, very true. Airports, flea market, very true. Railways, this is what we are talking about. Malls, park, bus stop, very true. A lot of public, even in your colleges which are there, malls which are people who are coming from the college, you pass through a certain gate. So आप जाते हो तो markets में जहाँ पर very, very crowded places, अभी तो crowded है ही नहीं. So I believe you can really do that. So अभी तो right now everybody is, so there is a lot of opportunity if you really want to explore and implement such ideas. Let me try to give you another dimension. I'm quite sure because and many of you and many of your families have been supporting it. अगर आपने एक आइडिया देखा हो जो घर में हम लोग चपाती बनाते हैं, I'm quite sure many must have seen that. चपाती बनाते हैं. If you have seen the automation of chapati, if you have seen the automation, कहाँ देखा है आपने ये automation of chapati? Where did you see that? All of you, have you seen that automation of chapati? किसी ने देखा है in fact automation of chapati? And देखा है तो कहाँ देखा है? Yes, kitchen में, but kitchen में तो एक बेलन से बनाते हैं in fact. But where do you really find out where it can really make a difference of so many chapatis really built in fact in an automation factory? Yes, absolutely right, Drishti. Bang on. And people who are not able to visualize that, okay, let me quickly show you what I'm talking about. So this is a very simple one, what I'm talking about. So this is, if you see this is the automation factory. Gurudwaras mein, this is absolutely happening. There is so much of large scale, you can say, production of food which was done from Gurudwaras, which is a remarkable job, I believe, in the pandemic time, which all of the Gurudwaras have been serving it. Not only the langar of food, they have done a langar of oxygen. What a great way of idea which they can do from a human kindness perspective. So brilliant, amazing, I believe. Man karta hai nasmastak hone ke liye unke liye. So just see the kind of idea which as an entrepreneur has really developed this kind of a machine. So somebody has done that. There's an idea which has really transformed. How to really service it? अगर हम manually करते, ना उतनी सफाई हो पाती, ना उसको आप उसमें और सब चीजों की challenges आते. So how do you really convert and productionize that idea is what I'm just trying to bring out, that concept for all of you. So this is what, again, another idea which all of us have been observing all throughout us, in fact. So let me again, because I'm a person, last thing which I'm going to do is give you a framework. But to give you a framework, let me try to see if you are ready to do that. So are you ready to basically start innovating? I need to basically exercise your brain. I need to generate your exercise. So if you are ready to basically connect with me, and if you are ready, just type yes in the chat box. अगर आप मेरे साथ कुछ innovate करने के लिए ready हो, so let me see how many people are ready for that. Out of all the 280 plus people, how many are ready to really keep exercising? Okay, so a lot of people are awake, in fact. So I can't see you, but at least you are awake, in fact, and you are listening to me and you are connecting with my thoughts, which is what the whole idea is. So I'm going to show you something. Okay, hold on, friends. Okay, hold on. So good. So what I am expecting you is, tell me what you are seeing. What do you see here? Let's hear from you in the chat box. What do you see? Okay. I can see a lot of people are able to see something. Now comes the next one. That is a beautiful part. Absolutely. If you see here, different people are able to see different perspective. There is a good side of it. There's an evil side of it. Some people have been able to see a snake there. What a different way of looking at it. Good, evil, cool, absolutely right, as well as evil there, in fact. As well as snake, somebody could see the snake. So my dear friends, this is how butterfly, absolutely wonderful. There's a butterfly there also. Thank you, absolutely. So how the same object can be seen by different, and heart. Also somebody could see the heart, wonderful. So friends, I believe this is what exactly is. How as an entrepreneur, you can have an idea and which could be different from others, and your perspective could be different. So do not think कि अगर लोग क्या कहेंगे यार, I believe अगर क्या जाता हो, I believe entrepreneurs don't have to really fear about लोग क्या कहेंगे. That's what I believe. So what do you see here, my dear friends? Now comes the next one. What do you see here? Somebody is able to see specs, somebody is able to see you, somebody is able to see me, you. Okay, okay, wonderful, wonderful, very good, very good. So अगर तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, और हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं. I believe we have to be together, and I believe then only things happen. And I believe that's the journey of an entrepreneur. Also has to learn that it is not only my idea, it's not about your idea. It has to get converted into our idea. Then only a co-creation happened, and then only things can really shape it up. So good, thank you, friends. I believe you are all observant. So let me give you a framework which is very important, and you can take this as a take back from me as a gift. So as many of you know that we have two parts of the brain, left brain and the right brain. I'm quite sure you are aware of it. So left brain is more analytical, logical, you can say rational kind of a brain, while the right brain is more creative, intuitive, visualizing, sensing, and all those kind of things. Those are the features of the left brain and the right brain. So as an entrepreneur, which part of the brain do you require more? So let me hear from all the people, left brain or right brain, where do you really require that? Okay, I can see mixed reactions coming up. Where somebody is saying left, somebody is saying right, some of them are saying both. Wow, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that perspective, my dear friends. Some of you, so let me try to clarify that. Yes, you require both the parts of the brain to be an entrepreneur, because to be a leader, to be an entrepreneur, you need to really use both the parts, because in different cycles or different life cycle of an entrepreneur and different phases of the entrepreneur, you need to use different parts of the brain more methodically. To give a new idea comes up more from design thinking concepts of right side. And then you have to bring in the market analysis and all the market research from the left and the right side both together. But when you have to go back and productionize the idea, when you have to manufacture the idea into all that what we were talking about, you have to use the left part more, in fact, because you have to manage the team, you have to manage the production, the quality systems and process, and so on and so forth. So let me give you a brain framework of design thinking, which is very relevant for entrepreneurs. What does it mean? B is for curious. And somebody said that I am a curious person. So as an entrepreneur, you need to be curious and observant. And then only you can be able to generate new ideas by the problems or the systems or the ecosystem which is around us. And then you will be able to convert that into an opportunity as an idea itself. And that's what many people say in different ways, lateral thinking, out-of-box thinking, and so on and so forth. Coming to innovation, the R part of it, innovation is for everyone, my dear friend. People think it's only for some of them, or research and development, or that Google Labs or Apple Labs, or people who are the 5% people, who are the brilliant people out of this college, that college, or this organization. No, my dear friend. You can be in any stream, any role, any part of the organization, top to bottom, or a leader or a security guard can be innovating that. And that's what I can tell you stories and stories around this topic. Coming to the third dimension of being an entrepreneur is being proactive. And I did talk about it. To come up with an idea, you need to be proactive rather than being reactive. And we all talked about how we need to empathize. Empathize means you really need to understand somebody else's point of view. And I'm going to give you a binding statement and a golden rule, which has really transformed my life, and I'm quite sure it's going to help you. The statement is, it is important to understand before being understood. And I'm going to repeat that. It is important to understand before being understood. And if you understand this statement, the life will change. It is important to understand before being understood. That means before somebody can understand you, you need to understand him or her. For example, it's not only that I am here and I'm taking this session. Before I jumped into this session, I had done the complete understanding of your website and the people who are associated with you and all your videos which are there on your social media. So I was trying to understand what is happening in Mata Sundari College so that I'm aware of it, what are the kind of things which is required. And that's how you have to understand that you can empathize with somebody else. Coming to the last parameter of this brain framework is ask questions. And my dear friends, you must have seen by now in the last 40 minutes or so, I have asked so many questions with all of you. And you have been trying to be engaging with me, answering those questions. Even in the quiz also, you have tried to answer the question. So at this point of time, with this framework of design thinking, which is very, very essential framework for entrepreneurs, I'll pause here because I know there is some bit of questions also which you may be having in your mind to basically put it in front of me. So I'm pausing here for if you have any questions on this journey or whatever I have covered and whatever I have not covered also. So don't worry on it because I had to make sure that I am able to address and stick to the time schedule which is given to me. So anybody has any question, I'll be very happy to answer that in the journey of story which I have just shared with you. Okay, what strategy do I believe in? So Ishmeet ji, I believe that strategy, there are two kinds of strategies which are there in the entrepreneurship journey. One is called the blue ocean strategy. The other is called red ocean strategy. The blue ocean strategy and red ocean strategy are very different from when you go and outside the market. The red ocean strategy is, it's a me too kind of idea. I believe I also have an idea, you also have an idea, and both of us go and then try to do that. Mobile phone today has become a commodity item. Everybody is providing that. It's like a red ocean strategy. If you are trying to bring in a new feature or something like that, tomorrow somebody else will do that. But if you have to really come into the blue ocean strategy, you have to create something new, completely new. Just to do that, when Nokia phone, I believe, was there at some point in time, it was leading the market. The BlackBerry was leading the market. Does anybody know what is the kind of which company really wiped off the whole market of the mobile phones when Nokia, BlackBerries were actually leading the deck? Anybody knows that company? जिसने बिल्कुल blue ocean strategy लगा करके पूरे market को wipe off कर दिया. Yes, go ahead, answer that, Ria. If you want to probably, no, it was not Vivo, it was not Jio, it was not Xiaomi, not Samsung. Absolutely, Vidya, that's Apple. Vidya is right. It was Apple because they really created something new. They created a completely a new feature as a blue ocean strategy. If you know that today's mobile phone which you are using right now, and the Nokia phone or the BlackBerries which were there are a lot of features like touchscreen also. There's only a single key in Apple which is there. While Nokia was trying to give us 32 keys, instead of 10 keys or 12 keys, they were giving 32 different keys. So there was quite a lot of shift when you are talking about a strategy, when you have to create something new. So blue ocean strategy is creating something new, while red ocean strategy is you are me too feature, and then absolutely there are different ways of addressing your product, delivering the product, or marketing that product. Okay, so what is your fear? Okay, let me see if there was some other question I saw. If I miss out, let me know. What about quiz answer? Okay, there was only one question which is there from a quiz perspective, MSME. So MSME is called micro, small, medium enterprises, my dear friend. And this is a very popular way of understanding the MSME ministry. And that's what they are trying to help the MSME, and NCR all around India, and NCR has got many MSMEs. And if you are aware of it, 29% of India's GDP comes from MSME industry. 29% of it. They are the biggest employer of India. It's not the corporates. It's not the defense forces. They are the biggest employer of India. So they are trying to grow at a very phenomenal pace in the next couple of years. That's what the potential of MSME is. And that was one of the questions of the quiz itself. Okay, what do you do when you fail? My dear friend, you have to move on to the next ideas. Get up, stand, run. You cannot stop, in fact. You have to pick up the next idea very fast. That's what I was talking about. The moment you fail, shrink your life of failure fast. If it is for 1 year, shrink it fast, move on, get up, bounce back, as we call it, and you have to go back and do that. Embrace the risk, very true. You have to do that. Where do you find inspiration? Inspiration is from the role models here. I believe there was some inspiration which I heard from some of my mentors. I believe and the platforms like you will see many of the 6 speakers who are there. I was trying to find out Sheep Owner. Sheep Owner is something, what a brilliant idea. She's trying to be an entrepreneur around women leadership. So for example, I was organizing a session, and I can share that link. You can go through it. I had conducted a session with all women entrepreneurs. Let me try to share that, I believe, because you have asked that question, and you can go back and see the interview which is there. And that's what you will get a lot of inspirations from different leaders which are available, which are possible in that what you have been seeing and what you can see that. So this is a video which I is there. I'm just sharing it. It's there on the YouTube. So I was conducting a session from on women leadership on emotional intelligence, and I had a woman leader coming out from IT and telecom industry, and she's heading the complete overall learning and development for Ericsson. And then we had somebody coming out from modeling industry, and she's a founder again from some of the Beyond All Barriers. Then we have somebody from education industry. So all the mix of the industry and from a woman leadership perspective. And that's what is the inspiration which you get from different leaders and role models, people around you. So that's what I can say, friends. Okay, how to improve communication skills? I believe that's a very fundamental thing, friends, because I'm not talking about communication. You have to be a great communicator and a presenter. Communication is, my dear friend, many people confuse with language. कि मुझे English आनी चाहिए, कि पंजाबी आनी चाहिए, कि हिंदी आनी चाहिए. That's what is not communication. You really need to develop your communication skill, which can be in any language. Even your body can communicate. Even your voice modulation can communicate. Even your words can communicate. So communication is just not one single dimension, it is multi-dimensional. So I believe we have the next speaker, Mr. Ravi ji, in fact. So I believe I can keep answering your questions. I mean, in a physical session, I say, I'm chai pe answer kar denge. So probably here there is no chai. Probably I can hang around if somebody wants to probably ask me one-to-one questions on the chat box. I can do that. Or you can connect with me on the LinkedIn or any of the social media platform with Shailesh Kumar Gupta, and I'll be very happy to answer that. And how to stay focused. They're all very good questions, Avni. Focus is something which I'm quite sure many of the presenter will be talking about it. Staying focused is something very, very important in the ups and downs of the business or as an entrepreneur. Because jahan success hai, wahan failure bhi hai, failure ke baad phir success aati hai. So it's a journey of the sinusoidal curve. You have to stay focused. And one way to stay focused is what I heard about your peer or partnerships. Because when you have partners, the partner brings you back to your focus. Agar aapka focus lose bhi ho jayega, aapka partner or a mentor aapko wapas usi raste pe le aayega jahan aap bhatak rahe ho. If you are losing your focus, it will bring back the focus, in fact. So that's what I can very simply say that from a focus perspective. So I'll stop here, friends, in fact, and hand over back, as people were saying, virtual mic back to Ishleen ma'am. And thanks for this journey of Mata Sundri ji to basically really bring me and invite me on this session. Thank you once again. Namaskar. Over back to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shailesh sir. And definitely you started this inning and have definitely scored a century for us in the morning itself. So your words have been very inspiring to all of us. And you have definitely helped us to kindle a new enthusiasm and given us all a fresh perspective. The VUCA environment you created for us is definitely valuable, understanding, cognitive, and aimed us for a fresh and new perspective. So with that, a last tip for all the budding entrepreneurs here. What is one Guru mantra you will give to all of them sitting here?
Okay, the Guru mantra there, my dear friends, is we need emotional leadership and entrepreneur. I believe the way the situation has changed, I'll just put that Guru mantra is the way 3SR framework is. 3SR framework, the way our company is called science, self, spirituality leads to results. Science, self, spirituality leads to results. Science is all about the brain, where you have learned and your academic institution, जो भी आपने आज तक सीखा है, पढ़ा है, school, colleges में, you are learning. And that is measured through a parameter called IQ, intellectual quotient. Self is all about the heart, दिल की बात हो रही है. And from dil, you have to create relationship. पहले अपने आप से प्यार करना है, then you have to love with other, your parents, your friends, your spouse, your society, and everyone else. And that's how you create bonds with customers, partners, vendors, and everybody. So relationship is very important. And that is measured through a parameter called EQ, emotional quotient. And the spiritual quotient and the social quotient is the spirituality or the SQ. So as a leader, as an entrepreneur, you need to keep a balance between IQ, EQ, and SQ. अगर आपने इन तीनों को बैलेंस करके रखा है, there's nothing which will stop the success for you. If you talk about Ratan Tata, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Amitabh Bachchan, any industry, anywhere which you talk about it, they have been successful because they have been keeping a balance between IQ, EQ, and SQ. And it is said in our, you can say, our noble books also, like Karmanne Vadikaraste Ma Phaleshu Kadachane Yada Yada Damas. Karam karo, phal ki ichha mat karo, the results will come following you. So do your duties and then leave the rest to the overall Almighty. That's the Guru Mantra. Back to you, ma'am.
So words are less to express our gratitude for you. And your answer was very insightful. And I hope all the budding entrepreneurs had a note for it. We'll always follow your guidance you gave us today. And thank you so much for coming here. And we wish you luck for all your future endeavors. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dishti. Thank you once again. Once again, thank you to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ishleen, ma'am. Thank you.
We now have our second guest speaker, Mr. S. Ravi, amongst us. Mr. S. Ravi is a postgraduate in commerce and a practicing chartered accountant having over 32 years of experience. He holds a diploma in information system audit and is an associate member of Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, USA. He is also registered as an insolvency resolution professional. His chartered accountancy firm, Ravi Rajan and Company LLP, specializes in forensic and insolvency assignments, finance and management, turnaround strategies, brand and share valuation, or assurance, audit, and taxation. Mr. Ravi is the chairman and director of Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. He serves on the boards of Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited and IIFL Asset Management Limited, etc. He served as the chairman of BSC, that is Bombay Stock Exchange Limited, and chairman and director of UTI Trustee Company Private Limited. He also served on the boards of BHEL, HAL, Union Bank, and LIC Housing Finance, to name a few. We welcome you, sir, to the first Entrepreneurship Conclave of Mata Sundari College for Women. I now hand over the virtual mic to Ravi, sir. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you so much for inviting me and to be part of your journey and this whole entrepreneurship initiative that you've taken. It's a great initiative because the most difficult thing is entrepreneurship. And if you see the journey of an entrepreneur, it is full of challenges. It is full of action, full of positive, negative, and all sort of events that happen around an entrepreneur. And I must tell you one thing very frankly. The journey of an entrepreneur today is different than the journey of yesteryear's entrepreneur. Today, there is more regulation, there is more accountability, and but the advantage of today's entrepreneur is there is more mentorship. I had the privilege of hearing Mr. Sailesh ji. He was wonderful and he is a very great opening batsman. I do not know I can score as much runs as he can. I'm not as eloquent as he is, but I can tell you that an opening batsman, the task is always difficult. But coming to entrepreneurship, you have people like Mr. Sailesh Gupta and others who can mentor people. And that is what is the difference of yesteryears and today. The entrepreneurship has changed. The game has changed, primarily because you get a lot of people to help you through the process. When I was, because I was told to talk of my journey started from Jabalpur, a very small city, and which did not have many chartered accountants. And I ended up taking medical as a profession. And somehow within 3 months or 2 months, it's a very good profession, but I was a very strict vegetarian, and I didn't know how to, even when I saw human bodies and dissecting of human bodies, it did not go well with me. So it didn't work with me. So it is not that everybody they are very fine doctors who have gone through all this, but I couldn't go through this. I must confess that I didn't go through this. And I decided that I must move forward. I was in a small city. I started my articleship with a very small firm, good firm, that small places offer some good. And frankly, we had no work. So because we used to do some society audits and all that. And I did not know how to handle that part of my career because there was no work, and ended up going to movies, skipping the training in this thing, and ended up going to movies. Then one day I thought to myself, what am I doing here? And that is where I changed my own thinking process. I said, I'm wasting my time. I went and shifted to Mumbai. And in Mumbai, I used to go from Ghatkopar by train to MCOMs, that was BT, to understand commerce and a little bit of mathematics. Because I was a zoology, botany, physics student, I didn't know mathematics, I didn't know accountancy. So I had to start and go back to class 8 again, because I had decided to migrate to a different line. And then whatever the journey was, I qualified, and it was a very, I must say, CA is a very tough exam, and those days it was pretty tough. And there were failures along the line, and of course I qualified, and you felt, very happy once you qualified. Oh, I have done it. Now comes the next challenge. What are you going to do next? So I did work somewhere, and then it was an opportunity that came to me for a family settlement. And I started working as a consultant for the family settlement. And I was quite loyal with my work. And I must tell all entrepreneurs, and the loyalty is the key. Whatever is you decide, you must be loyal to the task. Very important. Means if you are not loyal to the task, you cannot be a good entrepreneur. Whatever task you're taking, you've got to be loyal. And that is the key that I learned. Then I started my firm with 4 or 5 people, my office and home being the same. Then today it's a 200 plus people, or 150, 180, 200 plus people. And along the line, many times, I did not feel great about it. Am I doing the right things? So I look back. What have I achieved? I look forward what I have to achieve. So it is like climbing a mountain always. You climb some part of the mountain or some climbs, you look back and say, oh, I have done that. And look forward, oh, I have to do that. Take a deep breath and go for the next level of your success. And I think that is the key for any entrepreneur. And that is how I have measured myself. I look back, look what I have achieved, what I have not achieved, what can I achieve, and what is my ultimate goal? What am I doing? What am I going to do ultimately? So that is the thing that an entrepreneur needs to have. The spirit and evaluation of self, what we have done in the past. It's like mountain climbing. And see, when you climb to the top, Mount Everest, you are alone. There's no oxygen, and there is strong wind, and you are very much alone. So when you reach to the success, there will be always, you have to take decisions based on your own strength and your own experience. You may get support from people, but it is imperative that your instinct and what you feel, you should take that type of decisions. So in this whole journey, what I have learned is there will be ups and downs. You will be tested for your various things. There will be competition. You will be having new ideas. And as an accounting profession, so today we are doing remote audits. And today, have I to gear up for the COVID times where we have to do remote audits? Yes, we have to. Now, are we supposed to skill ourselves? Yes, we are supposed to skill ourselves. So in this journey, I gave exams of DISA, which is again not my strength. I gave the exam. I failed once. And to give an exam in the age of around 50 or 53, whatever, and your next student being 25 or 28 or 32, it's not very easy. And just to sit on the benches and do the exam, not easy. But I gave the exam, qualified. Then like this, I gave the insolvency exam. So there is a professional upgradation that keeps on happening all the time. So you have to take these challenges. In each profession, there is a different type of challenge. In case of NBFCs, you have to raise funds. In case of IT companies, you have to upgrade yourself every time. You have to have money. So there are many components which make an entrepreneur. You have to have the capital. You have to have the idea. Mr. Salesh really articulated on ideas and innovation. You have to have patience. You have to have the loyalty. You will have to put yourself to the challenges. You will have ups and downs. You must have the patience to wear it out. If there is I was hearing Mr. Salesh, if there is a bad year, put your umbrella, wait for an opportunity. If you are convinced about yourself, your ideas, you got to do it. You have human challenges. People who evaluate you in multiple forms as a leader. Some may like your style of leadership, some may not. But as again, it is important to make people understand us and to understand them. It's a process. And I think that human factor is very important. So what I'm trying to say is that it's a full package that an entrepreneurship has. It is not one good thing, one good idea. No, it is how you convert that idea into a commercial enterprise. After all, see, at the end of it, you would like to take home some money. You have a family to fend. You have to take care of your growth, and you have to build you would like to have aspirations like having the car, house, etc., etc. So each stage you have different aspirations. And how can you fulfill these aspirations? By being apart, by understanding others, by putting your aspirations. The one fact that I must tell you, and it is very important, in my 38 years of career, I have kept in touch with all the points of my success. There are people who have helped me through this journey. And I tell you, I have always kept in touch with them, thanked them, because they are the people who are the foundation stones for you. And I think that is one thing, the gratitude that comes, that is very important. So my take on all this is, you keep your connectivity, have good relationship, you have to take the other person's viewpoint and move forward with your colleagues. And I'm telling you out of my own experience that I've seen in various firms, in various entrepreneurship, you have to understand the other person's viewpoint and connect with them. So there is nothing today that I'm the best. No, there is nobody's best. I can learn some things from you. You all as students can teach me many things. And I should be a good learner, good listener. I must be able to reach and understand your perspective. I must take something good from you. Today, for this little initiative that you've taken, I've come here and speaking my mind and speaking. And so I know I have reflected back what I did. It gave me time to reflect back what I did. And through that, I have channelized myself to reach you. And I am also able to express what I have to express. So what I'm trying to say, everybody contributes. Today, it's a virtual meet, but otherwise, meet people. You take the energy from them, you understand their perspective. It's a very different thing. So I think very important to take the people along. And see, and one more thing. The biggest test, everybody wants more. They'll mange more. Means everybody, today you want an increment, you want a bigger car, you want a bigger house, you want a bigger whatever. But main thing is, what is that we want? A simple lifestyle, a good family, good social friends, and stability in your life, and goodwill. These are 5 things that one craves for, and a good business model. Means we can have aspirations and unnatural aspirations. We compare ourselves to others that this is what we want, but these are not the realistic part of it. Of yours should be, your aspiration should be there, but the realistic part of it is like a pendulum. It pulls you down to what you can achieve. You can't be unrealistic today. So if you let us look at one classic example. 2007, the first 50 companies, of them 35 companies have vanished. or gone down in NCLT, etc., etc. Why do you think they failed? They failed because they could not meet up to the challenges of the next level, or they grew too fast and the growth could not be assimilated by them. They did not moderate their growth. So there are years where you have to moderate your growth, where you have to evaluate yourself. And the same example comes to me where I say that when you climb a mountain, you look at behind what you have achieved, look at forward, what is the height you have to climb, what is the steep this thing in front of you, what are the challenges in front of you. So that is what is a very important aspect in my view. So my journey, then I have another part of my journey, which I must share. I became board member of many companies, including UCO Bank. And UCO Bank was a very tough bank, let me tell you. It was, if you go back 95, you see, it was a bank where there was a Harshad Mehta scam and there were big losses. And I was the youngest director at that stage. And I was the only professional director, so to say. So I had a lot of challenges communicating with my colleague directors because they found me too young to be there, number one. Second, I was the only English speaking guy there. So, and third, I was the only non-political guy there. So I had to mix up with them. So I used to give them a lot of importance. I used to take their viewpoints, give them importance, and then engage with them. And in fact, as a part-time director, I engaged with them more than necessary, just to make them comfortable. So that was a learning curve for me. And it was a bad bank. Everybody used to say, this is going to fail. I had absolute faith in myself that we are going to make it happen. And I had mentally decided and told the management that these are the things which you can do to turn around this bank. And it happened. In 1997, the bank turned around and made profits and then went for an IPO. So then I had an experience with UTI. UTI, very big brand, Unit 64 had gone down under. There was a big issue there and we walked in there very clearly. And where, again, there were a list of few things that we did and we put the systems together. We tried to protect the investors, and that is what I learned there also. Then I was also the chairman of the Technical Experts Committee in Punjab and Sindh Bank. And again, that was a big problem. We sorted out each problem one by one, including the HR problem, where again, there were many groups. It was split into many 5-10 different groups. So we tried to get them together and make the bank function as much as we could. Then I had the experience of Bombay Stock Exchange. And the first time when I went in there, it was the first exchange to be listed in another exchange. We got listed in National Stock Exchange. There was a lot of resistance. Why should our data be available with National Stock Exchange, etc., etc.? And so, but we said, if we are transparent, why should we be worried about it? So I think we took the plunge. We started commodities. There's an interview by me that we are going to start commodities. Then interoperability. So all this happened in Bombay Stock Exchange. So wherever you are, you have to put your hand up, contribute in a positive sense, and also be participative and also learn from other colleagues, friends, even from people below. People go to board to show their knowledge. In fact, we should not exhibit our knowledge. We should show what we can deliver, what we can contribute. So people like to show their knowledge. It's not about showing knowledge, but it is about showing what you can deliver. So even including the firm today, we have, I believe, there is no individual who can take it anywhere. It is about the people. And there is nobody who is perfectly right. If I consider myself the most knowledgeable person, the most articulate person, and everything on me, and I'm the best guy, no, it is not true. It is, this fallacy has to go. this is a self-destructive process that will happen. So please be very moderate in your thinking, be considerate towards others, take the viewpoint, be a knowledge seeker, be keep your ego on one side, keep your aspirations alive, but moderate your aspirations with reality. That is the truth of any true entrepreneur. That is what I have to say. I do not know whether I have spoken too much, but I will be happy to take questions. I'm, I have a little sore throat. I must apologize for that, and I sincerely apologize for that. But having committed, I didn't want to let anybody down. But I think, to summarize, an entrepreneur will have ups and downs. Will have an idea. That idea has to be commercialized. The idea has to go into the minds of others. You have to reach to people. People have to respect. Now let us give you one example. There's a thing called as ceasefire. A small thing, fire extinguisher, which everybody in the car in the 90s used to put. It became a craze. It was a marketing gimmick. A big extinguisher replaced by small extinguisher. It worked. It worked because the idea penetrated into the minds of others. And that is what anybody's idea. Your idea, if it is with you only, and if it cannot translate into conversion or going into the minds of others, it is a very big problem. For entrepreneurs, there is another thing. See, and today, entrepreneurship, I must tell you, there are a lot of capital that comes in, the foreign funds, etc., etc. And today, if you have a good idea and if you have good systems, there are a lot of people chasing you with money. So I think the initial resistance, the initial trouble, the initial patience that one shows is going to be enduring you in the long run. That is, there is a lot of money. And then there is a lot of money in ESG form also. And so there is money. Only thing, how you reach to the people, how you are able to sell your idea, how you are able to hold your idea together, and how you are able to overtake competition or mitigate competition. And how do you reach to your human colleagues, your friends, your customers. That is the key to the whole thing. But patience and never give up. Just keep on fighting because there is another day and there is another day. And you have to put your umbrella up when the going is tough. That's the key to entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Please write your questions in the chat box for the sir. Everyone, you can write. Anyone wants to ask questions from sir can write in the chat box.
There are a lot of books behind me. That's the question. The book that is very interesting is Ego is My Enemy. This is the book that I really like. Ego is my enemy. Because ego is the biggest enemy. These are all very successful people. And there are difficult stories, including Rajat Gupta's book. And there are Alan Greenspan's success. Then billions of entrepreneurs. So there are stories of entrepreneurs here also. And then comes down to some spiritual books. And there are some books on health. And you will see there's a book on firm, the McKinsey Way. So all these small books motivate me. I tend to read a lot, and that's the one thing. What are the common mistakes that one makes? Common mistake one makes is over-assessment of self. You have to fear, you have to be bold, but don't be overconfident.
So thank you, sir, for joining in with us even after having a bad throat and sharing this piece of wisdom with us. This surely was an insightful session, and I'm sure every student present here found it enlightening too. So before moving forward, let me just ask the questions from the audience that they have. And to start with, how and where did you find inspiration to be where you are today?
So inspiration is when I started my firm, I realized I was nowhere. And then I thought, I was finding it difficult. People were saying, what is your background, etc., etc. So I thought to myself that one day I will create a firm of my own. Mostly in my whole family, everybody was working, and everybody said it won't be you should start working, do a job. But I wanted to prove everybody wrong, and that was my inspiration to prove others wrong and to learn from others. I took it as a journey. That's my inspiration.
That's great. And do you have any quick tips for how should one manage their time and efforts efficiently?
So one thing that I must tell you is time. If you put down everything in your iPad or even any paper, whichever way mode one likes, and see what you have to do next day. And if you plan yourself, and if you are punctual, and if you can do it, that's the best way. That's the best, gratifying thing. At the end of the day, your slate is clean, and that is the most gratifying thing, and that's the best way of managing things.
Okay. So, and what advice will you give to the people who are new in this business?
Stick on. Be convinced. Stick on. And if you cannot do it with people. If you join hands with people, do it, but don't leave it. And be realistic.
Okay, so there have been few mistakes that people tend to make while choosing their career. So how can they avoid those mistakes?
So the biggest mistake is that what they do is they underestimate the resistance which will come. We should not be underconfident, but we should not be overconfident. We should be that much confidence that we can do it, but must be careful, vigilant, and must take the few steps that this is what in 3 months I'm going to encounter. Suppose I don't have the money to last more than 3 months salary, then I must look at myself. What should I do? Should I do a quick earning to see that I do that? So like that, many steps. So you'll have to look forward looking, at least for a medium term. That's the few mistakes one makes actually.
That surely was very helpful, sir. So thank you so much for sharing your time and experience with us. I want you to know that whatever you said had a significant impact on many of us, and we'll surely follow it. So before moving forward, audience, we have dropped the link to the feedback form for session 1 in the chat box. You're requested to fill it as soon as possible. Thank you. And now I would like Manjot ma'am to take over.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Pleasure to meet all of you.
Sir, Shailesh sir is also here. We can have a picture together.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Shailesh ji spoke very well. I'm motivated by him.
I believe it's always a learning for each other, and it's a pleasure to meet all enterprising people like all of you, in fact.
Thank you.
Thanks to the academic institution to bring all of us together.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving on, we have a small B quiz for all of our participants. Thank you for joining us. I would be passing on the virtual mic to Ayushi and Bebe.
So can I take leave?
Yes, sir. Shailesh sir, before the B quiz.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, if you want to take 5 to 10 minutes more, you can.
I was seeing some questions which I could not answer.
Yes, you can, sir. We have time.
So, okay, wonderful. So I'll just pick up some questions which I was seeing and probably try to answer some of them.
Sir, I'll put forth a question we had from our audience. I have a list of all of them, so
Go ahead.
I'll do that for you.
Shoot.
So the first question is, what made you realize that you had it in you to do everything that you did today, and you are at this level of achievement today?
First thing is, I believe, friends, I believe the conviction is something very, very important. You should be convinced, in fact, that whatever you are pursuing is linked to your own strengths and passion. Because the biggest thing is we try to focus on our weaknesses, which doesn't help at all. Focus on the strengths. For example, if Sachin Tendulkar would have been trying to sing the songs and Lata Mangeshkar would have been playing cricket, they wouldn't have been doing what they have done, in fact, in the whole thing. So people have to value your own strengths rather than the weakness, in fact. And you have to be convinced that I am getting into it. So, and another thing which you should have is you should have people who are not yes sir around you. People should be ready to basically guide you, mentor you, criticize you, critics around you who can give you feedbacks. The higher up you go in the organization, you tend to lose out the people who are probably who can really criticize you or comment on you itself. So you should have people around you who could be your best friends, you could be partners, could be vendors, anybody who can really come forward. And last but not the least, you should have coaches with you. The most coaches and mentors and guides and teachers and faculty who can really come back and share with you. So that's what probably gets you in this journey. So I believe that's what made me to be what I am today.
So the next question we had was, what attitude should entrepreneur attain when her or brand is declining? How should they tackle that decline phase?
I saw that question. It's a very, 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 very brilliant question. I know. When your brand is going down, what do you do, in fact? And the classical examples, there are so many examples. If Kodak, for example, I was talking about Nokia earlier and Apple. Kodak, if you are aware of it, they lost their complete brand. And if you are not aware of it, the true way of the digital camera came out from Kodak. And while Kodak was making those reels, the photo reels, and jisme film banate the, photo kheenchte the, vagara vagara. So they were so engrossed in that they forgot that, I believe, they have created a brand in that, but they forgot that after innovating digital thing, they did not get into that and they left it. Somebody else picked it up. Let's say Sony picked it up and then did that. So you have to really pick up, if you are going, the brand is going down and you have to bring it back. The efforts to really do that has to be multi-fold. It is at a 3 level. At an individual level, whoever is your probably individual brand ambassador, you should really think about that if you are from a marketing background. The second is if select the right product or the service or the team which is actually trying to bring in a difference for your brand. So you may have multiple products, but find out the right product which will really bring back. Not all products will actually be able to bring that brand back to you from a declining to a high. So you have to bring out that product for it. And the third thing is as an organizational brand. So for example, if I ask all of you, you will know which is the most trusted brand today in India. The most trusted brand, if you want to probably put that in chat box or you name that, it comes out in the first few seconds that you most trusted brand in India. भारत के सबसे ज़्यादा trusted brand है. नीचे ऊपर सब होती रहती है वो, लेकिन कभी भी अब बीच में only one time it went down and because of one person, only because of one person, his own brand, and then it came back again. And no, it's not Reliance, the most trusted brand. Tata, yes, absolutely right. So it immediately comes out. Tata is one, and there was only one person who is because of which it went down, and Ratan Tata himself had to intervene. And I hope you know the name of the person. And because of it, it came down. And because of one person, the Tata had to intervene. एक समय हुआ था केवल जिसमें अभी एक फैक्ट्री में जिसमें Tata had to, Ratan Tata himself had to intervene as a chairman. He never intervenes in any of the CEO factories. So, okay. So that is what probably people have to do to bring out the brand, in fact, in a very simple answer. Back to you, Dishti.
Well, thank you so much, sir. So the next question is, being an entrepreneur, you need to have very good education about finance. Because, of course, when you start a business, there are financial risks that you'll face. So how can one gain a perspective on financial analysis?
Okay, I believe I'll correct it in 2 ways. First thing is to do an entrepreneurship or an incubator or a startup. The most important thing is not finance. That's a myth which we are carrying with. The most important thing to start an entrepreneur or a startup is idea. The conviction for that idea is something very, very important. How convinced you are in that idea brings out the journey of an ideation journey for you. And that is the biggest thing rather than the finance. Because people think कि पैसा नहीं होगा तो हम बना ही नहीं सकते, कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते. The people who have come out with very successful idea initially they didn't have any money. 100 रुपए, 200 रुपए, 5000 रुपए. This is the kind of journey which people have started and things have changed. Yes, coming at the next stages because there's a project life cycle of entrepreneurship. अगर 5 स्टेज की जर्नी है तो पहले 2 स्टेज में पैसे की ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं होती. Which could be the first 2 stages could be very, very small and simple, could be 2 months to 1 year kind of a time frame or 2 years also for some idea. शुरू के 3 महीने से लेकर के 2 साल तक बहुत ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत नहीं होती. But yes, after 2 years you need finance knowledge, you need money, you need all the things to productionize that, reach out to large masses and so on and so forth. That is the time you need to have a good understanding of commerce, finance and economics. In fact, that's very, very true. And that is the time obviously it helps you. So whatever is there. पैसे की जरूरत है लेकिन but not in the first initial stages but at the subsequent stages of enterprising journey.
Sir, as you rightly mentioned, the most important thing is the idea. So how do we know that that is the idea we need to go forward with? And yes, we are in the right direction.
Very true, very true. Again, I believe this is the most common question asked by budding and young minds entrepreneurs, in fact. There are a couple of ways to do that, but I believe the most simplest way of doing that is to do a SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis, if you are not aware of it, it's called strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. Do a SWOT analysis. And uski bhi 2 level pe karna chahiye. SWOT analysis also you should do it at 2 levels. One is with your idea itself. You should do a SWOT analysis with your idea. And the second thing you should do is SWOT analysis of yourself as an entrepreneur, which I was talking in the initial. पहले idea का SWOT analysis करो, फिर अपना SWOT analysis करो. And then see if you can do a SWOT analysis for your partners or your vendors. So it's a journey of SWOT analysis which you have to do. Idea, self, partner, vendor, because they all have to work together. All the SWOT analysis has to be done. As Ravi ji was also saying, अकेला चना बाहर नहीं जोत सकता. I cannot be a master of everything. You should have vendors and partners who you really collaborate with. So is my weakness getting complemented with my partner's strength? That is what is the SWOT analysis which you have to really evaluate. So the idea SWOT analysis and the partner and team overall organization SWOT analysis, the people or the directors which are there, is something very, very important to take it forward.
Sir, now what actually inspired you to become a motivational speaker and a leadership consultant, as you mentioned?
Just repeat that question, Drishti, again.
Sir, what inspired you to become a leadership consultant and a motivational speaker and inspiring us all today sitting here?
Okay. I mean, that's an interesting story. Now you're asking about me personally. So because I was trying to avoid that because apni kahani main nahi bata raha tha. Because apni kahani, I believe, takes you in a personal dimension, which is what I was avoiding. I was giving everybody's story. Okay, so as you probably, ma'am, was reading my profile, I've done my engineering in computer science. I did my master's in XLRI, in MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur, in strategic business management, and so on and so forth. Obviously, I work for, I've celebrated my silver jubilee in one of the prestigious organizations in IT industry. So that's how, so I had done more or less everything. And I've traveled all around the globe. दुनिया घुमा है. लेकिन एक चीज बहुत कॉमन रही, वो इंस्पायर करती रही मुझे, वो था भारत देश. भारत देश एंड भारत देश के लोग 135 करोड़. क्योंकि in that organization of corporate, I was trying to add value to 1 lakh people. As part of 1 lakh people in 32 countries, 114 nationalities. But the moment I started becoming an entrepreneur in 2016, and I was preparing myself before that, was to reach out to 135 crore people. And that's how you and me are talking today. Otherwise, मैं उस कुएं के मेढक से बाहर नहीं निकलता, कूदता नहीं, तो मैं 135 करोड़ लोगों तक नहीं पहुंच सकता था. So I would have never been able to reach that. How could I have reached 21 states of India just staying there? In fact, दुनिया घुमा है लेकिन अपने घर में नहीं आए. So the passion and inspiration was because I was working on something as a supercomputer way back in my engineering. Because अभी college की बात हो रही है, तो way back in my engineering, I was working on the first supercomputer of India. मौसम भवन में जो रखा हुआ है आज हमारा, as an engineer I was working on that. उस प्रोजेक्ट के बाहर जो हम लोग एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम कर रहे थे उसके बाहर एक टाइटल लगा हुआ था, एंड द टाइटल सेड दिस प्रोजेक्ट इज सो कॉन्फिडेंशियल इवन वी डोंट नो व्हाट वी आर वर्किंग ऑन। मतलब इतना कॉन्फिडेंशियल प्रोजेक्ट था 1989 में, इट वाज वी डिडंट पीपल ने डिडंट नो कि उसमें क्या कर रहे हैं, वी वर वर्किंग ऑन दैट। And 1993, I was in US when this was announced that this is a whole supercomputer, because India mein ban lag gaya tha and this was put in the Mosam. So that is the time when all these things which really led to the journey which I had tried everything. मतलब अगर देखा जाए from a journey of technology to process to business, global, but जो finally was there to add value to my own country, which is made in India brand. Made in India is something जो बहुत ज्यादा है, because entrepreneurs are made in India and intellectuals, people who are driving the companies all around the globe are Indians. So how we can add value to the globe and the made in India brand is what we are talking about. And I believe I'll not make other statement because it will look more political, like Atmanirbhar Bharat and Skill India and all this thing. That's what again is me, in fact, but I believe that's what we are working in that direction too. And specifically, the way it has to happen is, as I heard your mentoring and peer thing. People experience like us and young energy with people like you are. They have to collaborate. Industry and academia has to collaborate. And the new education framework is also talking about that, which is what it's a very great initiative by your institute to really bring people and then club them together. So that's what is my small story of 30 years, which I have shared with you.
Indeed, a very inspiring story. So, all throughout the years of your journey, one keynote you had with yourself was consistency. So, what points you would like to give to all the entrepreneurs, all the students who are sitting here, that consistency is something that you need to follow and how one should do it?
So there are two dimensions, Drishti, I believe, for that question, in fact, and I believe you have to watch out your clock because I don't have a time of that, because so the consistency is, yes, important, that you have to pursue that dream of yours or aspiration of yours consistently. But what is more important is that as an entrepreneur, as I was saying earlier also, you should have variety also. You should have variety, because if you get stuck with something, then agility goes off, the flexibility goes off as an entrepreneur. Because कल को अगर आपके पास एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी, अगर आप उसको नहीं सेंस कर पाए, वो आपके सामने आएगी, रुकेगी और चली जाएगी. You have to get inside that opportunity. You have to jump inside the train. Train आती है, स्टेशन पर रुकती है, चली जाती है, but some passengers get in the train or some passengers do not get in the train. So as an entrepreneur, you have to be, yes, you have to keep running the system consistently, but you have to bring in the variety and a dynamism, as we were talking about the agility and a flexibility inside you as an entrepreneur. कि एक opportunity आए, उसको sense करो, हाँ, is that what we want to do? Yes, you can jump on it. हाँ, लगता है कि it doesn't fit in your framework, it can be outsourced to somebody else, can be done by a partner, could be vendor. Do that, in fact. So that's what is important. Both are important. Consistency as well as agility.
So I believe all the students have noted down. Consistency and agility are two keynotes that we all need for the successful careers. So next question is, being a student, and all majority of the people sitting here are students. So the question the next came was how to create passive income as a student.
Okay, that's again a very relevant question. I had a video, but probably I didn't show it on that. Let me show that probably, because we still have. Do we have 2 minutes for the video?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay. How passive income we can bring in? I'll bring in because a lot of people are from computer background, so probably it may be of interest to you. Let me bring out a cyber security thing. Okay. Just a second. I am playing that for all of you. As a student, how can you generate a passive income right while you're there in the college? Just see this inspirational case study of a student.
So over the period of time when I was learning and learning to hack things and exploit web apps and mobile apps. I found flaws in major tech giants, including Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Yahoo.
So this is on cybersecurity, how you can be an ethical hacker. And he was trying to do that and earning money through ethical hacking and sharing it. So you can be a hacker, which is like a person who's creating a virus or person who's creating a vaccine. So by ethical hacking, you are actually trying to be on the vaccine side rather than the virus side. It is something like the people who are working on creating virus today in the global world, and as well as people who are working towards creating a vaccine today for all of us, in fact. So he started working on those things, and then and similarly, I believe there are e-commerce things which are available. You can register your product and do e-commerce selling, register yourself in Amazon or any of the Flipkarts of the world, and then you can sell products, whatever you're doing, and during this time itself, and have some commercial income for yourself while in academics itself.
So the last question, sir, we have was opening a startup versus working in the big four. What, according to you, is a successful career?
I believe just elaborate that question a little more. The big four, I believe, is what I'm trying to understand.
Sir, the big four includes Deloitte, KPMG, Ernst & Y, the big four companies that
Correct.
people usually orient to go.
So what is the question around that?
So the question revolves, what according to you is a successful career, whether to start one's own startup or should do a 9-to-5 desk job with a static income coming in and everything.
Okay. That's okay. Let me. You are asking the questions which I was because this is something very, very. I want people to really get. Okay, let me, because you will keep asking, and I believe I'll keep showing you things. So because you asked me that question, let me show you if. So can you read this this statement?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, read this.
Entrepreneurs are their own bosses. They make the decisions. They choose whom to do business with and what work they will do. They decide what hours to work as well as what to pay and whether to take vacations.
So how many of you want to be with this statement? How many? What a life of this statement. किसको अपनी जिंदगी इस तरह की चाहिए? Type yes in the chat box. That will probably answer the question. How many of you would like this kind of a life?
Everyone, sir. The chat box is flooded with the response as yes, they want this life. They want vacations and they want to be their own bosses.
Absolutely. That's the simple difference between an entrepreneur and an employee.
Well, then the statement answers the question. And thank you so much, sir, for answering all the questions that we had today and such an insightful session with you. Before we move ahead, can we have a group picture?
Sure, go ahead.
Everyone,
go ahead.
Please are requested to please turn on their cameras so that we can have a group picture. And the organizing team are requested to share the feedback form link again in the chat box so that the participants do not miss it. The participants are requested to fill the feedback form for session number 1, which is shared by Navya right now in the chat box. Please go ahead, and can we have the pictures now, please? Everyone, please look into the cameras and smile. Well, I think are the pictures done? Organizing team?
Yes, the pictures are done.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. It was an
Thank you,
honor
Drishti.
talking to you.
Thanks, Drishti. All the best to all of you, in fact, for your journey for your future.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the best. All the best.
From here, I would like Ayushi and Vedahi to take over for a fun adventure to all our participants. We have a surprise stored for you all.
With this, we end the session 1 of MSCpreneur'21. Over to you, Ayushi and Vedahi.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Drishti, for giving it over. I hope I am audible enough, right? Please write up in the chat box or give me thumbs up. Okay. Okay, yes, I am. So, hello, everyone. And we just witnessed an amazing session right here. And we got to know a lot from our speakers, Mr. Shailesh Gupta sir and Mr. S. Ravi sir. And we are so happy to learn from your wiseful words, sir. But we have been noticing our audience have been very interactive and amazing. So now it's time for more such interaction with them to add up to their knowledge and to test the knowledge at the same time. So let's gear up, everyone. Presenting to you the quiz of MSCpreneur'21. Can we have the first question on the screen, please? Come on, drum rolls, please. And here it is. Question number 1. Who are the founders of Google? Come on, everyone. These are the questions. The options are on your screen. Write up in the chat box and let us know. How well do you know it? And we are getting so many answers right now. Come on, everyone. Write up in the chat box. Do you know the answers? Okay, we are getting the answers. Yes, so excited. Thank you so much, audience. It's super amazing, super amazing. And such an overwhelming response, and I can't wait to expose the answer. Can we have the answers on the screen now? Answer, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Congratulations to those who were right. You are really brilliant. Keep it up. Were they? Can you please read out the next question? Okay, there may be some technical glitch from our side. I'll be
Who
reading
is
the
the
next
founder who is the founder of Alibaba Group? Can we have the answers, please? The answer is Jack Ma. Well done, everyone.
That's very nice, very nice. People are answering it so correctly, so perfectly. So I can't wait to see the next question. Can we have the next question on the screen, please? And the question is, who is the MD and CEO of National Stock Exchange of India? The options are as follows. Ms. Chitra Ramakrishnan, second Shikhar Sharma, third Naina Singh. Let us know in the chat box what's the correct answer. Do you guys know it? Veday, do you know it? Because I don't. Because I'm not that brilliant, I guess. Yes, receiving so many answers in the chat box. Doing really great. Thank you
chat
everyone
box
for
is
such an
filled with
amazing
correct
response.
answers.
Yes, it is. And can we have the correct answer on the screens now? And it is Ms. Chitra Ramakrishnan. Well done to all who were correct. Can we
Well
have the
done,
next
everyone.
question?
Moving on to our next question. Can we have the next question, please? Who is the former CEO of Britannia Industries?
While writing the CEO of Britannia Industry, do also write what is your favorite snack from Britannia Industries. I think we all are hungry right now.
I think too. I'm also very hungry. But you know, the knowledge, I'm eating up the knowledge right now, so it's fine if it goes this way.
Everyone's writing Britannia cakes. Oh, I surely miss them. Eating them in picnics during school trips, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Ayushi, I believe we have a lot of confusion between option 1 and 2. What do you think is the right answer?
I'll be like, sorry, I don't know the answer.
Okay, so can
Let's
we
go
have,
with the audience.
yeah, I think one is the majority. So can we have the answer? Vinita Bali. So I think our audience was correct after all. Can we have the next question, please? Who among the following is the executive director of Godrej Consumer Products? 1. Priya Paul, 2. Amreen Shah, and 3. Nisa Godrej. I think this is a very, very easy question.
Yes, and I also know the answer, but I'm not gonna tell because we have amazing set of people here and more. And see the chat box is filling up so fast. I'm like getting the notifications and it's ringing again and again. Oh my God. I can't wait to disclose the answer. You people are so right. Like, how do you manage to be right every time? Can we have the correct answer on the screen now? It's Nisa Godrej. Well done, guys. Can we have the next question on the screen? It's going amazing and I'm loving the spirit of you all. Who is one of the founders of Apple Incorporation? I think this though everyone knows. Let's see the options. Tim Cook, Steve Wozniak, Klaus Schwab. Come on, write up in the chat box. What is the correct answer? Well, I have an Android with me right now, so it's okay if I don't know the answer. But Apple users, come on, buckle up.
We would also like Apple users to raise their hands. Let's see how many Apple users do we have here.
Uh-oh, we have many. I can see so many hands raised.
Favorite Apple product?
I to believe a apple a day keeps doctor away. So that's my favorite product.
So I guess our audience is right, but they... Okay, you can put your hands down, audience. Thank you so much. Can we have the answer on the board?
Yes, the answer was correct. Steve Wozniak, and you people are amazing again. See how I can stop myself saying amazing, amazing because you guys are, because you have the knowledge and that's very nice. Keep it up and keep growing. Can we have the next question now? What will be the next question? I'm so excited. Here it is. Who is the first female head of the automobile manufacturer General Motors? The options are on your screens. Let me know the correct answers in the chat box.
I guess we have so many budding female entrepreneurs here. It just makes it all better.
Yes, it is. See, the chat box is filled again. Yes, you guys are correct. You are all very correct. And it's okay if you're not, because we are here to learn, right?
Exactly. So moving on to the answer. Answer is option number 1, as our audience said, Mary Barra. So moving on to the next question. Who is the founder of Nykaa? And also tell me, what is your favorite makeup product along with it? I guess every one of us loves Nykaa.
Of course, everyone loves makeup. But you know, Mata Sundari College for Women, they have natural beauties, right? Right there, sitting, smiling, learning, growing together right now at the moment. But okay, you can let us know what are your favorite products. Come on, everyone.
So, yes, it's very necessary to moisturize your face.
Of course it is.
So I think we have a lot of correct answers here.
Okay, now I am feeling like I should know something because I have zero knowledge about makeup and everything, and they're like writing so many things, and I'm like, what? Is it a thing?
So moving on to the answer now. Falguni Nayyar, our audience was bang on. There was no 50-50.
Now let's have the next question on the screen. Who is the chairperson of Park Hotel Group? The options are on the screen. Priya Paul, Suchi Mukherjee, Namita Thakur. And the correct answers. People are writing me to 0 in makeup. Thank you for supporting me. I feel like okay now. I'm like normal. We are getting the answers. Someone says 3. Twinkle says 3. Priya Paul. Charu Malik says 1. Keep going, guys. You all are so knowledgeable, I would say. I'm serious. And now it's time to display the correct answer. Can we have the answer on the screen, please? Priya Paul. Yes, you all were right. Congrats.
So now moving on to the next and probably the last question.
Uh-oh. Is this gonna end now?
Founder of VLCC. We have a lot of questions here related to female entrepreneurs. And so I would like to ask this question to my audience. Who is your inspiration and who is the female entrepreneur you look up to?
Okay, this is a tough question now. But we have the answers, I guess, in the chat box. People are saying, we'll answer your question later. Let's first answer what's on the screen, I guess, Kinjal. Right?
Yeah.
They're so excited. Answer. They are answering 1. Kanishka Dua says 1. Riya Jain says 1. Vandana Luthra, they say. Okay, now it's time to see what's the correct answer.
Okay. The answer is Vandana Luthra. Our audience is always correct. I believe before moving on to the next question, as I asked this question to the audience, who is your inspiration? Like, which female entrepreneur is your inspiration? You can write in the chat box their name and also some lines about them and what inspires you.
Yes, we would love to know who are your role models. We would love to know for whom you look up to and everything. Come on, everyone. Let's see.
Shreya Tiwari writes in the chat box, Indra Nui is her inspiration.
That's great. That's great to know.
Come on, audience, be active. Write in the chat box, who is your inspiration? It can be anybody. It does not have to be a female entrepreneur. Just which female is your inspiration? Drishti says it's PV Sindhu.
The nation is proud of her, so of course we are. We got some lines. Yeah, can you please read it out?
Yeah. Janvi says Muniba Mazari, Iron Woman of Pakistan. She became the national ambassador for UN Women after being shortlisted in 100 Inspirational Women of 2015 by BBC. That's an amazing inspiration, Janvi. Lata Mangeshkar, Falguni Nayyar, the founder of Nykaa. So now we will move on to the next question by the time our audience will get time to think.
Yes, and the question will be soon on the screen. And here it is. Who is the founder, CEO, and chief engineer at SpaceX? Okay, interesting question it is. And we have the options as well on the screens. Read it out. Let us know what's the correct answer according to you.
Our audience is very fast. I think they're very smart.
They are really as if they're just sitting. Yeah, they'll ask and now I will type. It's like how it's going on, I guess.
Exactly. So can we have the answer on the screen? And I think our audience is correct. The answer is Elon Musk. Thank you everyone for joining us in the B quiz. We will be ending the quiz now as Rishabh sir has joined us. Passing on the mic to Ishpreet ma'am. And we will start with a session 2 of MSCpreneur'21.
Thank you everyone. Over to you, ma'am.
Manjot ma'am will.
Thank you so much, Kinjal. Welcome, Rishabh sir. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manjot Kaur, Assistant Professor in Department of Commerce and co-convener of this event. Welcome all my dear participants to second session of Entrepreneurship Conclave 2021. It's a privilege to welcome the speaker for this session, Mr. Rishabh Goel, co-founder and CEO, Credit Journeys. Mr. Rishabh Goyal is an experienced investment professional with a demonstrated history of working in investment banking industry. He has a strong financial background with degree of BTech from IIT Delhi. He is skilled in risk modeling, derivative trading, portfolio management, etc. He was featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia list 2021. He recently represented India in Israel as a member of Indian delegation in the World Governors Expedition. He is co-founder and CEO of Credit Journeys, which is a global debt resolution platform backed up by many credible investors. He has also worked as a risk analyst at BlackRock and an investment analyst at Deutsche Bank. Thank you, sir, for accepting our offer and being part of this event. We welcome you, sir, and look forward to hear from you. Not taking much time, now I hand over the virtual mic to Rishabh, sir.
No, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the warm introduction here. And it's my pleasure to be here and talking on my journey per se. But just want a quick introduction here as to what is the audience we have. Is it primarily from a college or what all is the set of the audience here?
Yeah, so mostly students, sir. Students.
Okay. Got it. So maybe I think I'll try to keep it interactive because like a monologue will not be very useful. Just maybe firstly quickly introducing myself. I think majority of it was covered, but just quickly introducing myself. So graduated from IIT Delhi sometime back. Mostly spent my time after my graduation with the banking industry only. So it's also not a natural shift. I think I come across this question multiple times. Like coming from a technology background, what are you doing in banking? What are you doing in investment? Like where you have done your bachelor's in engineering from an IIT, and that is not a natural curve. Yes, so I think that is also one of the big questions which everyone poses here. But what we see that maybe in any course, and I think you are also pursuing like your bachelor. So maybe I think in bachelor's you are not getting any expertise in full-fledged any particular course as such. It's majorly you are developing your analytical skills, you are developing your skills which will be relevant from a business use case later. So here during your time at college, maybe at any bachelor's course, you're majorly learning some interpersonal skills, some soft skills, so which can be leveraged in any industry you're working at. So actually figuring out what is the right skill set and where you need to work can be figured out during bachelor's basis, or essentially what you like and what you don't like in that. So here my inclination was towards maths, was towards more major number. I got interested in a lot of analytical things doing on. So hence got hired with Deutsche Bank as my first job, where we were trading, majorly doing some trading activities in the US and the UK markets. And it required majorly your mathematical abilities. It was not nowhere related to any financial abilities you bring on the table. It was primarily you can learn that on the job. But if you're learning, if you like maths, if you like some analytics, you can do that. So I think that was how I entered Deutsche Bank, which was after my engineering job, and it was not a clear inclination. I had done any course in finance. After that, majorly looked at multiple problem statements, worked around different aspects. Was also working around different areas which was pertaining to distressed assets. So when I say distressed assets, essentially can be anything which is not giving you any substantial returns. Maybe you have given you're not getting interest. Maybe you have bought an asset or a real estate which is not you're not sell that off. It's an illiquid asset. Anything which is pertaining to that distressed pool. So we were working on that, and in India system, I think there was a lot. NPA is rising. It is hampering the economy. It is hampering. So a lot of buzz, which essentially, and in every economics course, I think there's a separate chapter which essentially NPAs are rising and how the bad debt situation is like it's going off. We need something to address it. I think that was a trigger point where we thought that maybe just from an outside view, we can also get our hands dirty and figure out what essentially is the problem statement, what we need to do here, and how we can try to solve this, or maybe do a small contribution there. That's where a tactical shift happened, where being a part of a very big organization like Deutsche or BlackRock where I worked, I started my own venture, which was named Kid, and it was primarily with the ambition to solve the a rising NPA crisis, and to figure out essentially we can enable technology to work out and how we can essentially help that. So that was the initial shot. It was shot in the dark. You don't know what will work, what will not work. Taking a step in the right direction, that is also something you also not aware. So at that point in time, there was some feeling that you have to try to solve this, address this. Hence, took that plunge. But pretty well, as in that when we started, it was essentially that we were trying to figure out what are the mechanics or the nuances of the market. But over time, we saw there's a huge opportunity in India, a huge opportunity in India itself first, which needs to be addressed, and then we can essentially go global. So we started in 2019, essentially 2019, and at this point in time, I'll talk about more in depth as to what we do. But in 2019, and this is 2021, so 2.5 years, saw good traction, saw a lot of traction from all the across the ecosystem. We ended up raising a couple of rounds even in terms of investment. Raise was around $25 million, which valued it as over 110 million. And that is since the magnitude of problem we are trying to address is so big. So eventually all these numbers in that ecosystem. But what essentially we have done at this point in time is that we have been able to help various big private banks, including HDFC, ICICI Bank, multiple banks, in enabling them streamline their flows around.
Sorry to interrupt you. Your voice is not audible properly. Volume is less.
1 second, 1 second. I'm just trying to change my Wi-Fi, maybe 1 second.
Okay.
Is it audible now? Is it better now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I was just mentioning, I think the magnitude of the impact which was created by the solution in terms of addressing the increase in NPAs, and with the major banks, we were able to solve for a lot of different portfolios as far as banking is concerned. I think that was a major problem trying to solve at this point in time, and we saw like a lot of banks have been able to drive a lot of positive value, and hence we saw the solution at least work for these big banks, which is replicable across the multiple geographies now. So once we started in India, now we are there working across multiple geographies. We are there in multiple other Southeast Asian countries, including Indonesia, Vietnam, and some expanding our footprints even in the US now. So that is how the journey as of now. But I think I'll take a pause here. Also, would like to understand from your perspective. I think so here. What is there anyone who is trying to start up or any ambition, etc., etc.? So maybe any comment in time so that I can maybe make it more interactive and not a monologue as I'm as of now. Any particular anyone who is starting up or who is trying to start up or who has some idea or something you want to work out on?
Students, you can write in the chat box.
We surely have so many budding entrepreneurs out here. Please show your enthusiasm in the chat box.
Yeah, I think that would be great, because just I speaking, I think would not make complete sense, because it should be able to we should try to make it more interactive. Yeah. How to start in the banking segment? I think so. The question is that since I shifted to banking, how to enter the banking segment, right? So there are no specific exams, as I think you mentioned that what all exams you can give. Like if you're trying to make a complete tactical shift in terms of your stream, Maybe there are a lot of certifications, like I did my CFA and FRM, which are two certifications. One is in the risk management, one is in the on the investment side of it. One is primarily to teach you the investment skills from to purely investment banking perspective, and other is on the risk management side. So these are two most accredited certifications. So you call it CFA, and the second is FRM, which is a financial risk management. So these are the two certifications which essentially, if you want to build an like experience in the investment banking industry, or you want to essentially enter that segment, but it's not the only skill, it's not the major skill set. If you have some inclination, I think you can try out what essentially the job profile looks like. It's majorly you have to do a lot of number crunching and some interest with maths, etc. As far as exams are concerned, if you're truly interested and maybe you want to just showcase that that is something how you want to do, maybe you can essentially try your hands at CFA or FRM. Maybe even the initial levels will give you a lot of good perspective as to what the job will be able to provide you. So I think that is one particular thing which essentially.
Thank you, sir. Someone has written in the chat box, what is that one thing you would like to instill in all the new entrepreneurs with to have a successful outcome of their hardships?
Sure. I think this is something which also is a very relevant question actually. Here, what essentially you should think before entering in this segment, before taking up entrepreneurship, before like do you have to like how essentially you overcome those hardship, or maybe it's not a widely accepted notion that you are starting up, etc. Like just while I was also starting up, I was working with BlackRock, and it was a good incentive job, high compensation, etc. And while I was trying to leave that job, obviously it was not an easy thing to do. A lot of questions within the family, outside the family, as to what essentially you're trying to do. You're just trying to disrupt your stable life. It is a good cash in hand, etc., etc. But I think it's a big question which you have to understand and ask yourself. Like I was of the view that I don't want to be a very small part of a big organization rather than becoming a very big part of a small organization. If the impact of my work is visible, maybe what I'm doing or what I'm trying to do is something which might not work out, but at least there'll be no repent that you didn't try. It's better to fail and having tried that out rather than living with that repent that you have never tried out. So that is something which essentially also, with multiple quotes on those lines, you can get anywhere from anyone, but those actually are very fruitful in terms of enabling you take that decision. Even after 2 years, if things would have not worked out, I may have returned back to my corporate life, I may have returned back to what I was doing earlier, but with not that feeling of repent, I would have been able to give time more dedicatedly on my corporate job then, and with a much more peace of mind, rather than I doing it maybe half-heartedly with something which I want to work out. And you have to obviously give it a shot. Like you have to give it a shot, and maybe the risk appetite at in young age is higher. As in that, when I say young age is high, and eventually also specifically even on the women entrepreneurship, I think we can see that as of now, even from an investor standpoint, I can say that there is obviously an inclination, and there's an always an inclination to support more women entrepreneurs at this point in time, and eventually to enable them also come out of these social nuances which essentially are there. There is that a woman cannot run a company, etc., etc. So I think there is a specific inclination at this point in time, I would say, which is a good bias even in the investment community to back good women founders who are coming and to encourage them to do that. So like both the questions here are answered, that you have to take a plunge, and then even if you take a plunge, like don't let this thinking that maybe I'm a girl, I'll not be able to do it. I think that is something which essentially is at this point in time is not there.
Yes, truly, sir, that level of self-satisfaction is really needed. Otherwise, you will regret. So the next question that we have is, what is the key difference between a small business and a startup? And what qualifies something as a startup?
This is also a very interesting question. I think this is also a question which majority of people also fail to understand. Like, how do you differentiate between a business, a core business, and a startup, right? So if I have to say, every business is a startup essentially, but it's not a startup per se. The reason being that it majorly depends upon the quantum of impact you are creating. As in that you can start a shop in a nearby geography and it has a huge potential that might work out, and you are getting good profits. But when we say a startup, it is essentially trying to address a bigger problem, as in a problem which can be, it can impact everyone's life. It is not specific to a particular section of society or maybe a small setup which is in place, which is just for the profit per se. But essentially, it can impact everyone. Let's say, for example, Flipkart. For example, Flipkart. I think the Flipkart created an idea that anyone who is essentially, like, first you can order online, but it also is providing even the sellers who are selling to increase their sales, as in that now they have tied up with multiple stores on or like which is retail stores, and they are essentially selling the mobiles to that. They are selling multiple other things through the Flipkart, and Flipkart is just a logistics partner for them. So it has impacted almost every shopkeeper's life in some way or the other. It has impacted and has created a wide scale impact across the different geographies. So maybe a startup is an idea which essentially is trying to create a massive impact. Like, the magnitude of the opportunity being addressed is huge, and is not a simple business which is essentially running on a cash flow or maybe running profitably. It is primarily that you are trying to create a bigger impact, and the market you are going after is huge. Maybe it's Udan, who has recently become a unicorn. So they are also trying to tie up with all the tier 2, tier 3 markets, these shopkeepers, and enabling them with some supply chain financing, enabling them with getting more suppliers on board. So all these are trying to create an impact across the chains, whereas a business is something which essentially can run in its individual capacity. Now, if I have to categorically mention, you can just think of it how large it can become over time. So what is the potential opportunity, or what is the potential market size, if I have to say. So that categorization will essentially be done via that.
So there's this question in the chat box that I am also very curious about, since I saw your portfolio. What inspired you to move from a technical background to a banking sector?
Or yeah, as I mentioned, I think so technical background and that point in time, I think so. There's obviously a saying that you first do your engineering and then figure out what you want to do. So that was also applicable in my case. I did my engineering, was on the engineering course, also was trying to figure out what essentially I want to do with this life. And there, maybe I was good at some analytical skills, mathematical skills, and I figured out that maybe a banking role or investment role. It was not a pure banking. It was majorly my role was in trading and figuring out some algorithm strategies, some quant part of it. So it was majorly, I thought that my analytical or mathematical abilities can be tested out there, and I would be able to essentially work in an area which I like. That was a major shift. It was not a core banking job where you have to learn all the financial aspects. It was a combination of a technical, a quant, and a banking role. And you have an option to ultimately shift towards the banking side after that also. Like, after my technical stint, I did, after joining Deutsche, let's say, I did my different certifications as I was mentioning. I did my CFA, I did my FRM to get a hands-on experience as to what the banking role lies for me. But it was not a per se a pure banking job. It was majorly related with it.
So there's this question that what is that best advice you would give to a new startup, someone who's planning to start a new startup?
So here, I think if someone has taken that call, it is the best call. You should definitely do that. Now, I would rather say I'll try to enable you take steps and also tell you what should be your step 1, step 2, step 3, as in to figure out you are in the right direction, and you are just not starting up for the sake of it. Maybe has become buzzword, hence you're doing that. Essentially, firstly, you try to understand what kind of problem you are trying to solve. So like that, there can be an instance that what you feel as a problem might not be a problem actually. Hence, we call it that you have to get a product market fit. When we say that, essentially it means that what you anticipate to be a problem, whether it's actually a problem or it's just a hypothetical problem. But that you will only get to understand when you enter the market with maybe that stupid problem which you think is a problem. You can enter the market with that same problem statement which you feel is a problem. But over time, market will tell you a lot of different things as to what should be done. Is it a problem, or maybe some close adjacencies to that problem statement? So you should be flexible enough in your approach to understand, like maybe it's not the exact problem statement. I might have to tweak it a bit, but essentially that flexibility is there, that I'll go with a flexible attitude that I might need to tweak this idea or might need to tweak the product to enable solve actual problem and not solve a problem which is hypothetical and it's not existing. So that is one, figuring out the right problem statement, tweaking it a bit to essentially fit that market. And then probably after that you come across these aspects where you are figuring out whether you have to raise funds or not, which investors to go after. I think the investment becomes a very important part at this point in time for majority of people who think of starting up, which is right or wrong. Like there's no right answer to that. But definitely raising an investment should not be related to a success metric. It's essentially how big an impact you are able to create in terms of your core business. And investment is just a way to reach to that end. It is not an end goal. It should not be an end goal. It is never the end goal, because investors ultimately will also require you to give them a return. So that can only happen from a business if the business is doing well. Just raising one round after the other will also not be sufficient here. But yes, having said that, first round or first set of believers is very important, so that you also get a head start that yes, there is some validation which has come into this, and now I am required to execute. So I think that is important. But for that, a lot of angel communities have existed. A lot of angels investors have come in. Multiple people now focusing on angel investment because it's working out. It's working out, and for every one of them. And here India has become I would say that we call Israel as a startup nation, but now if you see in India there's so many startups and even the government promoting them, and even the angel investors, there are so many angel investors that like here in terms of the startups versus the angel investors, I would say the ratio is almost 1:5 now. Like for 5 startups there is one angel investor. So that is not very skewed at this point in time. So you should definitely try to get some initial investment so that you get a backing, which essentially will support you mentally, morally, and also will enable you get that validation. But your step should be first figuring out whether it's right problem statement I'm going after, which you have to do on your own without raising an investment. And after you have got an answer to that, you should try to get some initial validation and then execute.
So there's this related question to the previous question that I asked. What is the biggest mistake that most people do before starting a startup?
Yes, I think what I can say from my experience, I think what essentially major people try to do is over optimize. Firstly, when I say over optimize, essentially that trying multiple things in a single go. I'll be doing my job as well. I'll be starting up as well. So the focus is completely lacking as to what they want to do. So they are trying out 4 things at the same time and nothing is working out. Like you are working half-heartedly at your job, so you're not getting very good ratings from a manager in the job. You are not fully dedicated to your startup, so that is obviously not giving any poor results. What I would say that there should be a sense of urgency if you have to get things off the roof, and if you have to actually start. So as a mistake per se, I think one is that if you have to take a call, you should take it, and you should not try to over optimize. Essentially, you're wasting time while doing that. And as a main mistake after starting up is something which I feel is not choosing the right problem to work after, or maybe just getting that stickiness factor to the problem you have chosen. That is one. And second is the majorly the team, the initial team which you are choosing to go after that problem. I think the 2 major pieces where we have seen most of the startups failing, that either the team construct is not right, you are not essentially getting the right stakeholders along with you who are there with you in the journey. And second is that the problem statement you have chosen, maybe you are too rigid on that and you are not flexible to tweak that towards what the market is trying to say. So these are 2 major things which I have seen the major startups fail are owing to these 2 reasons only.
So the next question is, knowing what you know now, is there anything you would have done differently when you were first starting?
I think yes, maybe yes. I would have quit my job a little bit earlier. I also took 4 or 5 years to figure out whether I should do that or like essentially should not do it, or whether it's the right problem statement to work after, etc., etc. So maybe I spent last 1.5 years half-heartedly on my job and on my startup, which essentially was a waste of time. So that is like was not allowing me to focus on my job and also my startup. Hence, I would have taken that call a bit earlier and not waited for this thing to happen. But after starting up, I think after the journey started, maybe by God's grace, it was everything I learned over the journey. was essentially these team building activities, which essentially is very important and crucial while you start up. Luckily, got a very good team who is working out pretty well at this point in time, and also got a good set of initial believers in terms of the investment. So maybe I think luckily the things started in the same direction and as was planned. But apart from starting up early, I think during the course, I don't think till now there is something I would have done differently as of now. Maybe after some time the scenario would be different, but at this point in time I feel maybe the things happened as it was planned, so there was no major fluctuation. But yes, one thing I was very much clear that I was at least mindful that this might also fail. So I was mindful of the fact that this might also fail, and I was mentally prepared for that also. So it was primarily I gave my best shot. I was obviously not willing to give up very easily, but I was also prepared that this is there's a possibility, and you have to weigh both the aspects and then go into that segment. So that is something which essentially everyone should be aware of while entering this.
So we have a lot of questions about how to be confident after having a financial loss, or how can I survive after a financial loss?
So come again on that question.
So they're asking that how to be confident after having a financial loss, like how to be stable and have a stable mindset and everything.
Maybe I think if there is any history and where I think you feel that maybe your earning is important or your salary is important and people are dependent on your salary as such, so there the risk appetite automatically reduces. Like I think that is, if that is a question, it is a very valid question, that if suppose someone is dependent on me, or maybe there was some loss earlier which I need to bear, or may I need some financial stable income to bear that loss, or maybe I'm not in that right mindset to start up at this point in time, then I think you should not. Definitely not at that point in time. Firstly, the risk appetite should be there, as in that when I was starting, I knew that no one is dependent on my salary. No one is dependent. Everyone is self-sufficient at home. So no, I'm essentially spending my own salary on myself only. So there was no one who is dependent on me, and I am self-sustainable. I can, even with my savings, I can sustain for 2 more years. So that was the time I took that call. But if you feel that there is some dependency of others on you, I think you should be mindful of immediately starting up. That is one advice. And we have seen a lot of startups where essentially just for the sake of it, they do, and then essentially they're not able to focus a lot and always in financial crunch because of the same reason, that the background or the financial stability is not there at the back. So I would definitely not recommend that if someone is dependent on you, you should immediately go with that step. And you should firstly figure out maybe a stable income, and then side by side, like obviously then, as in like that is contradictory to what I said earlier, as in that you should not be doing two things at the same time. But if this is the situation, I think then maybe you have to dedicate some extra hours, etc., etc. But you should not do it at the sake of someone who is dependent on you. The reason being that you will not be able to 100% devote yourself to that thing, and hence I think that mix of the right peace of mind and the financial stability is very important.
I'm sure, sir, hadn't you faced those things, you wouldn't have been with so much of experience. Now, next question is, few things we can include in our daily routine or make a habit which will help in our growth, enhance our knowledge in all these sectors.
In your daily routine, I think so. Firstly, just subscribe to all these startup stories which are there. I think there's a lot of ideas which you get and come across, what different things are being tried out in the market. So all these forums, which maybe can then multiple other channels which are covering the startup stories, and they are also not covering only funding stories. They're also covering now some innovative startups who are coming up, and maybe you can become a part of these entrepreneurship cells where essentially anyone who is starting up, we just get to interact with them. So every college, as you also have, right? We also used to have our entrepreneurship cell, and I was, by the way, leading that entrepreneurship cell at IIT Delhi for almost 2 years, where we used to invite multiple stakeholders. And my first investors were the guys who I invited for that entrepreneurship cell event at college. So we invited Kunal Behl and Rohit Bansal at that point in time, who were the Snapdeal founders, and Snapdeal was at almost at its peak during that time. So both of them ended to be my first investors who wrote the check, and just basis that I knew them. It was not on the idea. It was not on anything. It was just that I personally knew them and they just took a call on me. That's it. So I think that sometimes also becomes very important that you are connected within the community, and you essentially know who are the right stakeholders and what are all the type of ideas being worked on, right set of people. So you can firstly become a part of different clubs, as I mentioned, and also at least subscribe to all these various startup forums which are there, and a lot of people who write on startup, like Ken. I have myself subscribed to Ken, and I get to read a lot of interesting stuff around what is going in the startup ecosystem. So like being myself in the startup ecosystem, I also don't have 100% of knowledge as to what is going on in other teams or in other fields, but reading those things, you get to get good perspectives to do that. And maybe that is one question where essentially you should try to gauge multiple forums, and you should try to absorb as much as possible and be a part of these communities. Second, in routine, if you mentioned that what I need to do in routine to do that, maybe just spending 1 hour daily on figuring out like if suppose creating any B plan, you can just create any B plan and just figure out, work for it on for 2 weeks, 1 week or 2 weeks, trying to do a small pilot, as in that whether it is working or not, that you can do alongside your college. And essentially we also used to do a lot of activities, कि ये t-shirt पे design बना के let's try to sell it, let's try to get it manufactured and see that we are getting initial sellers or not. Within the college you can try to do that, but that will give you some initial validation of what essentially you thought was right or not. So maybe those type of some small entrepreneurial stints you can do at any point in time, and it is not from a majorly creating that into a big business, but just seeing that whether the line of thought or my thought process is right or not. I think that validation also will enable you to take big decisions later on in life.
Sure, sir. I am surely believe that most of the people sitting here would agree with you that societies and clubs do give exposures and growth. So someone in the chat box wants to ask that, can you explain angel investors a little more?
Got it. So I think angel investors, as the name suggests, they are acting like an angel and giving you money when you require the most. And it is on majorly on an idea. It is, you don't have a validated business yet. It's primarily you as an individual, how they feel or like about you. It's a majorly a bet on the founders than on the idea at that stage. So angel investors are a group of people. Like I have also started investing myself. I have started invested in maybe 7-8 startups. So it can be very small amount. It can be amount to a tune of maybe 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, or obviously it has 1 CR, 2 CR also, which some angels do. So these are small angel investors who maybe from a startup community themselves earlier. Like as I mentioned, our angel investor was Kunal Bell. So he's a Snapdeal founder. So he wrote a check of around 1 crore at that point in time to us. So he wrote that in his individual capacity. So angels are primarily people who are there from the startup community or who essentially have started their own businesses in the past and now have started investing and giving back to the community. It's what they call it, that someone believed in them, so they have to give that back to someone else. So now it's essentially small group of people who can invest maybe 5 lakh, 10 lakh. And as a startup, you just need to bring all of them on board, as in that you can just collect their amounts, small amounts, and make it a big round. So essentially then it can enable that you are bringing, let's say 10 angels who have invested 10 lakhs. So overall it becomes 1 crore for you. And for that angel, I think that amount is not a big thing, because reason they have already made some money with their previous companies or taken some exits, etc. So they have just invested to get involved with you, to help you in that journey. And they're actually the ones who truly are helping hands for you to get the business off the roof. After angel round, a lot of other rounds also happen. There are multiple institutional rounds which can happen. There are multiple VCs which come in, but angels are the ones who will get actually involved in your businesses with you and try to figure out what is working, what is not working, and trying to help you out. So, and they're the first backers when no one essentially has invested in you, and it is majorly an idea on paper or you as a team which they generally back. So there is no as such validated business which is up and running. So I think that is not the stage. Angels are generally the first initial stage of investors.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a clear clarification on that. Someone in the chat box is asking, as we all are second and third year students, can you give any idea to start a startup and at the same time focus on our study, like how to manage both of them side by side?
I think people are doing part-time jobs and also then managing a startup. So alongside studies, it's not a big deal to actually do, provided you're managing your time well, which is very important. So if you're trying to do any startup alongside study, I think it's easily doable. And even during our time, we did have a lot of extra time where we used to do all these activities. Like what we tried to do, maybe I think we just tried to see how we can sell some t-shirt which is a branded t-shirt, and let people design the logos, etc., and let people design that, and make their own shirts basically, and then we'll essentially help them pack, etc., etc. So that was something which we tried out alongside, and we thought that it worked really well. Though we had to go to all the manufacturing hubs, get that created, sell that off. It was not from any business perspective. It was primarily to understand whether what we are doing is working or not, and that actually created a sense of purpose and motivation. Also, it was not primarily, we didn't never thought that this was an extra job or work we are doing. It was out of interest we used to do those activities, and that you ultimately find time if you are genuinely interested in doing those things. So essentially, it's not a time management. Then it is primarily, if you are interested, you will manage both of them. It's not a big deal. As far as ideas are concerned, what idea you can start with? I think that is, there are a lot of problem statements. There are n number of problems, and also that will be available in public domain also. You can just Google the set of problems different companies are working on. N number of problems to be solved. It is just primarily seeing that whether what I'm trying to solve will create a meaningful impact on someone's life. And first, that is a major one. What is the size, quantum of the impact? Whether it's worth me spending that much time. When I say that, it essentially means what is the magnitude of the problem and how big an impact can be. That is the other part. And then the third part is whether I'm able to get the right team to execute that. Like, everyone has ideas. Today, if anyone says and comes to me कि आपका idea है, तो ऐसा है कि our idea is also not novel, right? Anyone, if they want to do, they'll maybe we do it in 2 years, they'll take 4 years, but we'll do it. So it's essentially how we're able to pull that off and execute, because ideas can be multiple. Ideas can sound very intuitive, but essentially it's the execution which matters. So maybe ideas, in terms of ideas, we'll find plenty of ideas, and they are also in public domains and different problem statements. Like, I myself know a lot of these tweaks which are happening in multiple industries, and there are a lot of unanswered problems also, which we feel that if sorry, I'm audible.
Yes, you are now, sir.
Yeah, so in terms of the ideas, I think there are multiple, and we also, like, once you enter this ecosystem, you will also figure out so many ideas to be worked upon. So I think that is something you will with time, and also once you enter the ecosystem, you will automatically get to learn.
Thank you, sir. I am sure there are so many budding entrepreneurs sitting right here, and your advice is really going to help them. So, probably the last question, being the co-founder, how does your typical day look like?
This is a very interesting question. I think so. Here, for me, I really, I think there is no particular time I'm working or I'm not working. So for me, I think eventually all my Sunday seems also booked, and that may be due to our internal meetings, etc., etc. But here at this point in time, I think there is no categorization as of now I have in terms of work or life or work-life balance as such, because I'm really enjoying what I'm doing. Hence, my daily schedule is almost, I firstly I have follow a strict disciplinary routine also, because I think that is only way I can sustain at this point in time with what all responsibilities I have. So there's a strict routine which I follow of waking up on time, a quick morning jog, and then coming to the work and then executing all the responsibilities. But here, my schedule obviously starts from 6 in the morning and goes up to 10:30. Majorly that time is spent with the team members, with the clients, etc., etc. But yes, so keep time for myself, maybe 1.5 to 2 hours daily, where in which I whatever I want to do. As in that, if I like playing cricket, I do play cricket. If I like playing, going to gym, to go to gym, or if whatever I feel like, if I want to read some book or some comic which I have left. So be a window of 1.5 to 2 hours which I have kept for myself. But after, apart from that, it's primarily spent on work, and they're also on work. I think it's not that I'm feeling exhausted or I'm energy. It's primarily that you have to get involved there and you don't feel any burden as such. So for if you're genuinely liking what you're doing, so there is no concept of call a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering that question and, in fact, answering all the questions. Your words have motivated us to give our best in future, and your deep and intellectual way of imparting knowledge has added to the glory of this event. And before passing on the mic, let's have a picture with you, sir. I request everyone to kindly turn on their cameras.
No, thanks a lot. It was a very relevant set of questions. Maybe I think we can see a lot of budding entrepreneurs after the college. So great to hear that.
Truly, sir. So on the count of three, let's just smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to pass over the virtual mic to Manjot ma'am.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rishabh, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. So continuing with session 2, now I would like to introduce you all to the next speakers for this session. So we have amongst us Ms. Shakun Vijay, Head Shiro's Helpline and Communities, and Ms. Siddhika Agarwal, Co-founder Mahila Manam. So introducing our speakers, so Ms. Shakun Vijay is a counseling professional with 8+ years of experience. She currently heads Ask Shiro's Helpline of Shiro's, which is a chat-based support service. She also heads communities and ensures the empathy meter on platform is high. She is a committed person with a vision in mind to establish herself in word of counseling and coaching to help people lead a happy life. She has also worked as a head counselor at lovedoctor.in, as a guidance counselor in OP Jindal School, Tagore International School, and mental ability instructor at Nirja Modi School. We welcome you, ma'am, and look forward to hear your inspiring words. Let me also introduce you all to Ms. Siddhika Agarwal, who is co-founder of Mahila Money. Ms. Siddhika Agarwal has served multinational organizations and gained cross-functional experience in risk advisory, consumer research, and business turnaround. She has helped to set up the India office of System 1, a London headquartered market research firm, and served as a chief of staff at MNTC PAM. She has also worked at Brain Juicer, a London-based market research firm set up in India in 2012. Miss List. She is now building Mahila Money, the aspiring woman of India. We welcome you, ma'am, and would like you to share your journey and experience with us. With this, let's start with this session. I now hand over the virtual mic to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone.
Over to Shakun Vijay, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for inviting us and also welcoming us. So, hello, everyone. I'm Shakun. And before we get on to the business, I would first like to have an interaction with you all. Hope you all had a hearty meal. We are standing at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not sure if you guys got your lunch or not, but hope you are ready to indulge into an open session to give shape to your entrepreneurial dreams. I'm Shakun from Shiro, and before we start this discussion, I would like to tell you that we'll try to keep this more in Q&A format instead of just say what I have to say. I would like to listen to what you guys have to also, have questions and all that. So to be able to do so, I'm starting with a fun activity for you all. Just tell me in comments. It will tell me if you guys are really present or not. Just tell me in comments the last thing you ate that you ordered from outside. Come on, boys and girls. What did you eat last time from outside? Momos. Muskan had momos.
Shakun, that's a lot of pizzas and momos for you.
I know. I mean, I'm getting a full, seems like I'm getting a full menu or a menu from some very nice place. Many pizza lovers here, I guess. Devanshi says burger, momos. Oh my God. Momos is running ahead. Great. Oh, that's something new. Noodles pizza. Siddhika, aren't you feeling like little behind the time with these students?
I absolutely am. I'm also wishing that my metabolism would have accepted so much pizza, burger, and momos. I don't think that's possible anymore.
Yeah. Great. So I think we have a lot of foodies around. So guys, I was just trying to be smart to get your attention, and now I'll rush on to the real business. So I'll talk about Shiro's first. Shiro started in 2016 from a very small office, with a very handful people. We were not like a big team as we are now. And as of now, I'll say that Shiro's is a women-only social and commerce network accessible through Shiro's app and also Shiro's.com. We offer a variety of utilities to the members, from a marketplace to communities to free helpline to, helpline as in mentorship, peer-to-peer conversation, a lot more opportunities to build their career and identity, most importantly. And, if someone asks me how you define, I say we are reimagining how women use, experience, and benefit from the internet. It is significant, it is specifically, aligned to using internet as a tool for change. We all use internet in different manners. This is one of the way to use it in a productive manner, offering a space for appreciation, recognition, and growth for women. That's what most of the women in our country crave for. Another important aspect is safety and empathy and trust that comes with the platform. Why? Because we have a network of identified women only. When I say identified, we just verify whosoever is entering our platform is a woman through a selfie verification. So that's how we do that. Now, when I come to the journey, as I mentioned, we started in 2016 from a very small office. And back then it was just a career destination or a platform, a job platform for women. Over a period of time, we realized that there's a much broader approach. There's a lot more that women need, and there's a lot more that we can also do. So India is on internet. You all are on internet. And of course, be it any age, people are on internet. Yes, the ratio of women consumers is still less than men, but it is growing. So taking cue from expect market trends, we launched the current Shiro's app in 2018. We are currently standing in 2021, but this particular app was launched in 2018. So I'll not give you any, direct tips. I'll just do all of this in a storytelling format so that you guys can pick up cues from there. So when you talk about entrepreneurship, I heard that someone was asking, give me an idea, like how to start a business. In fact, what should be my idea, right? So that's something that I get asked a lot of time. So most of the successful businesses, run on the exclusive or the personal idea of entrepreneurs. It can be seen two ways. It can be one thing that is totally out of box, something that has never been done, or something that has never been imagined by anyone, and you are doing. That's one thing. Second, idea can be something which already exists, but you can bring it in a totally new packaging, with a new perspective. That's how idea can also be there. Now, it can be anything matching your skills, education, experience, interests, and even hobbies. You all must have heard that if you enjoy your work, there's a higher chance of succeeding. So hobbies also can become a basis of your idea for business. Now, starting any business would require you to do some homework, guys. Whatever you do in college or you have done in school, everything, the result comes out of the homework that you do. Same applies to business. You have to do some homework. To begin with, you have to identify your niche, have an idea for business, research and market requirements. You have to make a business plan. You have to have all of this in place, and then you get an idea of investment. It sounds lots to do, right? Yes, it is. But if you go step by step, you get a clarity, or you get a picture ahead of you how it will look like. So many business owners launch in gut feel or just in their emotions, and that's something that may not work. Gut and emotions backed by proper research and planning always can work, but only emotions and gut may not. So a true business person would always use research to support the business idea. Before actually getting into it, a lot of research is required, and some of the ways you can research, this is a question that I'm expecting कि आपने बोल दिया research करो, but how is the real question, right? So first of all, you have to identify your target. When you have an idea, you have to identify your target audience, as in like who will be interested in my idea. It can be a thing, it can be a service, it can be anything, but age group, who am I targeting? Like the spending capacity of those people, the fashion choices, maybe how often they spend time on shopping and all of that stuff. So you have to identify your target group. Then you have to also gauge the demand. When I say gauge the demand, there are things that we buy on monthly basis, there are things that we buy on daily basis, and there are things that we may buy once in a year or twice in a year. So you have to also understand that part. Once you do that, what you can do is you can just build a questionnaire about the products you would want to sell or the services you would want to provide, and circulate this questionnaire to the potential people. It can be something as simple as that. So for example, if I'm a home baker and I want to start, baking as a profession, I can pass on my questionnaire, my research paper to, I would say the results I'm trying to find out can be, I can get it from my neighbors, from my friend circle, from my even family, right? If they would even want to be interested to buy that or not. How to do this? Just make maybe a Google questionnaire or a Google form or something like that. Once you get your answers, you'll get an idea. This is just one way of research. There can be other ways as well, like interviewing people. If I am setting up something, say for example, Siddhika was she is setting up a neobank for us, so for women. So she has talked to, say, I would say like hundreds of women who are looking for services that we want to give. So that's something that you talk to your people directly. Third way is putting up questions on, online groups. As I mentioned, India is on internet. So when you go online, put up your questions on internet, on online communities, you may get help. Google Analytics is also another way to do this. Finally, when you have some guided answers, you will be in a best position to start at least a pilot. When I say pilot, it is you actually experiment your idea instead of going full board in the starting itself. Yeah. Start small with a small investment that may not hurt. Someone was asking that how can we manage with our education and setting up a startup. I'll give you an example. Like while I was logging in here 5 minutes ago, a 14-year-old child set up her shop on Sheroes. So she is of course a student because she's 14 years old, but she's also into painting. So she is bringing up her work on the shops for people, and people can just buy. I'll show you that as well in a while, but let's finish this part first. So this was one thing we discussed about the idea thing. Then you have to be really focused. When I say focus, I'll give you a very simple example. You have to have trust in yourself and your business idea. Of course, it need not to be just a blind trust thing, but backed by research. So there would be like many people. For example, we started. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So when we were building Sheroes, it was not easy for us because this is a women-only space and it raises many brows. But then we were focused towards the mission instead of paying our attention to criticism or anything that you get to hear negative. So you have to really be focused. Clarity of goal is another thing. Like you can't be rigid. For example, we started as a jobs platform for women, but we realized that is very narrow. Women need many other support, as in counseling, as in career guidance, as in they also need someone to listen to them. They also want to build an identity first and then may get into the workforce, or they may be also looking forward to get some skills, to acquire some skills. So we were very clear about our idea, but we were not rigid of the path how we want to reach that path, reach that goal. So you can't be rigid. You have to be really very flexible and realign your goals to the market trends. That means your mission remains same maybe, but your should be real. Also, you have to be really futuristic. Like all you do should be something that will be really valued in future. The things that you see are trending as of now, be it in form of businesses or the ideas, a lot has gone into building that. It is not something that is done within like 6 months or a year's time. Maybe people started like 5 years ago and now you are seeing that thing is trending. So you have to be futuristic in that sense. Maybe get the, get the benefit of being early risers in that space. Next important thing that I say is scalability is very important. Like every day, whatever you do, you need to think about how is it scalable? Can I grow it 10 times? Because you can't be stuck in the same place for next. Market is so fast paced that you cannot even think about staying in the same place for just 1 year. On Zeros, every year we have done something new. And that's how we have grown into a team of 60 plus people now. Then important thing is you have to continuously learn and stay connected with your audience and with market both. I would also say what has helped us is listening to our members, because you get best ideas from your clients and customers. When you listen to them, you know what they actually are looking for, and that is an indirect form of research. Earlier when you were setting to launch, you were going to people to research what will work and what will not work. Now you have if you already have an audience base, you have to just listen to them so that you understand what they want. For Sheroes, I would say recently we have launched a commerce platform. That is a shop on Sheroes feature, wherein we allow every woman to set up her shop. Now, what does it look like? I'll just allow me a moment. I'll present my screen. So this is how Sheroes app look like. Is it visible?
Yes. It's loading the shop. Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how it looks like. This is a social commerce piece, as in you get to build your identity. You can sell your products. You can be a person who's dealing into reselling. You can be a person who is into handmade things. I'll show you the kind of products we have. So if you see, there are people who are doing handmade things. There are people, see, this is an artist. She's a stone artist. This is something that she has painted on a stone, on a small rock. So she has put it up here. You can just order from here. There are many other handmade hand artists as well. See, she's made something, table mat set. This person is selling, say, plants. So the idea here is we are allowing women to set up their online store. Post-pandemic, this is something which we all have indulged into. We all are into buying online, and before pandemic also it was there, but this behavior has grown with the pandemic, and women always wants to have their identities. This shop allows them to reach out to the larger customer base. So if you already into, I heard Ms. Ishleen told me that students have already made, some of them have made their shops on Instagram or any other social media platform. So when you are selling there, you are reaching out to a lot number of potential customers. through Shop on Sheroes, you can have your store actually, just like the offline store. You can add your products, share the links with anyone on internet and get. And this also allows you to keep a record of your sales, of your transactions and everything. And since everything is prepaid, your guarantee of getting your payment is there. Apart from this, we're also building a neo bank, Mahila Money, and we have the co-founder here with us, Siddhika. So I'll just pass on the mic to her. Siddhika, over to you, and then maybe we'll take over the questions.
Thanks so much, Shakun. That was really insightful. I think there's so much to learn from the journey of Sheroes and building women's internet. And thank you, for having us here and talk about our journeys. I'm going to very quickly segue from what Shakun was talking about in terms of how did they build Sheroes, and how did that journey of listening to women, what she said very importantly throughout, and she emphasized on it a couple of times, as you're thinking of your idea and your business idea and how you want to take it, one of the most important things to make a business sustainable is there a genuine customer need that your business is solving for, right? If there is a genuine need that your business is solving for, then there are many paths to achieve a solution for that need. But the one question we always need to ask ourselves when we're starting a business is, am I genuinely solving a need for a customer? Is there a possibility of a market for the business solution I have to be able to create it? And I think that's how the journey of Mahila Money started, as as a platform that really needed to be in the market. Look around yourself, guys, and think about financial services. How many of you really know how to navigate your own financial planning, right? Like, what does it even mean? Should I be taking a loan for my higher education? Should I be saving for my higher education? I know at some point, my parents will be dependent on me. So how do I save for their retirement? Like, all of these questions, I'd love to hear your responses in the comment box. Tell me if these are things that sometimes are questions in your head, but you don't know what to do about it. And we realized over the last year and a half through Sheroes, when we were listening to women on the platform and their challenges, that financial planning, financial services, financial products is a question mark for almost everyone, irrespective of educational background, irrespective of socioeconomic strata. It is a question for all women across all of these different segments. And this stems very, very deeply from the way our society is structured. To give you a little background, I mean, I've gone and done an economic honors from one of India's reputed colleges. I worked with the best of companies, and I've had the privilege of doing that. But was I ever sure that karna kya hai mujhe financial planning ke liye? No, I wasn't. I was actually very, very lost, because I came from a family that was very patriarchal, and the father of the family or the man of the family would always manage all the finances. And that is the story of most women across the country. Mahila Money stems from that need of a user, which is a woman in this case, and knowing that money is only a tool to achieve your goal. मतलब पैसा तो पैसा है ना, उससे आप कुछ करोगे आगे जाके, वो आपके किसी गोल के लिए काम आएगा. And that's what Mahila Money is about. We're creating a financial platform to really give access and bridge that gap between a woman's aspirations and the financial services that exist out there. Let me take a quick step back, because I know Ishleen had messaged us a few things that we should definitely touch upon. When I started out after school, I thought mujhe law karni hai. Maine law ke exam de diye. For 2 years, I was sure that I want to be a lawyer. So I went ahead, gave my law exams, then went into doing economic honors. I was like, theek hai, law mein to honi na, let me do economic honors. Did economic honors. After that, I was sure ki, matlab, there'll be some way I'll figure out and I'll go back and do law. As fate would have it, I kind of got through campus placement and went to EY. From EY, I went and I, kind of changed jobs after every 2-3 years until the time I'm here now at Mahila Money. Why is that important? Never feel sad. And when you're in the moment, you'll always feel like, hi, maine to is cheez ke liye, I was sure I wanted to do this, but it's not worked out. And you'll become all sad and you'll be all depressed and you'll be like, how will I even move forward in life? That's not how life works. Plans change from the smallest of one individual to the largest of businesses, like the way Shakun mentioned. You have one mission in your mind, but the path to that mission will keep changing, and you need to be agile enough to make that change in your life, to adapt to that change. And therefore, one of the biggest learnings of my life has been to be adaptable. Don't ever get stuck with one thing. Make sure that you're changing, you're adapting, and you're moving forward. That's one thing that I think today, having this opportunity to talk to students in colleges, this is something I wish someone had told me when I was in college. Ki, beta, don't worry, things will work out. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. There are many choices. That got me to, what did this help me with? It helped me with changing jobs and getting exposure at multiple organizations to do multiple things. And along the way, what happens is you keep picking up skills, right? So my first job helped me understand processes. How do you set up businesses? My second job helped me understand market research. How do consumers think? How do users think? My third job helped me understand turnaround, right? How does a business turn around? And with every job, you as a person grow, your skill sets grow. And today, when I have the honor of, kind of being a co-founder at Mahila Money, what's most important is all of those skills and everything that you learned along the way comes and becomes a part of how you can lead and set up a company. And trust me, setting up a startup is a lot of fun. It sounds like, oh my God, it's so exciting. Everyone around us is doing a startup, and looking at the women and workforce numbers in India, it's not very motivating. Women are only leaving the labor force, and therefore the opportunity that leaves us is for entrepreneurship. It is for us to take charge and do our own thing, right? But let me tell you 2-3 things that I think we've all learned along the way. And Shakun touched upon all of them briefly, and I'll just kind of expand in them. The first thing, when you're thinking of a startup and you're thinking of your idea, you're not only thinking about whether a user really needs that idea, but you're also thinking about, do I have the skill sets to be able to make this idea come true? If the answer is yes, great, you can at least start making your business plan, you can start researching your market. But more often than not, what happens is you don't know everything yourself, right? So you start finding the right people who can support you in that journey. You start thinking of your team, you start thinking of your co-founder, you start thinking of who are the right set of people you need to surround yourself with, who's that network of other people you need around you to really make this business idea come true. That's one. That is very challenging, but it's something that is very important. The second part of this is, as a co-founder, as a founder, as an entrepreneur, when you're looking at starting something, you have to be ready to do everything. There is no hierarchy. And if you're thinking of creating an organization in today's world where you bring in a lot of hierarchy, trust me, you will become very, very mundane and not even relevant to today's market very soon. Why is that important? As an entrepreneur, you have to lead by example. So you have to, get there, roll up your sleeves, really do the execution yourself, right? It could mean if you were in a physical office, painting the walls yourself and saying, hey, office khada karna hai, mujhe yahan pe walls paint karni hai. You can do that. Or you can also sit in the boardroom and say, I am going to, make this presentation to my board members. So you have to be ready to just set the example for everyone who will become a part of your team without having any ego. I think that is something that is really, really important. And the third one, which also becomes slightly specific to us as women, as especially from the kind of socio-cultural construct we all come from, a lot of times, we look for support. We look for guidance. Our families may not want us to go ahead and, do a specific kind of job, a specific kind of business. They may be very supportive of our lives and our decisions, but, we'll always have some kind of conflict in our head. And again, I'd love for you guys to put questions in the comments, but what really helped me during that stage was to find the right kind of people to be my advisors, to be my mentors, to be my guides, and also just friends to be around, right? Because entrepreneurship isn't always a fun, motivating thing. Sometimes you're also very lonely when you're an entrepreneur, right? You're like the top of the rung. So you constantly need to surround yourself with people who will motivate you, who will keep you going, and who will keep on supporting you, right? That was the third thing that we figured out was really important. With Mahela Money specifically, and coming back to that, for everyone who wants to over here, right? Think about not just the goals in your life, but now think about how do you want to achieve those goals, right? Do you start with saving money for an emergency first? Do you think about a health insurance first? Or do you think about saving for, a house, a car, or whatever your goal may be, travel, skilling, education, marriage, whatever your goals may be? How do you think about that financial planning? That's why Mahela Money comes into play. And what we've decided is there will always be 3 pillars for a woman to come onto the platform and really utilize and take benefit of. The first one is a community. Like I said, we all need someone to talk to. We all need support. We all need mentors. We need guides. That's a community where you can just walk in and find someone like yourself going through the same challenges, setting up a similar kind of business, and learning from their mistakes, learning from someone else, sharing your experiences, asking your questions. So that's our community. There's always going to be resource and support. So we will always have, with your first platform, you'll always have video support to be able to, understand where you are at in your journey. How do you kind of move forward? What are things that you can change about your life? And then you finally have, obviously, the banking solutions where you can open a savings account with us. You can take a loan. You can, get your insurance. And you can always ask for advice as to how do you really plan your financial journey. We're a really early stage startup, so we haven't launched our app. Our app goes live in the next few weeks, and that's when you'll be able to download us and really experience Mahela Money. But until then, we're all around you, and you can visit our website mahela.money, and you can find out more about us. So I will hand it over back to Shakun, and guys, we're all open for questions. So whatever questions you may have about Shiro's, about Mahela Money, about our journeys, anything that, kind of is something you want to know about, go ahead, ask us.
Sure, ma'am. You made the minds more curious. And of course, we have a bunch of questions with us, and soon the chat box will be filled. But first, I would like you both to, if you want to say and add up something more to these wiseful words of yours, please go ahead. And then we can start with the question and answer round.
I would say that keep your eyes and, ears and brain open. Never be close or never be judgmental about anything, and it should open many avenues for all the students. As Sadhika mentioned, we wish someone would have told us back then when we were in school or college. There was no support in that sense, but now internet has evolved so much for good that you can just make best use of it. There are so many mentors, there's so many people around to help you out. Just reach out.
Yeah. Sure, ma'am. Sure. That was such a great advice. And before beginning with the question and answer round, first of all, I, on behalf of Mata Sundari College for Women, would like to mention my sincere gratitude to our speakers, Ms. Siddhika Agarwal and Ms. Shagun Vijay, who gave their vital time and shared with us the knowledge wrapped in graceful thoughts and opinions. You made the minds very curious, ma'am. And so we are heading ahead with the question and answer round. And as you can see, the chat box is filled with the question. So I'll read it out for you, and I would request you both to please answer one by one, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so let's go with the first question. They say, how big a factor is luck in starting up? So, roll of luck, they're asking, ma'am. What would you like to add upon this? Please go ahead.
This is a matter of very personal belief, and I would not make a very short, comment on this. But everything falls in place when your efforts, your vision is in place. That's what my personal belief is. And I didn't mention it in beginning, but I would now mention it that I am a finance student myself. I by class 12, by class 10, I was not even sure what I have to do in my life. I wasn't even sure. I wanted to go for studying commerce, but my school and my parents wanted me to study science because I was topping my class. So they were like, you should study science, but I was not clear about it. I didn't like, I am being very honest, for the first time among so many people, that I couldn't understand chemistry. And that was my reason of not going for science. Commerce was not something that I liked, but science was something that I didn't like, one subject. So I thought that's not something that I want to do. I ended up being in commerce maths faculty. Then I ended up pursuing my CA because I could not get admission into a law college where I wanted. So I thought, let's do CA. I did that, but over a period of time, I realized, like while doing my internship of CA, I realized this is not something that I want to do. And I changed my path. It was not very easy. I come from a family wherein, finance and all of that is considered very important in terms of making your career and stuff. But then opting something so unconventional like counseling, from being a chartered accountant to counseling, this was a major shift. And I would say 8 years ago, this was not a known concept, not a very known concept in India. Still, counseling is seen as taboo, but I chose to get into this field. I started small, but always looked forward towards the opportunities that are coming my way and grab them. Just grab them. Don't wait for the right time to come. This is the right time and you have to grab the opportunities.
Yes, for sure, ma'am. Like it's just a thing to start and just grab the opportunity, because every time is the right time if you want to grow. So, ma'am, would you please like to add something? Or can we go ahead with the next?
I agree with Shaku, and the only thing I would say, guys, is read this book called Psychology of Money. It talks about luck in great detail. Read that book. I would definitely suggest it. I'll type it down here in the comment box. It's called Psychology of Money. And read the chapter on luck and fate. You will enjoy it. I'm sure you will. And yeah, I'm not going to add anything except that. Just read the book.
That's very fine, ma'am. We got you. And we have a big question right now. So I'll be reading it for you, adding my question with it as well. So what would you suggest the first most vital thing to start the journey as an entrepreneur? And what's the most important thing that is needed to feel more confident and right to move ahead in this direction? And now adding my question to it, just a little one, that, people ask, what do you want to become when we were small? Like, and we say, Papa, doctor, Mama, engineer. That's how we answer, right? So how do you, how did you get it that, this is the road we have to go? Of course, it's a turning point. Shagun ma'am said that it wasn't planned and she ended up being somewhere else. And that's how it works. But then how? It's still there in the mind. Please answer.
Siddhika, would you want to take that?
I'd love to. So, I'm going to break that question up into 3 parts. You said what's important, how do you even identify who you want to be, etc. ये सब ना हमें बहुत ही प्रेशराइज करके हमें बड़ा किया is my opinion. Okay, let's just put it this way. You as a person have something internally which is very close to you, right? You may really feel strongly about the society around you. You may want to do something for it. You may feel very strongly about, let's say, finance, let's say marketing, or, solving a problem. Or you may have an idea that, 10 years later, you want to live in a certain way. You want to have XYZ number of cars. You want to have a certain kind of house. Point being, and as an entrepreneur, you don't always need to know this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be an engineer. ऐसे नहीं होगा. You need to know that, this is what I want. This is how I want to feel. And you just go from there. I mean, I told you I wanted to be a lawyer. From there, I went on to doing economic honors, went to do EY to do risk advisory. From risk advisory, became a market research consultant. From there, went on to become chief of staff, which is nothing but preparation to be a CEO. And then here I am as a co-founder of a financial services platform. Kabhi financial services platform ke liye tayari bhi nahi ki thi, right? But here I am. And the point here being that don't get stuck with nomenclature, terminology, and any of these things that define the character of you. You define your own personality and you define who you are. Own that and just run with that. Uske baad, chahe that path leads you to becoming a MBA, whether that leads you to taxation, whether that leads you to becoming a baker, a shopper, whatever, you know, you could become a personal stylist tomorrow. I mean, the world of opportunities today is so large. Please don't let any label confine who you want to be. That's how I would put it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And you don't know how boosted up I am right now. I'm like, I can fly now. Like, it's like so much confidence and so much motivated I feel at this moment that you go ahead with it. And as you say, ma'am, you're speaking something?
No, I'm saying absolutely. That's what you should feel at any given time. Just have confidence in yourself. And I'm sure Shakun would add something to that.
Sure, ma'am. Shagun, ma'am, please go ahead if you want to add something.
We'll just move on to the next question. I see something.
Okay, ma'am, without any problem. So the next question is, this is to you, Sidika ma'am. Most interesting part about Mahila Money, what motivates you to be a part of it? And what is it one thing you learned working in big organizations such as EY Brain Juicer?
Okay, I'll take the second part first. I'm very glad EY. I think I owe that organization everything for knowing business ethics and just, you know, how to train yourself to be a genuine professional. Because large organizations like that are so set in their processes, they're so rigid and they're so, you know, everything goes as per a clock, right? You cannot move without meeting every part of your process. And I think that really helped me become I would like to believe, a very sound professional and learn business ethics from there. I still remember when we were recruited into EY, they had a session which was called business ethics and went to the you know, it went to the extent कि जब आप business dinners पे जाते हो तो अगर वो 7 plate वाली cutlery, 7 cutlery वाली dinner पे जा रहे हो तो कौन सा cutlery उठाना है, right? Like that's how well they groom you. But everyone has their own path, and I don't think one is better than the other. It depends on what is your life goal, right? What I find very exciting about Mahila Money, the first part of your question, is when I spoke to my co-founders and founders, Sairi and Weber, for the first time last year. You know, I took my time, and for 6 months, all three of us were researching what the market was, and we realized, and you guys tell me if you feel this way or not, every other financial service that is there today looks at women as pink credit card de do, ya pink bana do sab kuch, or
very agree. Yes.
Right? So, but nobody's going one level deeper and saying, hey, women don't even have assets in their name today because of the way the laws are. It's only changing now. So when a woman's going to take a loan, how can you ask her for a collateral which is an asset, right? मतलब property तो है ही नहीं उसके नाम पे, तो वो आपके paper पे property कहाँ से देगी, right? Why should she have to get a male co-partner, father, husband sign a loan paper? Why? There are genuine challenges that are needed to be made at a very product level. And that's what really excited me about Mahila Money. That's what we want to solve. This is not superficial. This is not कि आपको flowers पसंद है या pink पसंद है या ये पसंद है. It's genuinely कि, you know, if you look at a corporate differently and you bank for them differently, like you bank for your organizations differently than you do for an individual who goes to a bank, let's differentiate even between that individual who goes to a bank, right? Because we're different, our needs are different, and therefore let's really cater to those needs.
Of course, ma'am. Shakun ma'am, would you like to add something? I'm gonna ask this after every question, ma'am. I'm not gonna leave.
Add to the Mahila Money journey, you know, when we were just starting, we were just beginning, we had this discussion in our team. Like, when you are going to a financial institution or a banking institution, how is your experience when you just get into a banking setup to say maybe getting a loan, for applying a loan? How do you feel? And most of the people we talk to mention that they just want to run away. They want to quickly do the process and run away because it is so technical, or it is so much of things being asked that it is not so easy for women. So that's where we come from, that we want to simplify this thing. We want to go to the deeper level of understanding that what in general market women are being asked, they really don't have it, and we'll have to come up with a solution. It can't remain like that for rest of the life. That's the reason. That's something that drives me a lot about, you know, that motivates me about being connected and associated with Mahila Money.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering that. And as you shared now that we have a different kind of hardships or different kind of struggles, we are dependent differently. So continuing on that, we have questions and I will combining two of them. And they says, what changes did you do after you started your entrepreneurial journey? And
I'm sorry, I lost you in between. Can you please come again?
For sure, ma'am, of course. So what lifestyle changes did you do after you started your entrepreneurial journey? And what inspires you to keep going even after the hardships of life? This is amazing question. Please answer this.
Changes, I would say that for an entrepreneur, it can't be like putting life into 5 compartments, as in I want to do this at this time, I want to do this at this time. No, you have to go with the flow. You have to also plan to an extent. And the changes that I have in my schedule or my life is, I would say, I'm more alert. I am drive to learn. I have become more curious. I'm always after doing something or learning something, not necessarily about the work, but even in my personal life. That brings entrepreneurship always brings that in people.
Yeah.
Would you like to add something, Siddhika ma'am?
I mean, I think Shakun really clear, said it well. The only thing I'd add is I remember when I was in college, for me, my friends were everything, right? So my life would revolve around ki hum party karne ja rahe hain, hum dinner pe ja rahe hain, hum ye karne ja rahe hain. Like our lives were filled with so many extracurricular activities, whether it was just socializing or productive activities, but it was filled with activities. I think the only one change, and Rishabh mentioned this in his previous session, is discipline. I think जितना भी आप बुक्स पढ़ लो और लोग आपको बोलते हैं एट दिस एज व्हेन यू आर इन कॉलेज नहीं समझ में आता, मुझे तो नहीं समझ में आया था, बट व्हेन यू रियली गेट इनटू दिस शू of being a founder, co-founder, leadership, right? You understand the importance of discipline, and that's what makes it sustainable. अगर आपको discipline नहीं लाओगे life में, it's not like कि आप party नहीं कर सकते, आप friends से नहीं मिल सकते. You're doing everything, but you're doing it in a way that allows you to, live in a healthy way. I think that's the only thing you need to remember.
I would add
yes,
one.
Exactly, ma'am. Even sure.
I learned one more thing, that is prioritizing in my life.
Yeah. Very important. Very, very important. Prioritizing is really important. सब कुछ खुद नहीं करना है, सब कुछ अभी नहीं करना है. There are many tools to help you prioritize. I think very well said, Shakun. That's really important as well.
Yes, ma'am, for sure. You have to have a to-do list and the priorities needs to be clear. Then only you can achieve the short-term goals and achieve for longer ones. And then the next question is mine. Like, ma'am, the words, the names, sheroes. Like we've always heard heroes, the superwomen, like the superheroes, the Batman or something like that. So the word sheroes is it in itself so wide and so motivating, so catchy. Mahila Money. The vibe these two words gives. Like, how did you come up with this? Like, was it so random while taking a shower or something? Or was it, I'm very sorry for the tune, but I hope you got my question. Please answer to it.
I would say that it was, we want to bring to on the face of world where women stand and what all they can do without actually comparing it with any other gender. Like they have their personal identities and that should be bring to everyone's attention without any, degrading someone else, degrading any other gender. There's no competition. We just only want to focus on how women can do this.
I think I'd just like to add to that, right? Like, don't worry about the name so much, but for those of you who don't know what Sheroes is and where it got coined, there is a very famous author, poet, also feminist, also a movement builder. Her name's Maya Angelou. She termed the term Shiros. There's a very beautiful poem written by her. And our founder Sairi, who really is the founder for both Mahila Money and Shiros, she's been very clear in her mission to create this internet for women. And while Shiros, the term came at that point, and Shakun can kind of give a little background on that. Mahila Money was actually very easy for us. We're like, Dekho, we want to serve every demographic of women out there in the country, right? And with India being so diverse, you have Hindi, you have Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam. I mean, you have more than 300 languages in this country. But what is that one word without explaining to someone that they will understand what the company is all about? And Mahila was the first word, right? I mean, look around you. The government uses Mahila, and all of there are 70 cooperatives across India which already have the word Mahila in it. So for us, it was a really easy choice. We were like, एक नाम सोचना है, सबको समझ में आना चाहिए, चाहे वो ईस्ट से हो, साउथ से हो, नॉर्थ से हो, वेस्ट से हो, and that for us was Mahila Money.
And that was all great for Mahila Money and Shiros, of course. And now I would like to ask the question which is in the chat box. It says, you have a vast experience in the corporate world, and so what is that one thing you have learned the very hard way? So we would like to know it in an easy way, of course.
You have to make your own mistakes. ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है. No, Shakun, go
Yes,
ahead.
of course, we learn from our mistakes, ma'am, and that's very right. You do and you learn. That's very.
Again, I'll say the hard way I've learned is prioritizing. When I landed here, when I was building this Love Doctor.in with someone else, that was something which was not even, very well received by people, because we were talking about love, relationships, sexual health, LGBTQ, and all the other things. So, and we were doing all of it ourselves instead of really, A, prioritizing, B, seeking help. So I learned it hard way. And yes, you should always focus on doing that.
What I learned the hard way was just my father told me when I just started working कि देखो यहाँ से तुम्हें अपना पैसा मिल रहा है, never lie to this place, right? This is where you're kind of earning your bread and butter. Never cheat this place or never take it for granted. I think that was a really important thing my father told me really long ago, and I think that stuck with me. I've seen a lot of people around me take their jobs for granted, not really put in everything, always compare it to their compensation and say, hey, I'm only being paid this much to do what I'm, doing. But if you're really doing a job or you're creating something, it doesn't matter. Just give it your 100% and feel accountable for it. Don't do it just because you have to do it. I think that's something that I'm still learning every day. And I see it around a lot with a lot of people just doing it for the heck of it. Do it with all your heart, otherwise don't do it.
Such a great advice. Very great. Of course, we're going to do it, ma'am. We're going to follow it. We can try at least our best, and that's all. I think if you do your best, you deserve, you get the best. Now, the next question says, what's the best part of heading Ask Shiros? And yeah, so what was the best thing? Like, was it creating more Shiros, ma'am? Or for Mahila Money, was it creating more Tehseens and Babitas? Because I attended some sessions of yours earlier before, so that's how I'm relating to it. So please, what's the best part? What's the thing like you just see in your head and you just find it more like it's amazing, and what brings you the motivation every day?
I would say that I see it as fodder for my life. I always use the term fodder for my life, and not only fodder for being motivated at work. Because of course, if you are doing things that you really value and that you really enjoy, it crosses the limit of being at work. You enjoy it in your life as well. When I connect with women, when my team, all of us as counselors talk to these women, and they come back with, maybe after 3 months of sessions, or after even 3 weeks of sessions, or in fact, just 3 days of sessions, when they come back and tell us this is what they have achieved, or maybe this is how they have felt. It can be something as simple as कि मुझे पहले कभी किसी ने सुना ही नहीं. At least I've got that space wherein someone is listening to me. when someone is listening, I will figure out my solutions myself. I may not need someone to do it for myself, but koi hai jo sun raha hai, right? And then people come out. The kind of cases we get on app or on helpline ranges from like kids talking about their life, someone seeking help for the sexual health, or someone into a domestic violence situation. So when these people come back and tell us that they are safe, or maybe they are doing better in their life and show a really, the growth path they have achieved, it makes our day and our life. I'll say that we have, as you mentioned, many Babitas and Tehseens with Mahila Money. There are many other women. Of course, I cannot name them for the, confidentiality thing that is related to, that is the core principle of counseling, but we have many of them.
So proceeding on to the next question, ma'am, the students are asking how to surround yourself with the right people. Like it's all online, so how to connect with people? These were some questions, so I combined them.
First thing that you have to understand is, see, right and wrong are like subjective terms. What is right for me may be wrong for you, and what is wrong for you, like vice versa, right? So first of all, you have to define what is right for you, what you are aiming to make, or what you are with whom you're aiming to connect, like the kind of traits a person should have. When you have that clarity in your mind, then you will be able to connect with those kind of people. Otherwise, what happens is we experiment. I'm not saying don't experiment, don't indulge with people who are not like-minded. Do that, experiment that, but have that clarity in your mind as in what you want, and then only you will be able to make your circle of right people. As far as internet is concerned, like people are on internet, I would say don't go by what you see. It need not to be how it look like. Go by more say online communities. Instead of connecting with one person, go with groups, communities. You get more exposure there.
Okay, ma'am, the advice is noted. Would you like to add something, Siddhika ma'am?
No, I think that's great.
That's fine. The questions, I'm getting many questions on this thing, like what's the proper definition of success in your term, or how do you or your company define success?
As long as we are going closer to our mission, and we continue, success is not a destination, is what I feel. It is just one point, and then you move on to the next point. It can't be that I've reached many attain kar liya and I'm done for my life. It can't be that. Successes can be like as simple as on a difficult day, if you show up to your work and you are being honest to yourself and your organization, that can also be seen as success. And of course, if you become a CEO, that is also a success, or your organization achieve some big award, that's also success. So it is how you look at it, but something that don't stop. It should not stop you.
Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. It should not stop, and let's just keep on to the journey and keep going. We're gonna reach somewhere, but still we're not gonna settle there. We're gonna go ahead as well.
It fuels you more.
Yes, ma'am. They're asking, when you read a book, what's the thing you mostly seek answers for?
Depends on the kind of book I am reading. Siddhika, would you want to take that?
I think, there are all kinds of books you read. Don't look for a specific answer. You're defeating the purpose of reading the book. Read what the book is telling you and see if it goes and sits in any of your belief systems, if it challenges any of your belief systems, if it's something you need to adapt in your life. But don't read a book to find an answer. Read the book for what the book is telling you. I think that's really important. And yeah, I don't think I've ever read a book कि मुझे आज इस book में से ये आंसर मिलने वाला है. Because think about it ना, मतलब लोग तो इतने तरह के, आज आप गूगल पे जाओगे और लिखोगे milk is good and milk is bad, आपको आंसर तो दोनों के मिलेंगे ना, और दोनों well researched आंसर्स होंगे. ऐसी बुक्स भी होती है, आपको एक बुक मिलेगी कि ऐसे लाइफ जियो और दूसरी बुक मिलेगी कि ऐसे लाइफ जियो. अब it really depends on how you want to take that into your life. So yeah, don't read a book for finding an answer. Read a book for what the book's telling you.
Okay, ma'am. The next question is, what is one thing that you feel you should have known better when you were of our age?
I think so hard.
That's hard. That's
That
really
is hard.
And I think I answered it that I wish someone told me that as long as it is fine to be not very clear in your head at this point of time, but as long as you're exposing yourself to good things, to more learnings, you should be fine. And you should look forward to opportunities and grab them on time instead of just waiting and cooking up things in your mind. Doing something is important. Practical actions and the steps and the efforts that matters.
Okay, ma'am. So, Digam, do you want to add something?
No, just that. And doing something every day matters. Like just doing, Sari tells us always that do something, but do it every day, right? Like just come, show up and do something every day. All of that will someday compound and become something. So don't worry, you will go 2 steps ahead, you'll come 1 step back. That's life. But don't let that, demotivate you. Just keep going on.
Yes, ma'am. A great advice it is. The question says, who has your role model who pushed you for your own startup? Nice question it is. Would like to know how it all started and who was your supporters.
Chakun, you want to take that one first?
I think you should take that. You are the right person to answer that.
In terms of supporters, you will always feel like, do I have enough supporters? Do I need more supporters? For me, and Mahila Mani, Sairi started this, and I think we've had conversations about this many a time. She so strongly believes in what she wants to do, right? Building women's internet. And she has surrounded herself with a great team, great advisors, a great set of investors. And I think that gives us the ability to move forward every day. But what gives us the courage to move forward is seeing the difference being made in our users' lives every day. So, Ayushi, the way you said what makes Tehseen's and Babita's and everyone else you heard in some of our conversations, it's that gives us the courage to really keep moving forward as entrepreneurs and knowing that one life is changing one person at a time is enough for us to keep moving forward. I don't think when you're a mission-driven, goal-driven company, you want anything more than that. I hope that answers your question.
Of course, ma'am, your every answer is answering our questions. But curious minds never stops. And so the chat box is still filled. And it's really going very great. Very inspiring it is to know your thoughts. And, we feel a different level of energy right now listening to you both, listening to your stories, listening to your experiences, your opinions. And at this age, it's like, chalo, let's do something. And I think that's the entrepreneurship mindset, right? It's like a will to start.
And guys, there's no right time to start entrepreneurship. Just remember that your grandmother can be 70 years old and start a new job. You can be 18 or 19 or 14 or whatever age. There is no age to be an entrepreneur, and always remember that. You may not start out as an entrepreneur today. You may get there many years later, but there's no age to it, and never let yourself down.
And we have examples for this on our shop on Shiro's. We have a 14-year-old girl who's trying to build her, a business around paintings and stuff. And there's a woman who's even 70 years old who has started knitting and crocheting things. So it's like there's no age, there's no bar. Whenever you want to start, you feel like you should give yourself that chance.
Sure, ma'am. And now considering that, okay, we have started the startup and we are going on ahead on this journey of success. Now the question, and this is probably the last question because I know we have answered so many questions, so you're tired now. So going on with the last question. So it says, after getting success, the most common thing we get is overconfident. How to control it?
By not seeing that success, as I mentioned in my I think last 2 second question you had, by not seeing that success as a destination. That is just one milestone that you have achieved, and there are n number of things to do in life, be it with the same purpose you are doing, or maybe a different purpose that you would want to pursue after 5 years. So that's something that matters. And another thing is, stay connected to your roots. When I say roots, be it your team, be it the people you are dealing with, your clients, your customers, that make you realize, like, what you have built, that will help you have the attitude of gratitude instead of being overconfident.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Siddhika ma'am, were you saying something?
No. I think Shakun put it really well.
Okay, ma'am. So now thank you so much for your words of guidance and motivation, ma'am, and your patience and your contributions are of course remarkable. And we wish you all the success for the times ahead. And as Mahila Mani says, hashtag Jio apne dam par, and as Shiro says, hashtag Banao apni pehchan. Let's grow together and stir up the entrepreneur in us. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are really very grateful for your presence. And it was an amazing session. I'm spellbound, actually.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We had a great session, and you can always reach out to Shakun or me. You can reach out to us through our websites. Shakun, if you want to leave the helpline number here that people can reach out to if you want.
I have shared the link of the app, and then they can download it and open an opportunity, like a whole plethora of options, utilities, and opportunities.
Sure, ma'am. All the very best for the app launch, Siddhika ma'am, and all the best for your business ahead and all the opportunities, all the struggle, and all the very best for the things coming ahead. That's just my words from behalf of the college and everyone sitting right here.
Siddhika and Shakun, thank you very much. And thanks for your patience. How patiently you were, answering them. And they were not going to stop if I won't say the time is up for them now.
Hope that added value.
Go on forever.
Hope that added value for your students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shakun. Thank you, Siddhika.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us with your wise words today. With this, we come to the end of session 2. And we have another B quiz with you. So audience, be prepared. By that time, we have dropped the feedback form in the chat box. Everyone, please fill that feedback form. Okay, so I will call upon Ayushi with me once again.
Yes, Kinjal, I'm right here. Okay, all excited again.
Yes. So can we have the question? So the first question is, Warren Edward Buffett is the chairman and CEO of which company? I think it's sort of easy.
I think it is, and I think they're gonna answer it correctly. I think our audience are yeah, they are answering. Yes. They are so quick. I'm like, just we read the question and they are so quick.
Definitely.
Chat box is flooded with the answers, and I think it's time now to see the correct answer and see who wins.
The correct answer is Berkshire Hathaway. Moving on to the next question.
Who is the current chairman of Securities and Exchange Board of India? That's SEBI. The options are on the screen. Please choose the correct one and let us know in the chat box. Is it Manoj Singh, Ajay Tiwari, or Ajay Tyagi? Someone says it's option 2. Someone says it's option 3. We have 1 as well. 2, it is. A majority of people, I think, Kinjal, they're saying it's 2. No. Now they are saying it's 3.
I think they're confused between which Ajay it is. So shall we reveal the correct answer?
Of course, without any more waits. Here it is. Ajay Tyagi it is. Congratulations to those who were right. Keep it up. Keep it up with the knowledge and updates.
Now moving on to the next question. Who is the CEO of Serum Institute India? Options are on the screen. You can start answering. I think I don't know this question's answer, and our audience are pretty fast and quick.
I think it would be safer for me to say I know the answer, but I can tell instead of saying I don't know the answer. And we are getting the answers. Definitely once someone says so sure they are. Oh my
Devanshi is
God,
pretty
confidence.
sure. So can we have the answer on the screen? Devanshi was right. So was our audience. It's Adar Poonawala. Moving on to our next question.
The question is on the screen. Who is the CEO of Tata Consultancy Services, TCS? First, Ratan Tata. Second, Cyrus Mistry. Third, Rajesh Gopinath. Chat box awaits your correct answers. Kindly write it down. Let us know.
We think that the answer to this question is easy, but I think it's tricky. Our audience is confused between 1 and 3.
Yeah, I think so. So should we reveal the answers, Kinjal?
Sure. The
And
audience,
there we have.
Yes, the audience has said option number 3 are right. It's not Ratan Tata, it's Rajesh Gopinath. Moving on to the next question. Name the process by which entrepreneurs develop new products that over time make current products obsolete. I think this is a very interesting question.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Let's see who gets it right. I think, Kinjal, the audience have planned it already. Like, how are they writing the correct answer? Like, how are they? Everyone is like 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. It's like they have planned it. Ki bhai, now we're gonna write this one. Now we're gonna write that one.
They're eager to show off the knowledge they have on entrepreneurship.
Yes, yes. And of course, it is a thing to show off.
Moving on to the correct answer. Creative destruction. So everybody who said option number 3, you were right. It's creative destruction. Moving on to the next question.
State the term that is used for a corporate manager who starts a new initiative for his company, which entails setting up a new distinct unit and board of directors. The options are as follows. Is it ecopreneur, technopreneur, intrapreneur, or social entrepreneur? You have 4 options right now. So more confusing state it is, but I think you know the answer. So I think you're going to answer it correctly. Yes, the chat box is filled again. They say it's 3. Oh my God, everyone is so sure. They say it's 3. Okay, now we're getting some 1 as well. Should we reveal the correct answer now? Can we have the answer? It's entrepreneur. Correct, Niharika Nasa. Correct, people who was with entrepreneur. Can we have the next question?
What is venture capital concerned with? Option number 1, new project having potential for higher profit. Option number 2, new project of high technology. Option number 3, new project having high risk. Or option number 4, all of the above. Let's see what our audience gets.
You know that one trick I was in school, like wherever there is all of the above or none of the above, I'm gonna choose that one. So audience, oh see, they are using my trick. They're so fast to grab anything.
It is 100% majority, except Ramneek said that it's option number 3. Let's see what's the answer then. The answer is correct. Your trick worked, Ayushi.
I'm on the cloud 9 right now. My trick worked.
So moving on to the next question.
Which of the following is alternatively called corporate venturing? Is it entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship, act of stating a new venture, offering new products by an existing company? So what's the alternative name of corporate venturing? Can we have the answers in the chat box?
I think this is a confusing question. We don't have many answers for this question. What do you think is the answer, Ayushi?
I think they're tired now. They're like, okay, we know, we're not going to tell you now, but please, we want to hear it and we want to read your answers. They say 4. So many 4 I'm getting, like option 4, offering new products by an existing company, they say.
Okay, so let's reveal the correct answer. The answer is entrepreneurship.
It's
should have
okay if
guessed
you're
it
wrong.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay to be wrong at times.
Yes. So moving on to the next question. We have, which one of the following is most important characteristic of a successful business website? Innovation, speed, graphics, or products? I believe there should be one extra option, which is all of the above. Because I believe a website needs all of these things. What do you say, Arishi?
Well, it's quite confusing for me this time again. So I don't know what to say. Let's go with the audience, what they say. If they say that's fourth option, so I'll say it's fourth. If they say it's three, I'll say it's three. Being at the safer side.
Yes. So can we reveal the correct answer? Answer, speed. But I think it could be all four of the options because a successful website isn't built without its products or its graphic. Am I right? Moving on to the next question.
The term entrepreneur has been derived from the word entrepreneur. What does it mean? To give, to undertake, to choose, to decide.
It was a bit difficult to pronounce, I believe. That's why we say entrepreneur now.
Yeah, that's easier. People were smart back then. No? Whosoever decides this, I don't know who decides this, that this is to be said this way and said that way, and we are getting the answers. They say it's option 2, to undertake.
Yeah, it's 100% majority. So let's move on and see the correct answer. I think our audience is right. So the answer is to undertake.
I don't know how they're managing it every time. Is it Google? Please mention it in the chat box. Is it Google or is it like the Madhusundari College students are so amazing every time? No, it's not Google.
Are amazing because you can't Google that fast. So moving on to the next question.
They deserve a clap then. If it's not a Google, they deserve a clap.
Who operates seed capital scheme? IDBI, SIDC, ICICI, or IFCI? Which of the organizations operates seed capital scheme?
This is also, I think, quite confusing. But see, they have the answers to this as well. They say it's 3. Karishma says it's 3. Can we have more answers for this one?
I think this one's a bit tricky. You can use Google now.
Yeah, you can. It is like a bonus time for you all for answering so many correct answers. Go Google it out and let us know who's the most fastest one.
Majority says that it's option number 3. Shall we see the correct answer?
Of course.
Unfortunately, you were wrong. The correct answer is IDBI. Moving on to the next question.
The next question says, what can be defined as an attractive project idea which an entrepreneur accepts as a basis for his investment decision? Option 1, possibility. Option 2, business. Option 3, opportunity. Or option 4, notion. Option 3. Someone says option 1. 3 again. 3 again. And here we go with so many answers.
1 and 3. It's a tough competition.
Yes. Let's see if it is possibility or it's opportunity. Can we have the correct answer?
Opportunity. And the correct answer is
I think there is a technical glitch from my side. I guess I can see the screen. Kinjal, can you? Okay, I have the screen now, and it's opportunity. Kinjal, you were right, and the audience were as well.
So with this, thank you audience for participating, and we will be ending our MSCpreneur B quiz once again. Starting on to session 3, I would like to pass on the virtual mic to Ishpreet ma'am.
Over to you, ma'am. Please take over.
Thank you, everyone. Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Ishpreet Virdi, Assistant Professor, Madhusundari College, Welcome all dear participants to the third session of the Entrepreneurship Conclave 2021. I would like to extend a special welcome to our speaker, Ms. Kavitha George. We are very grateful to ma'am for accepting our invitation and marking her presence here. Ma'am is the founder and managing director at Communicare Education and Training LLP. She is the training and operations specialist, entrepreneur, and a mother who is passionate about creating an inclusive ecosystem for children with special needs. Being a trained professional in special needs and a special parent herself, she is focused on imparting need-based training program to empower parents, educators, and caregivers of children with special needs. She is Maharashtra State Coordinator at Organization for Rare Diseases, India. She also works as an expert advisor in multiple forums to support parents for kids with special needs. She is an internationally certified Heal Your Life workshop leader and is a certified personal counselor. She is presently working on an exclusive movement program for both special needs and disability through mind and body awareness. It is indeed a pleasure to have a person with such an inclination towards social entrepreneurship as our speaker to enlighten students. I am sure students are going to benefit with the knowledge you will be sharing, ma'am. We welcome you. Let's begin with the session. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. I think she cannot unmute herself. You have to make her host.
I made her co-host. I made her co-host.
Okay, now ma'am, you can.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
Kavita ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. And it's such a pleasure and delight to be amongst all you lovely women. I mean, I love being here for the simple reason that I love the energy of youngsters. While I was going through the quiz that was just happening right now, it's so much of fun. And you all are lovely, bubbling ladies, and takes me back to my college times. So that's great. And thank you so much, the entire team, for having me here and giving me this opportunity to speak with all you wonderful people. So without wasting much time, I will start with my topic today. And I am not sure, so I'm happy to take your questions at the end of the session. But I would like to ask one thing, and you could just raise your hands. Today we are speaking about social entrepreneurship, and but the topic that I'm here for is because of my involvement in the special needs sector. So how many of you are aware of anything to do with special needs or disabilities, anything like that? Anybody? Okay, great. So that gives me all the more encouragement that I think I'm on the right path and I need to do what I'm doing even with more vigor. Okay. So what is social entrepreneurship? Okay, I now see a few hands. Thank you so much. That's great. To me, social entrepreneurship is a beautiful marriage of having a business plan to what your heart wants to do. It's mind and heart both put together. I think there is nothing better in life if you can make your desire, dream, and ambition your work. And then it never feels like going to work. So that is the beauty of being a social entrepreneur. I don't need to elaborate much more about social entrepreneurship. I'm sure the whole day you've been hearing that. But when you are undertaking, the quiz says entrepreneurship means to undertake. And when you undertake a certain task, it comes with a lot of responsibility and dedication that is required for this particular task. And I know all of you youngsters are here waiting to see how you can make a decision in life as you go ahead. So why did I choose to become a social entrepreneur? In typical world, there are three aspects of entrepreneurship. Okay, so one is your for-profit organizations, one is the NGOs, and then you have government-related organizations. Now, what happens, as far as I was concerned, in for-profit organizations, I feel there is a very, very high possibility to actually drift away from the topic that is close to your heart and the reason why you are doing this, for starters. Because life is full of ups and downs, and there are many nitty-gritties to it, and nothing makes it easy when you are an entrepreneur. So for-profit organization was not an option for me. When you speak about an NGO, here the dependency factor on any external grant, any external fund, any corporates, it is so high that it really comes as a hurdle to propel you in the direction you want, because it is all dependent on whether that person is interested in your project right now. So this year, 2021, haan ji, main bahut hi interested hu, and I love what you're doing. But 2021, 22, I don't like it. I like something else. And I cannot be subjected to someone else's moods, whims, fancies. So that was again not an option for me. Third one, government related. I think the lesser I speak, the better, because anything which has got to do with the government, by the sheer existence of so many stakeholders, I think it will wear you out. And I really didn't want to get old, while I'm doing what I'm doing. So the best option for me was to be a social entrepreneur. And that would bring me to my discussion about how did it all start and why did I start it? So going back a little bit, flashback, just as my profile read, I think certain things in life you choose to do, and certain things in life becomes a choice due to certain circumstances. But whether you're happy to do it and driven to do it is the point. So in my life, I think if I were to sum it up, I can say, ye to hona hi tha. It was pre-decided and it fell into my lap. It fell into my lap in the form of my lovely daughter. My little daughter, Amaya. I'm mother of 3 kids, and my second daughter is a special child. And I think as a parent of a special child, it completely turned around my life 360-degree for the better. But she made me the person who I am today. And I represent a lot of moms in similar situations. So beginning with college, I mean, I really love this life. And I think you're in the best phase of life. It was fantastic. All I did was dance around, have fun, lot of energy. And then boom, you come into the real life. You step into the world where you have your marriage, your work, and as we say, okay? And swaddle up, be prepared. Life's a roller coaster. But you know, the good thing about it is you learn from every experience and never stop learning. Because the minute you stop learning, you cease to exist. So everything that you do, remember, if you are going through that, if you survive a challenge, it's a learning. And that will propel you towards your dreams. And that's what happened many a times. The true education for my life started after college. So that's when I say some things I was prepared, some things I was not prepared. But when I took up this as a subject, I simply decided that my expertise and knowledge, which I acquired in corporate life, I was in corporate life for 15 years. And luckily, and I was fortunately always involved in education, training. I was extremely passionate about learning things. And that is something which became my forte. And therefore, when this challenge was come to me, I had a lot of questions in my mind. And never once has it been purely for the term, why did this happen to me? I always believe that everything that happens to you happens for a good reason. And it's up to you to open that door, open that opportunity. So your challenge becomes your opportunity. And the second thing, of course, was that as an individual, and an advice to all you girls, that it's most important to value yourself and make sure that you are doing something productively. So there was never a second thought that I would not do something in my life. And therefore, when I saw this as an opportunity, I saw a lot of loopholes as a special mother. So the first thing I did was to educate myself. I nosedived because I was just like anyone. I never knew anything about special needs. And of course, Google is a huge thing, but this is a few years back when, we had very limited knowledge. And also, too much of knowledge is very confusing. So I kept training myself. I don't think there is a single day till date that I don't look at something and learn something new. And that's the exciting part about this profession. So I started educating myself. And then I slowly started understanding what are the huge lacuna which was there existing in the system, because there was a need to change the system. So if I may just explain that to you, in the census 2001, I'll just give you a brief. There are 21 million people in India with disabilities, okay? And 75% of children with disabilities do not go to schools, 75%. And a large number of kids who go to school, I'm sure you've heard of something called NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling. Okay, so they do a program like that, which has got a lot of exemptions and deviations from the norm. But these, again, for after a few kids with probably learning disabilities and things like that, the others do not do anything. So, and when we look at the disability or the special needs sector, we as a country, we are still at a very, very nascent stage. Because whenever I used to travel abroad, I used to keep wondering, why is it that I see people around with disabilities, whereas in India, you rarely find them. I don't know how many of you have actually had school classmates who have got physical disabilities or who have got some neurological issues. So what eventually happens is when you are not dealing with them at all, you don't know anything about them. And how can we have a progressive, inclusive society if they are not anywhere in sight? They are all tucked away in their homes and they are made to sit at home simply because they do not fit in. We have very poor infrastructure. We have if I have to take my daughter out in a wheelchair or in her stroller, I am lifting her up half of the time because the roads are so bad. There are no ramps. Any school, any shopping mall, now thankfully some malls have ramps. And it's a very, very tough thing. If I have to go out somewhere in the garb of sympathy, okay? So I get these very strange, if you allow me to enact, I'm with my daughter and they're like, मतलब मैं उठा रही हूँ, मैं struggle कर रही हूँ, and everyone's like watching. Nobody comes ahead because nobody knows what to do. Whereas whenever I've traveled, I have seen people without a blink of an eye, they come, they help, and they do whatever it takes. No one asks, अरे ये कैसे हुआ था? Actually, delivery में क्या हुआ था? I have had strangers come and ask this to me. So that's the state of affairs in our country. And this can only be changed with a change in attitude of every single person. And that is what I thought was really the need of the hour. And if I can't do it, who better than me? Because I live it every day. So that's how I founded my organization. And we are very, very huge ardent advocates of inclusion in every possible manner. And the belief is that there are wonderful, good-hearted people around. And if you were simply to know about this, I know that this country would be a different place. So we've started the effort. We will never think about what is going wrong in the system, but we are thinking about how we can make an impact in the system positively. So that is where this entire thing started, and we are doing awareness workshops. We are doing a lot of support program for the parents, for the teachers, for any caregivers. And while I was doing this, life is not easy. I suddenly realized that the sector I have chosen is very close to my heart. I am very emotional about it. But am I actually tickling the emotion of another person? Because we as a country, we have got so many problems. We have got girl child poverty, AIDS, we've got thalassemia. Some of us are worried about the dogs and, the pets. All of these things are a huge issue. But the problems that I faced as an entrepreneur was that the sector was so disorganized, and we as a country are not even we are not pro entrepreneurs. Okay, it's not easy, but our dream, our vision is what should actually take it forward. So in my particular sector, the challenge that I faced was, it is an extremely disorganized sector. Very disorganized, because nobody knows. No two people say the same thing. If your child has a problem, the parent normally is clueless. They don't even know which doctor to go to. What is the way forward? And then, of course, we are a very loving, culturally, we love giving advices. So there'll always be a dadi, nani, auntie telling, "Arey kuch nahi, wo to chalega, 5 saal mein chalega, 7 saal mein chalega, bola nahi, अरे मेरा तो बच्चा 8 साल में बोला, रहने दो." And we always delay things in the hope that things will automatically change, with the result that every time early intervention is delayed. What should be early as probably newborns. Sometimes some of the conditions are difficult as a newborn, but there are as early as possible. That is what we need to do. And today I have come here to speak because if any one of you do come across someone like that, I am hoping that you will say, "Boss, you got to show the child right now to the doctor, whoever is concerned, because we can't wait for another day and hope for some miracle to happen." Miracles will happen only when you make the effort. The other thing is, there is complete lack of support from the government. If there are any government grants also, people do not know about their rights. People do not know what are the grants. And the grants come across as very meager. So there is a huge gap between what the government actually wants to do and whether the people are actually benefiting from it. There is absolutely no leeway in terms of any kind of relaxation if a parent of a special child is going to work. So everything comes at a huge cost, and there are no corporates, no companies who say that this parent has got additional expenses and therefore we must have some consideration for this person. So what eventually happens, even from a time factor, most of the mothers have to take a sabbatical or probably just leave their jobs because no one is there to take care of the child. And therefore, the income reduces that much in that family. And therefore, the ability to do proper intervention drops down even further. It's a vicious cycle. I can just go on. This time is really not enough. And we also see that the professionals themselves probably sometimes are not paid enough. And therefore, they all end up going to US, Canada, UK, and they get brilliant jobs, brilliantly paid over there. Whereas here, because it is healthcare, anything to do with healthcare is social. And they think everyone is supposed to work for free, and nobody can work for free. You will not give your heart and soul into it. So we need to respect even the professionals, which is slowly building, but there is still a huge gap. Lots of trials and errors at the stake of your own child. There is no documentation whatsoever. Progress is not monitored with documentation given. All of these were very, very difficult. And that is where I have decided to make the difference, make the change in whatever way that I can. So the road's never been easy, but if you have the burning desire in you, and that's what it really matters. And that's where I come to, what I have realized should be the qualities that you should inculcate if you decide to be a social entrepreneur. And that has come to me. A few of things have come the hard way, where I have failed, got up, learned it, and done it again in a better way. So it's always, I talk about the ABCs, A, B, C, D, E, which you should ideally inculcate as an entrepreneur. So let me begin with A. A is to be aware of the practical situation. Okay, what is the system offering? What are the loopholes? What is the need? And the awareness and acceptance of the practical issues and the ability to work around it. That is what makes you different from anyone else in whatever you may be doing. We talk about B now. B is very, very important. Believe in yourself. You have embarked upon this journey because you have some touch point, something, a fire within you which said, no, I want to do this. And you have to believe in yourself. And I say this with experience, because when I came into the healthcare sector and into this field, my only I would say credential was that I was a mother of a special child. But I learned, I trained. However, I understood that most often many parents fail when they cannot believe in themselves. And I am really confidently telling that every mother's instinct is the best, better than any other doctor. And time has always proven this. Now I have understood this because I'm attached to this. Whatever you do, if you are passionate about it, believe that you know it better and you can do it better. And that is really what sets apart. Be bold, because it takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing. And social entrepreneurship does not come easy. But if you are bold enough, you will have lots of people to tell you what is wrong. You have to just keep going. And the other one is to build the right kind of network, build connections. Very, very important. Because if you think you are passionate about something and I can do it all, you are wrong. You have to bring together like-minded people who you think will be there to take you forward. Let's talk about C now. Be creative, be original. And creativity is something which really sets things apart. So creativity equals innovations, right? So be creative. You have to be confident, yet cautious. Because anything that we do, I'm sure we've all heard at some point of time, don't be overconfident. So sometimes with the zeal and zest, we tend to probably overlook a lot of things which is right in front of our eyes. Okay, so we have to be cautious and we have to be competitive, because nothing happens without the spirit of competition. When I say competition, It's not about constantly comparing yourself with someone else. It's also about raising the bar for your own self. When we talk about being competitive, okay, I could do 5 jumps and I do a 7. Okay, that's what the competitive spirit is all about. And that's what you need to inculcate. Now we come to the D. D is to dive deep into your subject, into whatever you have chosen. When you dive deep, you know that you will need to dissect the issue. Okay, because there is no solution that comes out unless you do not dissect, unless you do not know what is the issue. So get into the core of the issue and always be driven to find a solution. There is nothing which comes without a solution. Okay, you will always find a solution. Worst case, you know you have given it your best. Okay, and that is the way to go forward. And finally, I come to my E, which is make the journey enjoyable. Just enjoy. If you do not enjoy what you're doing, you will not get what you want. Money will come. Money will come when you enjoy your work, because when you enjoy the work, the productivity is far better. So every day when you are looking at going to your work, you should just enjoy the fact that, hey, I got to get up and do this. Not like, oh my God, today I have to, it's another crappy day. And another thing, very important E, eliminate, terminate everything which is negative or not something which will bog you down. Because there are enough things. I mean, life is full of drama. Everybody likes a tragedy story. Acha, you know that, right? When there is something, when shit happens, I'm sorry, I'm using, but we find that most enthusiastic to talk about, right? But do not let that get the better of you. So you just have to eliminate. And I truly mean this. It could be anyone. So when I say that, keep your distance away from people who you think are not contributing anything to your growth, but probably are detrimental for you. Okay, so remember the A, B, C, D, E that I spoke about. And here, once again, I would like to speak about a few things which actually are extremely essential when you are looking at being a social entrepreneur, okay? And these are things which I want to share because, we have, at least I have come the hard way. And I think the generation today are a lot more smarter and you really know what you want. Because we used to get shoved around. Acha, mummy ye chahti hai, dad, papa ye chahte hain, somebody else will come. I think today the generation is very different, and that's a blessing. Use that with a lot of discretion, and always understand that despite of all the knowledge you have, you still have to be grounded to make a wise decision, to choose right from wrong. Okay, so that is very, very important. And for that, I would like to explain to you a few things. So here, when we talk about any social entrepreneurship, it's something which we want, we are emotionally attached to and we want to do and things like that. But at the same time, as you are doing this, be aware of the fact that you have to know what is the value of this business that you're doing. What really is the value? So what I mean by this, let me explain this. Today, I'm speaking about special needs sector, and I may say a lot of things about special needs sector, and it is very close to my heart. But does every one of you feel the same thing after I've spoken? Maybe not. Maybe one of you probably will think, okay, yes, this is something which resonates with me. So always understand that it is not about one person. I may have a great idea, great plan, but the way I implement it is what puts the value to the entire plan. I can think 10,000 things and everyone will say, wow, you're doing a good job, but I can just be sitting. So it's important to have the right team with you. It's never a one-man show. You have to have the right team, and that team is what increases the value, which means that you have to be passionate enough to excite someone else who feels just as passionately about it as you are. And that is very possible. And that is when we say we should have role models. And there are like-minded people. So it's about identifying that. See, because when we are speaking about social entrepreneurship, we are also looking at, it's a business. And if people need to pay for your business, if people need to invest in your business, they need to see this. That's what they do. They will not say, oh, Kavita likes this, and therefore Kavita should be given money. No, it doesn't happen like that. And as a team, are you able to translate this dream and desire of yours into a well-implemented plan which has the positive impact? The impact makes all the difference. So what is it that the society really needs, and what are you turning it over to? So I'll give you an example with what I did. And so when we are speaking about, I told you about a lot of things that, the children don't go to school and we don't get the education. So what we really, according to me, is that I wanted to make sure that intervention starts early as kindergarten, because that is the time where everyone is very happy to see this child flutter around. It doesn't matter wo kuch kare na kare, but to me it matters. And that is where I have started from there on to identify, is every child doing the skills or doing the activities according to his age? So if I get a 3-year-old child, kya wo bachcha, is he performing all the activities like a 3-year-old? Agar nahi kar raha hai, at what age is he in neurological ways? If he is performing at a lower age, then I fill in the gap with my very strong school readiness program, which we have. So here, my entire ambition is to make sure that every child is given the complete basic foundation level training to be integrated meaningfully, effectively into mainstream school, where he or she will be sitting with any one of you, and you are there to help that child, but the child has the confidence to sit in a classroom just like anybody else. So that is what I really am working on, and that is something which has been welcomed very, very well by a lot of teachers who say that, look, I don't have the time to do this because it's not there in my curriculum, but I would be happy for you to do it for me. So I know there is a system which does not incorporate, but I worked around it. And that to me was something which helped me move ahead. And I do hope that we are able to imbibe this in all the states in our country. The second thing that I think is really, really important is nurture the fire inside you. Okay, so every social entrepreneurship or every social cause that you take, it comes from a pain point. Okay, I hope you all will agree with that. I mean, I'm pissed at something. I don't like what is happening in the system. I want to change that. Okay, so hold on to that. I don't like it. I'm getting irritated. And that small ignition should become a nice fire, ignite that fire, because the more you do that, you will shape up and you will be even more focused in your goal. So that is a good thing. Keep that burning within you. Okay. And the other thing is, shout about your existence. Okay. Feel free to, say what you want, but after you've planned it out well, after you have done. So, because nothing can be hush-hush, right? So at the planning stage, we always, say, नहीं नहीं किसी को बताना नहीं कि मेरे दिमाग में ये plan है, all of that. But it should be taken to a level where you are talking about it to everyone. So what happens is then you become synonymous with that project. So I like special needs. I to talk to anybody about it. And if anyone by mistake asks me, बच्चा कैसे है क्या है, मतलब that person next half hour finished. I sit and talk till they know everything about it. Okay, I'm just kidding. So don't stop from meeting me. So here's the point, that you must shout out whatever you want to do, and that is what will make your passion even more bigger. Then I would like to say that, some amount of, what do you call it? I can't say anxiety, but a paranoia. Okay, so if somebody was to ask you, you're working on a plan and things like that. So are you able to sleep at night? And, then if the person says, wo sab theek hai, ideally, you should walk your business, talk your business, sleep your business, breathe your business. Okay, so it's like even in the middle of the night, it should be something that is, that's the killer instinct in you, that it should keep worrying you, okay, I know there is something happening here and I need to go to that school or whatever it may be from my perspective. So all of this, and the last but not the least, the most important thing, nothing happens without money. And you have to make sure that your business is not just all heart, because then you will just sit there. You need to have a smart business plan. And only then, so when there is a good synthesis of your heart, mind, everything put together, it should make you money. That's the only way you can take your business ahead. Once you do that, you are in the right direction. So with that, I hope I've not missed out anything, because I can go on. I am like restricting myself. But if anyone has any questions, I am happy to take it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We just can't thank you for these few minutes of yours, which were really an eye-opener for all of us. Your ABCDE is my motivating chant from now on. I'll definitely repeat it every day. And how you beautifully mentioned about the marriage of mind and heart, and in the end, the money is very, very, very important. And I'm sure your words had a significant impact on each and every student here and would open their doors of success. Now let's move to the Q&A session. Okay. So there are a lot of questions in this. Okay, I'll just start. The first question from Kinchul is, what do you do to constantly challenge your underlying beliefs and assumptions?
Mine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so firstly, I make sure that my underlying beliefs are positive, because we don't come perfect. There are a lot of negative thoughts as well. So for example, one of my huge underlying belief, which I had in the past, is that I'm not a doctor. Okay. But I realized that a lot of people think I'm a doctor, because probably I am, telling them things which a doctor cannot say. And of course, I have studied. Okay, so nothing comes without the backing, the robust backing of education, and that cannot be compromised. So whatever our underlying beliefs are, the one thing that continuously is there in my mind is, you are what you think you are. Okay, so if you have a certain expectation out of your own self, and that's what's very important, you have to make sure you are doing a lot of introspection in terms of your own mental status. Okay. And that is something which really keeps me going. And I think the one thing that I always rely on is gratitude. Because I think that if you are grateful for whatever you have, you will understand that you're in a far better position than many others who don't have it. And I would say my spirituality helps me a lot. I am a spiritual person and I rely a lot on my conversation with God. And nothing happens without the hand of God. So I think that really keeps me going. We fall, but that's a way to learn. So you have to just tap yourself, get up, and get going.
Ma'am, you're definitely the most optimistic person I've met. And when you mentioned that you're not from a doctor background, I was assuming that you are one when you said that you have completed your 15 years in the corporate life, which is like, okay, quite shocking. So the next question is, how do you deal with all this negativity?
I just let it fly by. I don't know. And I'll tell you because I always, through life, I realized one thing, that when things are not good, you are all by yourself. You will have a lot of people around during happy moments, but all by yourself when things are not going right. And you just have to love yourself. If you love yourself, you can undergo or surpass anything. Okay, so it begins from me within. If I don't love myself, I cannot be a good mother, I cannot be a good wife, I cannot be a good friend. So learn to love ourselves. So this is one thing that I always say, कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना. Okay, so listen to songs, it helps. Good songs.
Thank you so much for recommending good songs and your good talks. Also, what is the best resource for people who want to dive in deeper? As the full form for D was dive in deeper. So what according to you is the best resource for people who want to dive in deeper?
I would say the best resource is people who are doing similar things, because nothing comes better than listening to people's experiences. See, whatever business we are in, it's ultimately got to do with people and human relationships. And my biggest learning has happened just by interacting with people. And of course, there is, as I told you, resources can be various. So I have never left an opportunity to study further. I believe in the power of education a lot. But another thing is I study people. I love studying people. So wherever you are, if you are able to study the person, and you have to be with an open mind. So you have to unlearn. Anyone talking to you, what can I learn from it is what you have to say. So interact with a lot of people who are in similar fields and who have achieved some kind of success. And I think that is the best resource one can actually, take.
Thank you, ma'am. Unlearning and then learning. That's amazing. So the next question is, ma'am, basically the Gen Z generation does not believe in the spiritual world. So any advice to them?
Okay, so I would never want to come across as preachy. And, this is all an individual choice. Okay. However, I think you all are, young, and you are fortunate enough to go through this major portion in history, which is COVID. Okay. I think this COVID period has been an excellent eye-opener for many of us, that, there is a higher energy or higher hand, that you can't do anything beyond. It's not about what you want to do. There are certain circumstances which are many a times thrown at you. And how do you work around that is truly the hand of God, if I were to say. So to believe in that omnipresent entity is a choice you make, and that comes probably through some experience. So I think at this point of time, it may not be the right answer to, I mean, I don't have a right answer to give, but I would say try it. It's worth it.
Definitely gonna try it, ma'am. So the next question from the audience is, what was your first win that made you confident that you were doing the right thing?
I think it was the parents' feedback. And when I saw the entire family has got a positive, completely positive change, I saw children waiting for me. I saw parents waiting for me. And that was truly overwhelming. And every time, when whatever I go through in terms of negative or in terms of hardships, when I see that smile on the face, because I really see my daughter in every child. And I believe that she has come to me for a particular reason, because there's nothing else that I want to think about. And therefore, I think when every parent says, Kavita, I think, what you're telling me makes sense and I'm going to try this. And then they come back to me and say, now he is doing this, now she is doing this. I mean, that just makes my day. And I'm even more charged to do what I want to do.
Thank you, ma'am. So the next question is, we always want everything to happen to us quickly, but how one should wait and learn that everything has a time to happen?
Yes. So that is something which probably we keep hearing, from our parents. And, how many of you have heard the story, "Main tumhare umar mein aise karta tha, waise karta tha," right? All of us have gone through it. Okay. Not that we didn't go through it. We also went through this. So, now the difference will be, tumhare zamane mein mujhe mobile phone nahi tha. Okay. So that's the only difference. I think there is a certain wisdom in trusting the advice your elders give you. And I always do that. Okay. And patience is certainly a value that you must inculcate. Patience is a very, very important factor. And I am telling you, trust me, that when you see a lot of things happen in your life, and even when you see, that's the reason I always say inclusion is very important. When you see a special child, you will see that, even to lift a glass and drink water, what we would naturally do, this person struggles with it. Even to catch a glass, even to drink water, maybe to swallow. That is when you know that you are in a far better place. And you just need to be a little patient to achieve what you want. Nobody achieves anything without patience. So when we speak about any kind of entrepreneurship, I am sure you would have heard this. You have to give it a minimum 3 years. 3 years, whatever it is. And with consistency, you stick to your plan. If you are somebody who jumps, there's always something good. You stick to your plans, you stick to whatever you want. Today, we are in an era where we love dancing around. Okay, you would see that maybe my generation or my parents, I mean, people have worked in companies for 25, 30, 40 years, retired out of the same company. Now, if we ask anyone to do that, they will say, are you mad? Okay. But I'm not saying that. But if you are wanting any kind of development, you have to wait for at least 3 years. Go by the logic. Didn't your parents wait for 1 year for you to walk? 2 years for you to start talking? Okay. They took 20 years for you to finish your education. Matlab ghar pe hi, you know what all? It's not happened ready-made, child sab ready hai, aa gaya. We all wait. We all wait. A mom waits for 9 months for the baby to grow and come out. So as the trees take long to give fruits. In nature, in environment, we always constantly get that message that you have to wait, have patience. What is it saying? Saying kya hai? Sabar ka phal
मीठा होता है. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so the next question is, what made you keep going, being a woman entrepreneur in the word of man, and that too being a wonderful mother along with it?
Wonderful mother, you should ask my kids. I don't know. Because I do have my moments of, where I do the complete dance. But as a woman entrepreneur, I think there is a certain amount of, don't get me wrong, I'm not biased, but I think women are good at multitasking. I think it's something which comes naturally, probably due to the expectation that is there out of a woman even today. Times have changed, but even today, the expectation of a woman, you are a career-oriented woman, but you dare not go to work without giving coffee or tea. You understand? So it is something which comes naturally. It is tough. It is tough in a man's world. But I think women are smart enough to make the man do things for you as well. And that's where your smartness should come. So as a woman, feminism is very misunderstood many a times. Okay. As a woman, you are blessed with the ability, capability, and gentleness. And you can make a lot of things happen. Use that to your advantage. You don't need to be nasty. You don't need to be bitter to do things. Okay. So, and man and women, man and a woman, they should actually complement each other. Not, it's not like a war and fight. Okay, so that's what we need to understand, that it's not about proving your identity as a woman. It's about doing things. And yes, there are certain times where we rely on a man's ability as well. So it would be wrong of me to say that it's like, I do rely many a times on my husband, or probably on somebody else. In fact, in my team, I always thought that the special needs sector was a very female dominated sector. So I make sure that I have some guys around, because the problem is a lot of the children with special needs are boys, and to handle them, it takes a boy as well. And it's also very exciting to have opposite gender. You should also have some encouragement, right, to do things. So it really helps. I think it's a beautiful blend that you should, look at. So I wouldn't call it a man's world today. Women have made a significant mark in the man's world, and we women, as women, there is a lot. I think we are always one grade above, and it's not necessary to prove that. They already know it. So don't make them feel bad.
So proud of women like you, ma'am. And definitely, both the genders shouldn't fight, but grow together, work together. Definitely. So the next question is, we all can catch your vibes, which are way too positive and motivating, but really want to know is what keeps you going. What's your guru mantra?
Okay, I love dancing. I'm a dancer in heart. And I love music. I love drama. So, what's life without fun? And that is really important for me. So I make sure, and I always tell this to everyone, 1 hour in a day, you need to do something which you love doing. Okay, so I love everything what everyone else does. But to me, my mantra certainly is dancing and fitness. I feel good about myself when I do that. And of course, we all love the girly things. So those are the things. But yeah, I think that's the reason why I'm also actually developing a very strong movement program, because I can't think of a life without moving around, without everyone likes to move, dance, have fun. So yeah, that's my mantra, and that's my advice to all, because physically, if you're fit, mentally you are fit.
That's what my dad is always saying me, because I'm a lazy person. But yeah, I do that. I do dance like, okay, yeah. So the next and the last question which we'll take is, what are the sources from which we can get funds if you want to start a social entrepreneurship?
Okay, that is a varied, platform. There are a lot of venture capitalists. There are a lot of corporates. In fact, the good thing is all of the corporates have a certain percentage which they are supposed to dedicate for social cause. Okay, so they are supposed to give, I think, 3% or something like that. They are supposed to give it. Now, the thing here is when you are approaching corporates, when you are approaching anyone, again, I would like to remind you of the fact that when you go as a social entrepreneur, it cannot be just about you. It's got to be about what is the social impact that company is, doing, or what is the impact the corporate is actually headed to. Because I think one of the sad points from a company's perspective is that, हमने तो पैसा दे दिया, but where are we in the whole scheme of things? So they should also be part and parcel of the entire cause, and that is how a very effective, robust relationship can actually move ahead to also ensure that your funding is on. It has to be sustainable. They can't lose interest in this at any point of time, so you have to take them along with you. And that's so yeah, to answer your question, corporates are the and government, it's tough. I don't know. I have not had very good experiences, so yeah.
Okay, so ma'am, one last thing. So there's this girl who asked, I'm really moved by the cause you're working on. So am I. So is there any way I can contribute my bit, and how can she volunteer?
Oh, lovely. Please get in touch with me. Can I drop my number?
Definitely.
I would love to. One of the most, I love it when I have youngsters with me, and that helps me keep me young also. So I just absolutely, absolutely love it. So please feel free to get in touch with me at any point of time, now, later. So may I just share, if someone could please, so my website is www.communicare education, COMMUNICARE education.com. And I'll share a couple of numbers with you. The number is 932 465 8981 and 9967 060656. And you could write to me as well. Okay. So one thing only I need you to remember, I'm Kavita with an H, Kavitha, George. Okay, so I'm on Insta, Kavita_George. You can just look me up there. And yes, that's right. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you're not running late of time, we have few more questions.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to take if they allow me to.
Okay, yes. So the next question is, what if we spend our 3 years doing a task and it's not in our destiny, or by any means you will not be able to fulfill it? So what should we do next?
Try again. But, okay, let me say, see, I'll tell you one thing. The best of entrepreneurs are the ones who failed at some point of time in life. Okay, so remember, failure is a stepping stone to success. But remember that you should not repeat the same mistakes, what you've done in the past. Okay, so failure should not be taken personally. Things happen, which is why I mentioned in my C, be cautious. Okay, so sometimes you see it happening, but you overlook it in your passion. Let that not take the better of you. Give it your complete self, but at the same time, you should know when to take a step back. All right. So I think even if you fail, and all of us have failed at some point of time or the other, failure is not to be taken personally. Failure has to be taken as I have learned from this and I know what not to do the next time. Okay. So that's a very big learning. And if you have failed, be sure you're going to be a very successful person.
Because failure is the first step towards success.
Yeah, but you should not repeat the same mistakes.
Definitely. So, ma'am, there's this question from my side. What impresses you the most when you are considering hiring someone? Because you were talking about the right team.
Yes. I think the attitude. I am very, very keen observer of a person's attitude and the ability for the person to work in a team, which means that you have to unlearn a few things and incorporate it. And I love people who are ready to learn more things and also accept that they do not know certain things. The I know it all attitude scares me a bit. So I think the attitude makes a lot of difference. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You're definitely an idol to all of us and is truly a special and a superwoman.
Oh, no. Thank you. You just know how to make my day.
And you made our day. It's amazing to have a speaker like you today. So, who is not even leading the world in work, please, but also home by fighting battles with many other, and by being a lovely mother of a special child. Your all responses were very enlightening, and your zeal towards your work is very motivating. And we'll definitely put the advice you gave us today to good use. Now, I'll request everyone to switch on their camera for a group picture with our lovely Kavita ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I loved every bit of it. And I do hope that I get an opportunity to meet you all in person sometime for sure. And thank you. I would also like to extend my thanks to the principal ma'am, to Ishleen, who has been coordinating with me. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
You have really inspired our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
On the count of 3, everybody please smile. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, from here, I'll hand over the mic to Ishpreet ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kanishka. For our next session, I would like to extend a special welcome to Mr. K.S. Kohli as our speaker for today. We are very grateful to Sir for accepting our invitation and marking his presence here. Sir is a chairman of Franklin Group of Companies. He is a practicing advocate, having vast experience of more than 3 decades. He is the proprietor of a reputed law firm in Delhi, namely K.S. Kohli and Associates. He was pioneer in starting trainings for aspirants of air hostess and cabin crew jobs. He brought Franklin to India's #1 position in the very first year of commencing training business. Today, Franklin is a huge diversified group having business interests in aviation, hospitality, travel and customer service trainings, first impression trainings, corporate trainings, security business, music and entertainment, infrastructure and development, and a lot more. He is a philanthropist and also founder of a charitable trust, namely Premoist International, which is engaged in various charitable activities. He firmly believes in innovation, high quality, delivery, and customer delight. It is indeed a pleasure to have a person with such an experience who has built an empire on his own as our speaker to enlighten students. I'm sure students are going to benefit with the knowledge you will be sharing. We welcome you, sir. Without taking much time, let's begin with the session. Over to you, sir. Sir, we cannot hear you. Please check if he's on unmute.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
He's unmuted.
So you are still not audible.
You can rejoin again once.
Thank you everyone for your patience. Sir will be joining us in just a second. Sir, I guess you're still not audible or you are on mute.
Guys, as Kavita ma'am said, sabr ka fal meetha hota hai. So I think we have to wait for a few more minutes. And then we will
Angel,
start.
is it open from your side?
Yes, yes, ma'am. It's open from our side. Some problem from their side.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just hold on.
Voice is echoing. If you are logged
Yeah,
on
just
from another, you can switch it off. Another.
you are able to hear me now?
Yes,
sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me for this session. I will like to share my journey, where I reached today, how I built the Franklin brand with the students so that they can also have a learning and inspiration to do what I have been able to achieve in my life. My daughter Shalene has told me कि पापा आप इमोशनल मत हो जाना, दिल से बात नहीं करना, माइंड से करना, तो लेकिन मैं इमोशनली होके बात करता हूँ. I always feel to have a candid conversation which comes straight from the heart. I remember when I started the business in 1993. I like to take you before 93. What was my life at before my starting this business? Till 32, 33 years, I was not earning even a single penny. मेरे घर वाले सब मुझे ये कहते थे कि कभी काम भी करेगा, कहीं नौकरी भी करेगा, कुछ कमाएगा भी. तो मैं ये हमेशा कहता था कि मैं जब भागूंगा तो लंबी रेस का घोड़ा हूँ, जब मैं स्पीड पकड़ूंगा तो सबको पीछे छोड़ जाऊंगा. तो मेरी मदर जो थी वो हमेशा ये सुन के उनके कान पक गए, और एक दिन मैं बोली कि वो कब वो दिन आएगा जब तू दौड़ना शुरू करेगा या तू कुछ कमाना शुरू करेगा. तो 33 साल 33 इयर्स जो है एक एज, एक अर्निंग के लिए छोटी या कम नहीं होती. और 33 इयर्स तक मैंने I was not earning, as I told you, not even a penny. When I was 33, in January 1993, I incorporated this company, Franklin Aviation Services Private Limited. इससे पहले मैंने 3-4 बिजनेस, जब मैंने कंपनी शुरू की 93 में, फ्रैंकलिन ने ट्रेनिंग बिजनेस 97 में शुरू किया, लेकिन 93 में से लेकर 97 तक मैंने 4-5 चीजों में अपना हाथ आजमाया. I tried to start, commence various businesses, but I failed. I could not succeed. I always wanted to have a business where a lot of fun is there, and not only work. I wanted to have business in the glamour perceived industry, but at the same time not modeling. 93 के अंदर ज्यादातर ग्लैमर को एसोसिएट किया जाता मॉडलिंग या एक्टिंग के साथ. 93 से पहले, if you remember or recall, only one airline used to fly in the sky, that was Air India. जितनी प्राइवेट एयरलाइंस थी ये 93 के अंदर आई, जेट एयरवेज, ईस्ट वेस्ट और काफी एयरलाइंस ने कमेंस की अपने ऑपरेशन. गवर्नमेंट मेड चेंज द पॉलिसी, एविएशन पॉलिसी, एंड मेड द स्काई ओपन for the private players. So in Air India monopoly was finished. उस टाइम मैंने एक ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी देखी इस बिजनेस के अंदर, क्योंकि ये ग्लैमर परसीव्ड भी था, और इसके अंदर मैंने देखा कि जगह जगह पे पूरे हिंदुस्तान में मेरे सेंटर हो सकते हैं. क्योंकि अगर मैं मॉडलिंग इंस्टीट्यूट खोलता तो मेरे सेंटर शायद इंडिया में इतने नहीं हो सकते जितने आज फ्रैंकलिन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इलस्ट्रेटिव ट्रेनिंग के हैं. तब मैं शायद 10, 12, 15, 20 सेंटर से ऊपर नहीं बना पाता. तो लेकिन क्योंकि एविएशन इंडस्ट्री उस टाइम बिल्कुल नई थी प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के लिए, तो मैं इसको थोड़ा ऑब्जर्व करना चाहता था. आई ऑलवेज डू द वर्क विद पेशेंस. तो मैंने 3-4 साल इसको बड़ी क्लोजली ऑब्जर्व किया कि एविएशन इंडस्ट्री जो है कैसे चल रही, प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स स्टेबल हो रहे हैं या नहीं हो रहे. क्योंकि बिफोर आई एंटर इनटू द बिजनेस, इफ द प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स आर नॉट डूइंग वेल या गवर्नमेंट फिर अपनी पॉलिसी रिवर्स कर देती है, तो उसका सेटबैक काफी बड़ा होता है. अक्सर लोग मुझसे ये पूछते हैं कि मैं एडवोकेट हूँ, लॉ प्रोफेशन से हूँ, तो मैं एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में कैसे आ गया। अगर मैं आपसे सच बताऊं तो मुझे जब एविएशन इंडस्ट्री में मैंने एंटर किया, तो अगर कोई उस टाइम मेरे से पूछता कि ब्लैक बॉक्स का कलर क्या होता है, तो शायद मैं ब्लैक बोल देता, क्योंकि मुझे इतनी भी नॉलेज नहीं थी एविएशन इंडस्ट्री की, एबीसी भी मुझे पता नहीं थी। लेकिन मेरे मन में था कि मेरे को इसी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, क्योंकि मैंने एक ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी देखी जब गवर्नमेंट ने स्काई पॉलिसी ओपन की, तो इसी इंडस्ट्री में मुझे लगा कि मैं कैरियर या बिजनेस सेट कर सकता हूँ और आई कैन हैव ए गुड अर्निंग इन दिस बिजनेस। तो मैंने क्या किया, क्योंकि मुझे इस इंडस्ट्री के बारे में कुछ भी पता नहीं था, तो मैंने सबसे पहले इस इंडस्ट्री में जो जो प्लेयर थे, ट्रेनिंग इंडस्ट्री में ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट थे उस टाइम, मुझे ध्यान है रफली उस टाइम 250 इंस्टीट्यूट होते, 250 इंस्टीट्यूट थे स्कैटर्ड अक्रॉस कंट्री, पैन इंडिया। 100% institutes were run by Air India or airlines professionals. कोई पायलट था, उसने इंस्टीट्यूट खोला हुआ था, कोई एयर इंडिया की 20 साल से रिटायर्ड या कोई केबिन क्रू थी एयर होस्टेस, उसने खोला हुआ था। लेकिन मैं इस इंडस्ट्री से नहीं था और मुझे कोई नॉलेज नहीं थी इस इंडस्ट्री की। तो मैंने क्या किया कि मैंने इन इंस्टीट्यूट्स के क्यूरिकुलम को लेके स्टडी किया, ये क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं, इनके ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज को स्टडी किया अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूट्स के अलग अलग पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया से। वो स्टडी करने के बाद बहुत माइन्यूटली कि इनका सिलेबस क्या है, मैंने फिर एयरलाइंस की तरफ रुख किया और फिर ये जाना कि एयरलाइंस जो है जब सिलेक्शन इंटरव्यू करते हैं केबिन क्रू का, एयर होस्टेस का या फ्लाइट स्टीवर्ड का, ये क्या देखते हैं, ये बच्चों को किस बेस पे सिलेक्ट करते हैं। उसके तब 93 की अगर मैं या 97 की बात करूं, आज सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस पूरा डिफरेंट हो चुका है। लेकिन उस टाइम 97 में जो इंटरनेशनल एयरलाइंस थी वो रिटन टेस्ट भी लिया करती थी। रिटन टेस्ट में ग्रामर होती थी, बेसिक मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन होती थी। वो देखते थे एक बच्चे में लीडरशिप क्वालिटी, एटीट्यूड, ग्रूमिंग, कलर डार्क है या गोरा है या काला, इससे उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता था, वो पर्सनैलिटी देखते थे। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि जितनी एयरलाइंस के जो इंस्टीट्यूट हैं, एयर होस्टेस ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है जो इंडिया में 250 इंस्टीट्यूट है, ये क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो मैंने देखा ये सब कुछ टेक्निकल कोर्स पढ़ा रहे थे, जैसे कि इमरजेंसी एविक्यूशन सिस्टम एयरक्राफ्ट का, और जितनी टेक्निकल चीजें होती थी वो पढ़ाई जा रही थी। सॉफ्ट स्किल के अंदर कोई फोकस नहीं था। जबकि एयरलाइंस 97 में भी सॉफ्ट स्किल्स देखती थी, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल देखती थी, पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट देखती थी, ग्रूमिंग देखती थी। तो मैंने सोचा कि ये इतना डिफरेंस क्यों है कि ये पढ़ा कुछ और रहे हैं और बच्चे को इस पढ़ाई का कोई फायदा नहीं है। और जब वो एयरलाइन में इंटरव्यू के लिए जाएगा, इसमें से एक भी क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि एक 12वीं पास बच्चे को, 12th पास बच्चे को कोई भी एयरलाइन इमरजेंसी एविक्यूशन सिस्टम या टेक्निकल चीजें एयरलाइंस की क्या एयरक्राफ्ट में है वो नहीं पूछते थे। आई वॉज लिटिल कंफ्यूज, परप्लेक्स्ड कि ये पढ़ा क्या रहे हैं और वो पूछ क्या रहे हैं, ऐसा क्यों। उसका भी जवाब मुझे मिला कि क्योंकि उस टाइम जितने इंस्टीट्यूट थे उनका मोटिव जो था वो पैसा कमाना था, बच्चों का वेलफेयर, उनके कैरियर से उनको लीस्ट इंटरेस्ट था। वो टेक्निकल चीजें इसलिए पढ़ा रहे थे कि उनको 1.5 लाख रुपए फीस लेनी थी, 1 लाख रुपए। अगर वो सॉफ्ट स्किल पढ़ाते तो वो इतनी फीस नहीं ले सकते थे। आई वॉन्टेड टू बिल्ड एन ऑनेस्ट ब्रांड इन इंडिया, क्योंकि मैं फर्मली बिलीव करता हूं कि अगर आप क्वालिटी देते हैं, इफ यू गो एक्स्ट्रा माइल इन डिलीवरिंग द क्वालिटी वट एवर यू डू, इनोवेशन, आप किसी को कॉपी नहीं करते। जनरली क्या होता है, कोई भी बिजनेस शुरू करता है वो दूसरे प्लेयर से देखेगा क्या कर रहा है, उसमें से कुछ चीजें वहां से लेगा, कुछ उससे लेगा, और वो मिला के कॉकटेल बना देंगे और बिजनेस शुरू कर लेंगे। लेकिन मैंने अपनी लाइफ में कभी भी किसी को कॉपी नहीं किया, मैंने हमेशा इनोवेट किया। उस टाइम जबकि सारे इंस्टीट्यूट टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग दे रहे थे, मैं एक कोर्स लेके आया सिर्फ 7 दिन का, 7 days, जिसका मैंने नाम रखा बेसिक केबिन क्रू ट्रेनिंग। मैंने वो लॉन्च किया कोर्स 97 में, और मेरी पहली एडवर्टाइजमेंट जो आई थी न्यूज़पेपर में, दिल्ली में आई थी, मैं ध्यान है हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया उस टाइम, अब भी लीडिंग पब्लिकेशंस हैं, उस टाइम भी थे। तो जब मेरी पहली ऐड आई तो मेरे साथ एक बड़ी अजीब घटना हो गई। जिस दिन मेरी ऐड आई उससे सेकंड डे मैं मेरे ऑफिस के अंदर, मेरा बहुत छोटा सा ऑफिस था, मैंने एक छोटा सा केबिन से ऑफिस शुरू किया इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड टावर नेहरू प्लेस में। और जब मैंने ट्रेनिंग बिजनेस शुरू किया तब तक मैं जनकपुरी में सुनेजा टावर में शिफ्ट कर चुका था, वहां भी मेरा एक छोटा सा ऑफिस था। मेरे पास सिर्फ 2 एम्प्लॉय थे उस टाइम, एक लेडी थी केरलाइट और एक ऑफिस बॉय था और एक और था, 3 एम्प्लॉय थे। तो मेरे ऑफिस के अंदर पुलिस ही पुलिस आ गई, सीआईडी और क्राइम ब्रांच। तो मैं उस टाइम ऑफिस में नहीं था, मुझे फोन आया कि यहाँ तो बहुत पुलिस आ गई, इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं आपके लिए। तो मैंने कहा आप उनको बिठाओ, मैं आता हूँ। इस प्रोफेशन में मुझे एक चीज ने बड़ी हेल्प की, वो थे मेरे लीगल प्रोफेशन, एडवोकेट। क्योंकि जब भी मैं किसी पुलिस वाले से मिलता था, जब आगे की उस पर एडवोकेट है, तो वो बैक फुट पे हो जाते थे। एंड तो जब मैं आया ऑफिस में तो उन्होंने मेरे से कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछे, तो मैंने उनको रिप्लाई दिया। मैंने बात क्या, इतनी सारी पुलिस आई किस लिए? तो बाद में उन्होंने देखा कि यहाँ तो कुछ भी नहीं है, तो उन्होंने मेरे को बताया कि आपने जब ऐड दी उसके अगले दिन, उसी दिन एक लड़की मेरठ से भाग गई, तो हमें शक था कि वो भी एयर होस्टेस बनना चाहती थी, तो कहीं आपके यहाँ ना आई हो। तो दिस वाज समथिंग व्हिच हैपेंड ऑन द वेरी फर्स्ट ऐड आई गेव। तो मेरी वाइफ ने, मेरी माँ ने कहा बिजनेस बंद कर दे, कि जिस बिजनेस के शुरू होते इतनी पुलिस आ गई, तो इस बिजनेस को तू बंद कर दे, आगे पता नहीं क्या हुआ। खैर मैंने बिजनेस तो बंद नहीं किया। That was a small incident I remembered I shared with you. तो मैं अभी बता रहा था आपको, तो मैं एक कोर्स लेके आया 7 दिन का, बेसिक केबिन क्रू ट्रेनिंग, जो पूरा नॉन टेक्निकल था, 100% सॉफ्ट स्किल, नॉट इवन 1% टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग। उसमें मैंने ट्रस्ट दिया, कोर्स को बड़े ध्यान से मैंने बनाया। जब मैंने ट्रेनर चुने तो मैंने 3 ट्रेनर चाहिए था मुझे, एक पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट का, एक ग्रूमिंग एविएशन का और एक कस्टमर सर्विसेज का। तो मुझे ध्यान है जब मैंने ऐड दी तो करीब 1000 एप्लीकेशन आई ट्रेनर की, और मैं क्वालिटी मेरे दिमाग में सबसे ऊपर थी कि मुझे पता था अगर मुझे ब्रांड बिल्ड करना है तो मुझे बहुत ही हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी देनी पड़ेगी, ट्रेनिंग की भी। और 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग, मुझे रियलाइज था कि बहुत ज्यादा टाइम मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। 1 साल की ट्रेनिंग जो है, 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग सारे इंस्टीट्यूट दे रहे थे, जितने इंस्टीट्यूट, 6 महीने से कम किसी की ट्रेनिंग नहीं थी, लेकिन 7 दिन बहुत ही कम टाइम था। ये बात मुझे अच्छी तरह से मालूम थी। तो मुझे चाहिए थे द्रोणाचार्य जैसे ट्रेनर, मास्टर ट्रेनर, और क्वालिटी और इनोवेशन मेरे दिमाग में थी। तो इसलिए मैंने क्या किया, बड़ा स्ट्रिंजेंट सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस रखा। कम से कम 200 ट्रेनर मैंने बुलाए एविएशन इंडस्ट्री से, और उसमें से मैंने सिर्फ 2 सिलेक्ट किए। और मैंने पीडी का जो ट्रेनर लिया वो मेरा ट्रेनर था बॉस्टन से, मेरे पास ट्रेनर थे हार्वर्ड से भी, मेरे पास ट्रेनर थे जमनालाल बजाज इंस्टीट्यूट से, और मैंने हैंड फुल ट्रेनर लिए सिर्फ 2-3, और मास्टर ट्रेनर लेके मैं उनको जो पेमेंट कर रहा था उस टाइम, वो 6 गुना ज्यादा थी जो दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट करते थे। लेकिन मुझे क्वालिटी देनी थी, और मुझे पता था 7 दिन में किसी भी बच्चे की पर्सनैलिटी चेंज करना ये आसान काम नहीं। इसके लिए जब तक ट्रेनर बहुत हाई क्वालिटी के नहीं होंगे, ये काम जो है अकम्प्लिश नहीं हो सकता। जब मैंने ट्रेनिंग शुरू की, मुझे याद है मुझे कई कमेंट्स आए, पूरी इंडस्ट्री मेरे पर हंस रही थी कि ये कौन से सरदार जी, इन्होंने 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग शुरू की, ये तो फेल हो जाएंगे। पीपल वर एंटिसिपेटिंग आई विल फेल इन बिजनेस, क्योंकि 7 दिन में वो सोचे थे क्या पढ़ाएगा ये, और ये बच्चे भी क्या सीखेंगे। तो उन्होंने फोरकास्ट कर दिया कि ये इंस्टीट्यूट बंद हो जाएगा। बट कंट्रेरी टू देयर एक्सपेक्टेशंस, इन द वेरी फर्स्ट ईयर ऑफ ऑपरेशंस, it paid me the quality, innovation, and a revolutionary curriculum which I brought forward. क्योंकि मेरे माइंड में बच्चे का कैरियर और बच्चे की जो कस्टमर की जो है इंटरेस्ट, वो सबसे पहले था। बिजनेस तो सारे ही करते हैं, प्रॉफिट भी हर कोई एक्सपेक्ट करता है बिजनेस में, और ये क्राइम नहीं है प्रॉफिट एक्सपेक्ट करना। लेकिन मैंने सोचा कि नहीं, ये बिजनेस जो मेरा है इसमें बच्चों का कैरियर भी इन्वॉल्व है। आई शुड हैव something which gives them the best training and helps them, equip them with the skill set which help them in getting the selection. There was a very cutthroat competition at that time. अभी तो इतनी सारी एयरलाइंस हो गई हैं, एयर होस्टेस के लिए उतना कटथ्रोट कंपटीशन नहीं है, लेकिन 97-98 में तो इतना कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन था। तो जब मैंने ट्रेनिंग पहले साल ही फ्रैंकफिन इंडिया की नंबर 1 कंपनी बन गई। जो लोग मेरे पे हंस रहे थे उन्होंने मेरा सिलेबस चुराया, कॉपी किया और इनकॉर्पोरेट किया, अपने सिलेबस चेंज किए। टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग वो फिर भी पढ़ाते रहे क्योंकि उनको फीस लेनी थी, लेकिन उन्होंने काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग सिलेबस मेरा कॉपी किया। तो इस तरह से मैंने अपना बिजनेस 97 में शुरू किया। 97 से लेकर मैंने जब बिजनेस शुरू किया, जैसे आप कॉलेज से बाहर आते हो, तो मैं भी जब कॉलेज से आया मेरे मन में एक बहुत ज़्यादा था कि मैं अपने दम पे खड़ा हूँ। ज़्यादातर बच्चे जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से होते हैं वो कोशिश करते हैं अपने दम पे, तो मेरे मन में भी था कि मैं किसी की हेल्प ना लूं और अपने दम पे खड़ा हूं। तो मैं चाहता तो अपने फादर से पैसे ले सकता था, लेकिन मैंने लिए नहीं। मेरी स्टोरी जो है, all publication, most of the publication, BBC, everyone has covered, and many of you must be knowing. It is available on net also. Economic Times carried across country, but I still repeat it for the sake of information to the people who does not know. मैंने 40,000 रुपए लेके एक फ्रेंड से ये कंपनी शुरू की, ओनली 40,000, वो भी मैंने पेरेंट्स से नहीं लिया। जब ये कंपनी शुरू की तो मैंने उस दोस्त को कहा कि तू भी आजा, पार्टनर बन जा, लेकिन उसको इस बिजनेस में यकीन नहीं था। उसको काफी बार का वो माना नहीं। आज वो बहुत पछताता है कि उस टाइम अगर उसने 10-20 हज़ार रुपये लगा दिए होते तो आज कहाँ पहुंचा होता, लेकिन समय तो वापस आता नहीं है। तो उस 40,000 से today the Frankfin is a very big, huge group. I have more than dozen companies under the umbrella of Frankfin Group. The flagship is Frankfin Institute of Aerospace Training, Frankfin Aviation Services Private Limited. Aaj, we are also having entertainment, the security business, infrastructure and development, corporate trainings, first impression trainings. म्यूजिक कंपनी जो है वो मैंने 2005 में शुरू की, लेकिन म्यूजिक में मैं थोड़ा बाद में आऊंगा। पहले मैं अपनी एविएशन की जर्नी अपनी कंप्लीट कर लूं, और जैसे साथ साथ में वो समय आएगा तो मैं आपको बताता जाऊंगा मैं क्या क्या बिजनेस मैंने शुरू किया। तो 97 से लेकर 2003 तक मैंने सिर्फ 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग शुरू की। मुझे ध्यान है कि इशलीन उस वक्त छोटी सी थी, और मेरी छोटी बेटी वो तो अभी शायद उसका बर्थ ही हुआ था। तो इशलीन को अगर याद होगा तो मैं घर के अंदर सिर्फ 3 महीने में 1 दिन ही दिखता था। तो मुझे लोग कहते थे कि कल को ये ना बच्चे तुझे अंकल कहें और पापा कहना ही भूल जाएंगे। लेकिन मेरे मन के अंदर था कि मैंने कुछ कर दिखाना है, कुछ बनाना है, कुछ बन के दिखाना है। तो मैं सारे हिंदुस्तान में मेरी एडवर्टाइजमेंट जाती थी। सेंटर मेरा कोई भी नहीं था। मैं 5 स्टार होटल्स के अंदर, जैसे जब मैं कलकत्ता जाता था तो ताज बंगाल HHI में मैं बैंकेट हॉल ले लेता था। पहला मेरा राउंड लगता था इंटरव्यूज का, फिर मैं ट्रेनिंग देने जाता था। तो एक राउंड से आता था, 3 महीने बाद 2 दिन घर ठहर के फिर 3 महीने चला जाता था। और कई दिन, एंड आई एम एब्सोल्युटली मीनिंग इट, कि 4 रातें जाग कर बिना सोए मैं काम करता था, लेकिन मेरे चेहरे से ये नहीं दिखता था कि मैं सोया नहीं हूँ। ये भगवान की बड़ी कृपा रही मेरे पे, प्रभु की। 4 रातें कैसे जागनी पड़ती थी, क्योंकि उस टाइम मैंने बिजनेस ही शुरू किया था और मेरे पास कोई बहुत सारे फंड्स नहीं थे। तो हम क्या करते थे, जैसे पूरी टीम, जो हमारी 2-3 ट्रेनर मैंने लिए थे, कुछ कस्टमर केयर का मेरा स्टाफ था, तो हम जब इकट्ठे, जैसे एक फिल्म की यूनिट जाती है, हम ट्रेनिंग के लिए, इंटरव्यू के लिए जाते थे। तो जैसे मैं मुंबई गया, तो मुंबई से जब इंटरव्यू खत्म हुए या ट्रेनिंग खत्म हुई, तो शाम को हम एक व्हीकल ले लेते थे, पूना बाई रोड चले जाते थे। 2-3 घंटे का सफर है वहां से। पूना में अगले दिन जो है फिर रात को लेट पहुंचते थे, 2-3 बजे, 1-2 बजे को। वहीं से हम बॉम्बे से फ्री लेट होते थे, तो 1-2 घंटे कभी सोते थे, कभी नहीं सोते थे। कभी कभी मुंबई से मैं बेंगलोर चला जाता था, तो उस टाइम मुझे होता था होटल के अंदर, अगर मैं स्टाफ को होटल के अंदर ले गया तो वो मेरे कम से कम 10-15 हज़ार रुपये खर्च हो जाएंगे, तो मैं वो अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाता था। तो मैं क्या करता था कि जाकर हम मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पे बैठ जाते थे। सुबह की 6-6:30 की फ्लाइट होती थी, तो हम पूरी रात बैठ के बिताते और कॉफी के 2 कप पी लेते थे। सुबह जब बेंगलोर पहुंचते तो वहाँ भीड़ लगी होती थी इंटरव्यू के लिए, फिर वहां से चेन्नई, इस तरह से 4 रातें जाकर, तो मेहनत करके करीब 6-7 साल में मैंने ब्रांड को एस्टेब्लिश किया। और तब मैंने 2003 में ये सोचा कि अगर मुझे ब्रांड को बहुत बड़ा लेके जाना है, बहुत ऊपर लेके जाना है, तो मुझे 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग को 1 साल में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक चीज और 2003 तक हो चुकी थी, वो थी कि हॉस्पिटलिटी और ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री भी बहुत फ्लरिश हो चुकी थी, और ये भी एयरलाइंस के साथ साथ इसमें भी स्किल मैन पावर की डिमांड बड़ी बढ़ चुकी थी। जबकि मेरा कोर्स सिर्फ मोस्टली एविएशन के लिए था, हालांकि बच्चे उसमें से कस्टमर सर्विस भी जा सकते थे। और 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग में मैं मैक्सिमम टर्नओवर अपनी लेके जा सकता था 10 करोड़, 15 करोड़, 20 को, इससे ज्यादा पॉसिबल ही नहीं था। लेकिन मुझे तो काफी ऊपर कंपनी को लेके जाना था, तो मैंने उस टाइम सोचा कि अब मैं अपने कोर्स को 1 साल में कन्वर्ट करूं। लेकिन इससे पहले मैं आपको बताऊं कि मैंने कन्वर्ट किया और उसके बाद क्या किया। मैं आपको एक चीज और बताना चाहूंगा। इसलिए ने मुझे 6 फोन किए, पापा आपने पेपर में कुछ लिख रखा है, पॉइंट बना लो, कोई और रिसर्च कर लो। तो मैंने कहा बेटा मैं लिख के नहीं बात करता, मैं दिल से ही बात करता हूँ। मैं हमेशा बिना लिखे, बिना रिसर्च किए एक्सटेम्पोरी बोलता हूँ, क्योंकि जब दिल से बोलता हूँ तो वो सारी चीजें बोलता हूँ जो बिल्कुल सही करेक्ट होती हैं। तो मैं बिलीव नहीं करता लिख के कन्वर्सेशन करने के लिए। तो जब 2003 के अंदर मेरी स्पीड हमेशा कॉन्कॉर्ड स्पीड रही है, मेरी स्पीड को मैच करना आज भी बड़ा डिफिकल्ट है। मेरा स्टाफ जो है, आज मेरे पास मोर देन 2000 पीपल, मे बी 2000-3000 पीपल आर वर्किंग इन माय कंपनी। कुछ लोग हो सकता है अभी कनेक्टेड भी हो यहाँ पे जूम में, जो कनेक्टेड हैं वो इस बात को मानेंगे कि मेरी स्पीड को मैच करना बड़ा मुश्किल है, वो चाहे किसी भी फील्ड में। जब मैंने ब्रांड बनाया तो मैंने प्रोस्पेक्टस में खुद बैठ के इसकी ब्रांड वैल्यूज लिखी। 7 ब्रांड वैल्यूज मैंने उसमें डिफाइन की। उसमें फन वॉज वेरी एसेंशियल पार्ट ऑफ माई ब्रांड, क्योंकि मैं अपने ब्रांड को एक यूथफुल, फ्लैम्बॉयंट और फन लविंग ब्रांड बनाना चाहता था। आई एम वेरी रिबेलियस बाय नेचर, चाहे वो सोशल रूल्स हो चाहे कॉर्पोरेट रूल्स हो। मैं रूल्स को ब्रेक करने में बड़ा एंजॉय करता हूँ। मैं कन्वेंशनल कभी भी नहीं चलता। मैंने आज तक जिंदगी में टाई नहीं पहनी। मैं जब नरेश गोयल या किसी भी टॉप फंक्शनरी से, एयरलाइंस के, इवन विजय माल्या, किसी भी मिलने अगर गया हूँ तो मैं बहुत ही कैजुअल, फॉर्मल मीटिंग्स में बहुत कैजुअल अटायर में जाता हूँ। मैं जीन, टी शर्ट या बहुत ही कैजुअल अटायर, बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू ब्रेक द इमेज ऑफ द चेयरमैन, wearing tie, suit. So I firmly believe in that. The work should be a fun. It should be a play. That ensure for my all staff, the entire staff of my company's various division will agree कि मैं उनके लिए भी वर्क एक फन बना देता हूँ, जैसे क्रिकेट का मैच है। इसका एक फायदा सबसे ज्यादा है कि ना तो मैं थकता हूँ ना वो थकते हैं। जब आप किसी चीज में इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, आप उसको काम नहीं समझते, आप उसको अपना पैशन समझते हैं, आप उसको अपनी हॉबी समझते हैं, तो आप ये लिख के ले लीजिए, आपने एक्सपीरियंस भी किया होगा। आप चाहे 15 घंटे काम कर लें, चाहे 18 घंटे काम कर लें, चाहे 20 घंटे कर लें, चाहे 4 घंटे सोएं, आप थकेंगे नहीं। आप थकेंगे तब जब आप काम को काम की तरह लेंगे। तो मैं इंश्योर करता हूं कि मेरा स्टाफ भी हैव मैक्सिमम फन एंड एंजॉय। Innovation is another brand value I wrote for my company. The quality is another, the value for money, customer delight. So there are 7 brand values which I wrote, which are still there as a guiding directive for my company, for me, and I keep them on the top of my mind always. So जब ये 2003 आया, जहाँ पे मैं आपको अभी, जहाँ मैं बात कर रहा था, मैंने 1 साल का कोर्स कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश की, तो मुझे याद है मेरे एमडी मेरे साथ थे। मार्च या अप्रैल का टाइम था उस टाइम, और सेशन जब 12वीं के एग्जाम खत्म होते हैं मार्च में और रिजल्ट आता है अप्रैल मई में, तो जितने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट हैं, चाहे वो आईटी के हो चाहे हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट हो, उनका सीजन शुरू होता है। तो सीजन का मतलब ये है कि एडमिशन तो हमारे सारा साल चलते हैं, लेकिन 4 महीने जो है, 5 महीने, वो उसमें 70% बिजनेस होता है। तो उसके अंदर से 15-20 दिन रह गए थे करीब सीजन शुरू होने में। तो मैंने अपने एमडी को बोला, भाई 1 साल का कोर्स शुरू करना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है राइट टाइम है। तो उसने कहा इस टाइम, इस साल तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, इम्पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि 15 दिन रह गए हैं और 1 साल का कोर्स शुरू करने के लिए हमें पूरा सिलेबस बनाना पड़ेगा, जगह लेनी पड़ेगी, सेंटर लेने पड़ेंगे, और ये काम 15 दिन में नहीं हो सकता। जब भी कोई ये कहता है इम्पॉसिबल है, पता नहीं मुझे भगवान ने ऐसा स्टिमुलेट करता है कि जो कोई इम्पॉसिबल होता है मैं उसको चैलेंज समझ के उसके पीछे जुनून की तरह पढ़ जाता हूँ। मुझे ध्यान है जब मैं 7 दिन की ट्रेनिंग में था तो हमारे यहाँ मैनेजर, मेरा फ्रेंड था, वही मेरी कंपनी में मैनेजर ऑपरेशन था, अरुण कुमार, तो हम इकट्ठे जाते थे। 3 साल के बाद मैंने कहा अभी टर्न ओवर जो है 5 करोड़, मुझे 10 करोड़ करनी है। और जनवरी का महीना था, आप को पता है कि बोर्ड के एग्जाम 12th के फरवरी मार्च में होते हैं, वो हमारा लीन पीरियड होता था। उस टाइम बिजनेस सबसे मिनिमम होता था। तो मैंने पिछले 4 साल में देखा कि उस टाइम बिजनेस 30 लाख से ऊपर रुपए का कभी नहीं हुआ। तो मैंने उसको बोला मुझे 1.5 करोड़ का बिजनेस करना है, तो उसने छूटते गया, तू पागल है क्या, 30 लाख का बिजनेस होता है, 1.5 करोड़ का कैसे कर लेगा। तो मैं कहा मुझे करना है। तो मुझे ध्यान है, ईशिन की मम्मी अगर सुन रहे हो तो उनको भी ध्यान होगा, मैं घर आया 2.5-3 महीने के टूर के बाद, और बच्चे जो हैं, सलमान को बोल कि फोन नहीं करे, मैं 2 मीटिंग। आवाज आ रही है आपको?
यस आ रही है।
यस सर।
तो जब मैं, 1 मिनट कॉल आ गई है, मैं उसको डिस्कनेक्ट करवा रहा हूँ, तो आप मेरी आवाज सुन रहे होंगे, यू विल सी माय वीडियो जस्ट इन ए शॉर्ट वाइल। तो मैंने क्या किया, आके मैंने डिनर किया, तो मैंने इशलीन की मम्मी को बोला कि मैं रात को मेरे लिए चाय एक थर्मस में रख के आप रख दो और आप सो जाओ, मुझे कुछ प्लानिंग करनी है। तो मैंने बैठ के रात को पूरी रात बैठ के 5 बजे तक प्लानिंग की कि मैं इस 3 सालों में पिछले कौन कौन से सेशन कवर करता रहा, इस लीन पीरियड में कितना रेवेन्यू आता रहा, और अगर मुझे 1.5 करोड़ करना है तो कैसे होगा। तो प्लानिंग करने के बाद मैंने रिविजिट किया, फिर उसको फाइन ट्यून किया, फिर रिविजिट किया, और उस क्वार्टर में मैंने लीन पीरियड में, जो मेरा फ्रेंड कह रहा था कि ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, मैंने 1 करोड़ 73 लाख 25 लाख फालतू करके दिखाया। तो जब भी कोई मुझे इम्पॉसिबल कहता है तो उस चीज को मैं जरूर करता हूँ। तो मेरे एमडी ने मुझे बोला कि इम्पॉसिबल है, 15 दिन में ये सेंटर कैसे खोलेंगे। तो मैंने कहा ये खोलना ही है, मुझे करना है। तो मैंने प्लानिंग क्या की, मैंने उसको बोला कि ऐसा करते हैं कि एक सेंटर की प्रीमिसेस फाइनल करके, बनने में तो 3 महीने लगेंगे, सामने एक छोटा सा रूम लेते हैं, जब रेनोवेशन हो रही होगी तो ऊपर बोर्ड लगा देंगे हम कि फ्रैंकफिन का, और सामने इंटरव्यू लेना शुरू कर देंगे। जब तक सेंटर बनेगा हमारा ट्रेनिंग बैच शुरू हो जाएगा। तो हमने ऐसे ही किया। जो पहला सेंटर था हमारा, वो आज भी हमारे पास है, अंधेरी वेस्ट में मैंने पहला सेंटर बनाया था, और बिल्कुल रेलवे स्टेशन के सामने। जो सेंटर, मेरे सेंटर बनाने से पहले 1 साल के जितने इंस्टीट्यूट के सेंटर थे, उस टाइम क्या होता, 2 रूम ले लिए, पंखा लगा दिया, जैसे स्कूल में चेयर्स होती हैं, चेयर्स लगा दी और सेंटर बन गए। लेकिन मुझे पता था ये ग्लैमर इंडस्ट्री है, और मैं कोई भी चीज करता था उसमें हमेशा क्वालिटी मेंटेन करता था। मैं हमेशा सोचता हूँ कि मेरा ब्रांड, अगर कहीं भी मेरा लोगो लगा हुआ है, उसमें हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी हो, या तो मैं वो काम करूँ ना, नहीं तो हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी का हो। तो मुझे सेंटर ऐसा बनाना था कि लोग देखें। तो मैंने जो पहला सेंटर बनाया, जो दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट 10-15 लाख में सेंटर बना लेते थे, मैंने 1.5 करोड़ रुपया 1.25 करोड़ रुपये खर्च के अंधेरी में स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट वर्ल्ड क्लास सेंटर बनाया, जिसके अंदर मॉक एयरक्राफ्ट भी था, पहली बार इंडिया के अंदर। तो वो सेंटर बना के मैंने वहां से शुरू किया। उसके बाद मेरे पास फंड्स लिमिटेड थे। मेरे जो ब्रदर है वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, तो मेरी अकाउंट्स और फाइनेंस में इतना मैं सॉलिड नहीं हूँ। मार्केटिंग के अंदर आई एम वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। माई बिजनेस एक्यूमेन इज वेरी गुड. My sixth sense is very strong. My entrepreneurship probably God gifted. Lets me know which direction to move. लेकिन मैं फाइनेंस प्लानिंग में बहुत हो। तो शायद मेरा अगर ब्रदर ना होता तो मैं इतनी जल्दी इतने सेंटर नहीं बना पाता। तो ही ऑल्सो ज्वाइन दी कंपनी विद मी। तो वो प्लानिंग करता गया कि इतना हमें अब 2 सेंटर बनाने हैं, फिर फंड्स आएंगे, फिर 4। तो मैंने पहले साल के अंदर, जबकि वहाँ 15 साल से जो इंस्टीट्यूट चल रहे थे इंडिया के अंदर, उनके किसी के भी 10 सेंटर से ज्यादा नहीं थे। जब मैंने पहला सेंटर अंधेरी का बनाया, मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस बुलाई, और उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर ये कहा कि 1 साल के अंदर मैं इसी तरह के स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट 25 सेंटर खोलूंगा। जब ये न्यूज़पेपर में आई तो सब लोगों ने सोचा कि गप मार रहा है, फेंक रहा लग रहा है। नो वन टुक मी सीरियसली, दे थॉट आई एम जस्ट गॉसिपिंग, बोस्टिंग। लेकिन ये उनकी सबसे बड़ी भूल थी। जब 1 साल पूरा हुआ, मेरे 25 से ज्यादा सेंटर थे। जब तक वो संभले तब तक मैंने 125 सेंटर बना दिए और 50 उसमें इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर। मैंने उनको उसके बाद भागने का मौका ही नहीं दिया। तो जब मैंने 1 साल का कोर्स बनाया तो उस टाइम मैंने बैठ के 3 दिन लगातार बैठ के हमने कोर्स में सोचा क्या कोर्स में बनाए जो बच्चों को फायदा हो। हमने स्विमिंग रखी उसके अंदर, क्योंकि आप लोगों में से कई लोगों को पता नहीं होगा कि एयरलाइंस इंटरनेशनल एयरलाइंस में आज भी सिलेक्शन को छोड़ दीजिए, आप जॉब के लिए अप्लाई भी नहीं कर सकते अगर आपको स्विमिंग की नॉलेज नहीं है। स्विमिंग इज मैंडेटरी एंड ए मस्ट फॉर अप्लाइंग फॉर इंटरनेशनल। इसके बावजूद कोई इंस्टीट्यूट स्विमिंग नहीं सिखा रहा था। फेडिलियो गैलीलियो ट्रैवल, जो आप ट्रेन जाते हैं एयरपोर्ट पे आप टिकट लेते हैं, वहाँ गैलीलियो सॉफ्टवेयर मोस्टली यूज होता है, वो भी कोई नहीं सिखा रहा था। फेडिलियो जो है वो एक सॉफ्टवेयर है जो 5 स्टार होटल में है, आपको रूम चाहिए रूम बुकिंग के लिए। और मैं आपको बता दूं फेडिलियो इतना महंगा सॉफ्टवेयर है कि एक 5 स्टार होटल में जो लगाने की कॉस्ट है वो मेरे एक सेंटर में लगाने की कॉस्ट थी। इसके बावजूद मैंने फेडिलियो के यूनिट्स लगाए और फेडिलियो मैंने पढ़ाना शुरू उसमें करिकुलम में इंक्लूड किया। तो इस उसके बाद मैंने एयर डेकन से फिर जेट एयरवेज से टाई अप किया। जेट एयरवेज मेरे सारे स्टूडेंट्स को इन फ्लाइट एक्सपोजर देता था और सर्टिफिकेट देता था उसके बाद इन फ्लाइट एक्सपोजर का। नाउ टुडे आई एम वेरी प्राउड टू से कि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में टाई अप इतना इजी नहीं है, लेकिन क्योंकि ब्रांड इतना स्ट्रांग है, वी हैव a tie-up with Air India today. Air India trains our student for in-flight exposure, and the Air India awards co-branded Frankfin and Air India certificate to the students who attend that training in-flight exposure training. तो मैंने जो इंस्टीट्यूट बाकी थे उनकी मेरी फीस बराबर ही थी। मेरा एम प्रॉफिट कमाना था, लेकिन बच्चों का वेलफेयर भी था। तो मेरा मार्जिन, अगर मान लो आप भी 1.5 लाख रुपए ले रहे हो फीस, मैं भी 1.5 लाख दे रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं उसमें 8-10 डिलीवरेबल ज्यादा दे रहा हूँ, आप कुछ भी नहीं दे रहे, तो आपका तो क्लीन नीट प्रॉफिट हो गया। मेरा प्रॉफिट बहुत ही मार्जिनल होता था उसमें, लेकिन मुझे मालूम था मैं वॉल्यूम में खेलूंगा, वॉल्यूम ज्यादा होगा तो प्रॉफिट मल्टीप्लाई होगा। सेकंड मुझे ये था, मुझे लंबा जाना था। वो लोग बाकी के प्लेयर जो थे उनको ये था कि 5-10 साल में पैसा कमा के दूसरे बिजनेस में चले जाएंगे, लेकिन मेरा एम ये नहीं था। मुझे इस इंडस्ट्री में सर्वाइव करके और मुझे काफी लंबा खेलना था। तो मेरे को पता था कि मुझे क्वालिटी, ऑनेस्टी। मैं जब बिजनेस शुरू किया, मेरी पेरेंट्स ने मुझे एक बात कहा, बेटा कि एक पंजाबी में कहते हैं हक लाल की कमाई, कि कोई भी इस घर में 1 रुपए का पैसा भी तो बेईमानी का मत लेके आएगी। अगर लेके आएगा तो तेरे बच्चों की जो बुद्धि है वो भी खराब होगी और करप्ट होगी। तो मैं आज भी मेरे सेल्स स्टाफ को, अगर उनमें से कहीं हो सकता है इस जूम में हो, सेल्स हेड जूम में हो सकता है मेरे सीईओ जूम में हो, डायरेक्टर जूम में मीटिंग अटेंड कर रहे हो, मेरे वर्टिकल हेड्स हो, ये बात वो जानते हैं कि मेरा डायरेक्टिव बड़ा स्ट्रेट है कि अगर कोई भी सेल्स का एम्प्लॉय किसी भी सेंटर में ऑल इंडिया किसी भी बच्चे को मिसप्रिंट करके अगर एक कोर्स भेजता है और ये नॉलेज में आता है तो वी इमीडिएटली सैक, वी टर्मिनेट, वी डोंट गिव द सेकंड चांस। बड़ा क्लियर डायरेक्टिव है कि अगर 10 करोड़ टर्नओवर कम हो जाए, 50 करोड़ टर्नओवर कम हो जाए, वो उसमें कोई परवाह नहीं, लेकिन 1 रुपया भी बेईमानी का नहीं होना चाहिए। तो यही चीजें हैं जो आपको जिंदगी के अंदर ऑनेस्टी, ईमानदारी, अगर आपसे मेरे से पूछें तो ईमानदारी से कोई भी बिजनेस करें, आप कस्टमर को सेंटर रखें, हमेशा फोकस रखें, आप एक्स्ट्रा माल जाएं। अगर आप वही करेंगे, अगर जो बाकी प्लेयर कर रहे हैं, तो इनोवेशन करें, आप एक अलग चीज लेके आए सोच के। जब आप इनोवेट करते हैं, जब आप ऑनेस्ट रहते हैं, जब आप कस्टमर डिलाइट्स होते हैं, जब आप एक्स्ट्रा माइल जाते हैं, तो तब जाके ब्रांड बनते हैं। आज फ्रैंकफिन जो है, मेरे ख्याल से आप कहीं भी चले जाओ, चाहे गोवा चले जाओ वेस्ट के अंदर, चाहे आप ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट चले जाओ, गुवाहाटी, उससे भी आगे मणिपुर, जहां भी आप चले जाओ, चाहे आप नॉर्थ में कहीं चले जाओ, कन्याकुमारी कहीं भी चले जाओ आप, ठीक, JNK में चले जाओ, कश्मीर भी चले जाओ, या ईस्ट में भी कहीं भी चले जाए आप, विलेजेस, आप शहरों की बात छोड़ दीजिए, आप विलेज में भी जाके अगर पूछेंगे फ्रैंकफिन, तो जैसे आज कितनी सारी बॉटल्स आ गई हैं मिनरल वाटर्स की, लेकिन आज भी बिस्लेरी लोग कहते हैं, बिस्लेरी। तो आप जब फ्रैंकफिन का नाम लेंगे तो बिजनेस हमारे अभी कहीं और भी है, लेकिन वो एकदम कहीं एयर सस्टेनिंग इश्यू, सच ए स्ट्रॉन्ग वी वर एबल टू बिल्ड बिकॉज ऑफ दिस वैल्यूज वी एडहियर टू स्ट्रिक्टली। अगर आप ईमानदारी से काम करेंगे तो बरकत होगी, भगवान की कृपा मैं आपको बेवकूफ़ बना सकता हूँ, आप मुझे बेवकूफ़ बना सकते हैं, लेकिन ना तो मैं भगवान को बेवकूफ़ बना सकता हूँ ना आप बना सकते हैं। भगवान की कृपा तो उसी पे पड़ेगी जो डिजर्व करता है। पीछे 2009 में वर्ल्ड के अंदर इतना इकोनॉमिक रिसेशन आया, हमारा बिजनेस भी 1/4 तक आ गया, 1/5 तक। इट वॉज ए वेरी हार्ड टाइम। उस टाइम सारे इंस्टीट्यूट बंद हो गए, लेकिन फ्रैंकलिन नॉट ओनली सेल थ्रू बट बाउंस बैक। ये मैं इसका क्रेडिट अपने आप को नहीं लेता कि मैं लीड कर रहा था कंपनी। मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि ये भगवान की कृपा है। मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूँ कि हर इंसान एक सिफर है, सिफर का मतलब है 0। भगवान की कृपा 1 है। अगर 1 0 से आगे लगा हुआ है तो वो 0 की वैल्यू है। 1 के बाद 1 0 10, 2 0 100, 3 0 1000 एंड सो ऑन। लेकिन अगर 1 ही नहीं होगा तो आप जितने मर्जी 0 लगा लो, वो फिर 0 ही रहेंगे। तो बिना प्रभु की कृपा के, बिना भगवान की कृपा के, जब आप बिजनेस करते हैं तो थोड़ा टाइम पूजा के लिए, अगर हम चाहे इबादत के लिए चाहे पाठ के लिए, आप भगवान के लिए जरूर दें, क्योंकि जिसने आपको सक्सेस देनी है, अगर आप उसको ही एक्सक्लूड कर दोगे तो सक्सेस कहाँ से आएगी। डेस्टिनी जो है वो भी प्रभु ही लिखता है। ये बात ठीक है कि डेस्टिनी के अंदर जो लिखा है आदमी को, इंसान को वही मिलता है उसके पूरा कर्मों अनुसार। लेकिन ये भी बात सही है कि जिसने डेस्टिनी लिखी है वो बदल भी सकता है। तो बिना पूजा पाठ के अगर आप भगवान को नहीं इंक्लूड करोगे तो आप मेहनती कितने भी होगा, आज मैं कहूँ मैंने बहुत मेहनत की, मैं बहुत विजनरी था, मैं बहुत इंटेलिजेंट था, तो ये मेरी भूल होगी। मेरे से बहुत ज्यादा लोग विजनरी इस दुनिया में बैठे हुए हैं, मेरे से बहुत ज्यादा लोग इस दुनिया में टैलेंटेड भी हैं, मेरे से बहुत ज्यादा लोग मेहनती भी हैं, बहुत ज्यादा। लेकिन प्रभु की कृपा मेरे पे, ये उसकी कृपा थी शायद। उन ठीक है, मैं डिजर्व तो नहीं करता था, लेकिन उसने कृपा की तो मुझे बना दिया। मैं अक्सर एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ कि अर्जुन चाहे कितना भी बड़ा धनुर्धर था, लेकिन महाभारत में वो इसलिए नहीं जीत पाया क्योंकि वो सबसे अच्छा तीर अंदाज था। वो इसलिए जीत पाया क्योंकि कृष्ण भगवान उस साइड बैठे हुए थे। अगर कृष्ण भगवान ना बैठे होते तो महाभारत का ही सबसे काफी पहले खत्म हो गया होता। अर्जुन तो अग्नि समाधि लेके ही बैठ गया था। तो इस तरह से मैंने एक कंपनी ब्रांड बनाया। लेकिन 2005 में मैंने फिर म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री में एंटर किया। मैंने 2003 का आपको बताया कि कैसे मैंने 1 साल के कोर्स शुरू किए। 2005 में मेरी एंट्री थी म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री में। म्यूजिक का भी मुझे एबीसी नहीं पता था। मुझे यह भी नहीं पता था कि मैं कैसे इस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर सक्सीड करूंगा, कैसे चलाऊंगा। लेकिन एक बिजनेस एक्यूमेंट था, भगवान की दी कृपा, विजन था। तो एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल से मैं लर्न करता गया और मैंने जो पहली एल्बम लेके आया वो भी सुपर हिट थी। अली जाफर को इंडिया में हमने लॉन्च किया था। लॉट ऑफ बिग सिंगर्स टुडे यू सी वाज लॉन्च बाय फ्रैंकलिन म्यूजिक। आज भी गुरबानी में अगर आप जाएं देखें, गुरबानी में जितने भी दरबार साहब के बड़े रागी हैं वो सारे फ्रैंकलिन म्यूजिक एंटरटेनमेंट के साथ हैं। पंजाब गुरबानी में फ्रैंकलिन म्यूजिक एंटरटेनमेंट जो है नंबर 1 है। टी सीरीज गुरबानी के अंदर नंबर 2 है। तो ये इसके अलावा लॉट ऑफ फोक म्यूजिक अब्रॉड। वी परचेज द कॉपीराइट्स ऑफ वेरियस इंटरनेशनल मूवीज, हिंदी मूवीज, होम वीडियोज भी रिलीज्ड। पहले आज से अगर मैं 2005-07 की बात करूं तो एमटीवी में बहुत सारी एल्बम्स की एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स आती थी। काफी उस टाइम रिलीज होती थी एल्बम्स। आज का एल्बम बननी बंद हो गई है, सिर्फ आपको पीटीसी चैनल में दिखेंगे। वो इसलिए बंद हो गई है कि आजकल पायरेसी बहुत है और कई मीडियम आ गए हैं और म्यूजिक कंपनी मोस्टली लॉस में रहती हैं, तो इसलिए लोग एल्बम बना के लॉन्च को जमाना चला गया। तो मैं म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री में भी सक्सीड किया। फ्रैंकलिन का टाई अप, all you name the airline, we have been and we are the official recruitment partner of Emirates Airlines. Emirates का जितना ग्रुप है, we have been their sole recruitment partner. Sole recruitment partner मतलब अगर आप 2-3 साल पहले भी आप में से किसी ने एमिरेट्स का इंटरव्यू दिया हो तो आपको ध्यान होगा कि आपको फ्रैंकलिन के थ्रू ही अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा। एमिरेट्स इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एयरलाइंस। कोई भी इतना बड़ा ब्रांड उस इंस्टीट्यूट का टाई अप नहीं करेगा जब तक उसको पूरा ये भरोसा हो कि ब्रांड स्ट्रांग है एंड ऑनेस्ट है। आप कोई भी एयरलाइन नेम कीजिए, कोई भी, चाहे वो कतार एयरवेज, ब्रिटिश एयरवेज, एयर इंडिया, जहां हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ना हो। मुझे तो प्रॉब्लम ये हो जाती है कि जब मैं हिंदुस्तान में कहीं भी जाता हूँ तो किसी भी होटल के अंदर, किसी भी एयरलाइन के अंदर तो मुझे अपने ट्रेन के स्टूडेंट, आज वो स्टेज आ गई है कि अगर 5 केबी के ऊपर है एयरक्राफ्ट में तो उसमें से 2-3 मेरे स्टूडेंट होते हैं। तो जब वो मुझे मिलते हैं, आके मिलते हैं, तो जो मेरे को पैसा इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं दे पाता, जब वो मिलते हैं बताते हैं कि वो मेरे स्टूडेंट है एंड दे बिकेम केबी ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग इम्पार्टेड बाय फ्रैंक फिन। तो मेरा कद जितने पैसेंजर्स एयरक्राफ्ट में बैठे रहते हैं उनसे काफी लंबा हो जाता है आउट ऑफ हैप्पीनेस। लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम ये होती है, मैं कहीं भी छुप नहीं पाता। अगर मैं किसी होटल में चला जाऊँ, 3 स्टार में भी चला जाऊँ, वहां भी मेरे को मेरे स्टूडेंट्स मिल जाते हैं। अगर मैं मॉल में चला जाऊँ, वहां भी मिल जाते हैं। अगर मैं एयरपोर्ट पे चला जाऊँ तो रिटेल चेन में वहां भी मिल जाते हैं। तो और मैं सिर्फ इंडिया की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अब्रॉड ऑल्सो। दुबई में भी हमारा सेंटर है, यूके में मेरे ऑपरेशंस नहीं है, ना यूएस में, लेकिन आई फील प्राउड इन टेलिंग यू कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स, जो कि वन ऑफ द प्रेस्टिजियस टैबलॉइड है यूएस का, they carried the success story of Frank Finn on the front page, half page devoted to Frank Finn and across the US. Financial Times is a very prestigious tabloid of UK. They carried one full page coverage about Frank Finn's success story. BBC carried twice the Frank Finn success story, once in their program School Out. In 250 countries, they showed Frank Finn, how the success story of Frank Finn. तो जब मैं यूएस पहली बार गया काफी सालों के बाद, और पहला बार मैं गया सालों के बाद, क्या पहली बार जब मैं गया तो मुझे ये उम्मीद नहीं थी कि यहाँ भी लोग फ्रैंक फिन जानते होंगे। लेकिन वहाँ जिस भी मैं इंडियन से मिला, मैंने अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दिया, आई वॉज प्लेजेंटली शॉक्ड, सरप्राइज दैट एवरीवन वाज नोइंग फ्रैंक फिन. So whereas the fact is, I am having no business right now, okay, in US at the moment. Yes, I am planning to enter into various business in US and in a process of investing money in UK very shortly. But till now we don't have. लेकिन बिना प्रेजेंस के लोगों का जानना ये मेरे लिए एक प्लेजेंट सरप्राइज था. यूके के अंदर भी हमने टाई अप किया फ्रैंक इंस्टीट्यूट का एडेक्सल के साथ. एडेक्सल जो है पियर्सन ग्रुप की कंपनी है, which is very famous, and we started giving UK level 5 qualifications and level 7, and then we later on entered into tie up with ICM, the most reputed vocational awarding qualification bodies. So this is my success story as far as Frank Finn journey is concerned. Then we entered into the security business. मेरा एक पता नहीं कहाँ से दिमाग में था कि सिक्योरिटी जो गार्ड देखते हो आप, और वो गार्ड ही नहीं जो आपके जब मॉल्स में आते हो, उन गार्ड्स की बात मैं अकेले नहीं कर रहा. My aim is and was to create a real guarding force. तो मैंने जो एक मार्शल रेस होती है मैं चाहता था, क्योंकि जब भी मैं कोई काम करता हूँ I enter into any business, I enter only if there is an element of fun. अगर किसी बिजनेस के अंदर फन नहीं हो तो मैं कभी एंटर नहीं करता, ना ही कभी करूँगा. जब तक चैलेंज ना हो, मुझे फन और फन ना हो, ये दो चीजें मेरे लिए मेन होती है. If the challenge is there, the bigger the challenge, the more I enjoy. The bigger the fun, I absolutely am very happy. तो सिक्योरिटी बिजनेस में मैंने एक अलग से क्वालिटी बनाने की कोशिश की. मैंने मार्शल रेस के गार्ड्स लेने शुरू किए, जैसे सिख, जैसे गोरखे, जैसे राजपूत. तो मेरे सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स आज भी मैं मार्केट हीरो होंडा के जो मालिक है मंजाल, उनके घर के बाहर भी हमारी सिक्योरिटी रही है. तो जो मैं सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है, हम पेमेंट जो प्राइस लेते हैं गार्ड का वो ज्यादा लेते हैं दूसरी एजेंसी से. मेरी सिक्योरिटी कंपनी का नाम है K5. तो लेकिन people are happy to pay because every type of customer is there in the market because of the quality. अगर वो गार्ड देखते हैं तो उसके लिए पैसा ज्यादा भी देना होता है. उनको ऐसे गार्ड इंडिया के कोई दूसरी गार्डिंग कंपनी जो है, कोई भी बिहारी आ गया उसको उठा के गार्ड बना दिया, वो ऐसे करके गार्ड्स बना के मॉल में खड़े करते हैं. बट K5 गार्ड्स आपको दूर से दिखेंगे तो अलग से दिखेंगे. कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनिंग्स मैंने आपको बताया, फर्स्ट इंप्रेशन ट्रेनिंग्स है, and Frank Finn Entertainment Development Infrastructure Company we have, जिसका नाम बिल्डिंग्स वगैरह बनाते हैं, and there are other businesses also we are having. So this is my story of my journey, where I started from 40,000 rupees just, and today Frank Finn is a big group, and I give all credit to that Almighty God Vaheguru, okay, who made me, because of whose mercy I reached where I am today. Alone, अगर मैं लुक बैक करता हूँ, देखता हूँ, तो बड़ी हम्बली ऑनेस्टली मैं ये यकीन ही नहीं कर पाता कि मैं यहाँ तक पहुँच सकता था. अगर आप मेरे से पूछें कि जब मैंने बिजनेस शुरू किया था तो क्या मैं सोच सकता था कि मैं यहाँ तक पहुंचूंगा? तो ईमानदारी से मैं सपने में भी नहीं सोच सकता था कि मैं यहाँ तक पहुंचूंगा। जो भगवान मुझे यहाँ तक ले आया और मेरे माँ बाप की जो आशीर्वाद है, और वो मुझे यहाँ तक पहुंचा दिया उन्होंने। So this is my success story. Any question you want to ask me, you are most welcome to ask.
So thank you so much for enlightening us all with your great words. Your words were really honest. And I think there must be more talented people, but they will not be as modest as you. Your words were really, really inspiring. And I'm sure this will take us all on the path of hard work and success. So now let's get to some interesting questions that our audience is eager to ask. So question number one is, yes, sir. So what made you believe that you had it in you to do what you did? What was your calling from inside?
Repeat your question. I did not get it.
Sir, my question is, how did you realize that you had it in you to do such big things in life? What was your calling from inside?
अगर मैं उस टाइम में वापस जाता हूँ, सोचता हूँ कि मेरे अंदर क्या कॉलिंग थी, तो मुझे लगता है पता नहीं मेरे अंदर भगवान ने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस रखा था कि मैं हमेशा अपने फ्रेंड्स को और दोस्तों को, नहीं तो 33 मुझे याद है जब मेरी छोटी सिस्टर की मैरिज हुई, तो मेरा ब्रदर जो है, ही वाज अर्निंग अ लॉट एंड ही वाज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट वर्किंग एज अ टॉप ऑलमोस्ट वर्टिकल हेड इन अ वेरी रिप्यूटेड मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी। तो सारा खर्चा उसने किया था, मैं टोटली अनएम्प्लॉयड था। तो 1 रुपया भी मैंने अपनी सिस्टर की मैरिज में कंट्रीब्यूट, मुझे उस टाइम गिल्टी भी फील हुआ, लेकिन मैं उस टाइम भी अपने रिश्तेदारों को और फ्रेंड्स को ये कहता था कि मैं जब भागना शुरू करूंगा तो मेरी स्पीड मैच नहीं होगी। ये मैं क्यों कहता था ये तो मुझे पता नहीं, या भगवान बुलवाता था, शायद probably something inside, burning desire to succeed. I will like to share a little story with you. ये आपने सुनी भी होगी, तो मैं नई कहानी नहीं सुना रहा हूँ। अरिस्टो से किसी ने पूछा कि अगर सक्सेस चाहिए हो तो क्या करना पड़ेगा सक्सेस के लिए, तो अरिस्टो जो है, हिस्ट्री बताती है, जस्ट 1 मिनट, हिस्ट्री टेल्स के अरिस्टो बहुत लंबा ऊंचा फिलोसफर था और काफी हट्टा कट्टा था। उसने उस आदमी को कहा तो मेरे साथ साथ आ, नदी के पास लेके गया। उसने जब नदी के पास पहुंचे तो उसने उसको एकदम पकड़ के, एकदम उसके गले से पकड़ के नीचे पानी के अंदर डाल दिया। वो आदमी 1 मिनट का तड़पना शुरू हो गया, उसने छोड़ा नहीं, पानी के अंदर ही रखा, और 2-1.5 मिनट का उसने एकदम जैसे छोड़ा, वो आदमी हाफने लग पड़ा। उसने कहा व्हाट यू डिजायर एट दिस मोमेंट द मोस्ट, ही सेड एयर। तो कहा जिस दिन बर्निंग डिजायर तेरे को, जैसे आज एयर के लिए है, इतनी बर्निंग डिजायर तेरे को होगी, उस दिन तुझे सक्सेस मिल जाएगी। तो मैं अगर उस टाइम में वापस जाता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है आई हैड ए बर्निंग डिजायर टू सक्सीड on my own without taking help from my parents. God has instilled in me super confidence that I will succeed, and His mercy and blessings. These were things which made me succeed.
So this is really inspiring. So the next question we have is, what is the biggest risk that you have ever taken?
रिस्क तो मैंने जिंदगी में इतने लिए हैं कि अगर रिस्क शायद अगर मिसफायर होता तो मेरी कंपनी मैं भी रोड पे होता। इसमें आपको 1-2 शेयर कर लेता हूँ। जब मैंने बिजनेस शुरू किया तो मैंने उस टाइम जब 1 साल का कोर्स शुरू किया हमने, तो मैंने सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट उसके अंदर लगा दी और मेरे हैंड में few thousand रुपीस थे। अगर उस टाइम मैं सक्सीड ना करता तो वो मेरे जितने सालों को मेहनत थी मैं सड़क पे होता। एक उससे भी पहले जब मैं कंपनी शुरू की थी मैंने, तो 1 साल की, अभी 98-99 की बात है, तो उस टाइम भी मैंने रिस्क जो लिए, मैंने जितना मेरे पास पैसा था, मैंने, कोई भी आदमी अगर बिजनेस करेगा वो प्लानिंग करके चलेगा। मैंने बताया तब तक मेरे ब्रदर ने मुझे ज्वाइन नहीं किया था, तो मुझे फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग का या पैसे को कैसे यूज करना इतनी समझ नहीं थी। तो मैं जो पैसा आता था वो पूरा लगा देता था। कुछ सेव करने का मुझे होता नहीं, मैं और इन्वेस्ट करके और बिजनेस करूं। तो मैंने पूरी इन्वेस्ट 2-3 बार ऐसा हो के लगा के कुछ ऐसे वेंचर है कि अगर वो मिसफायर हो जाते तो मैं सड़क पे होता। एक बात आप याद रख लेना, कोई भी बिजनेस है, किसी भी बिजनेस में इरेस्पेक्टिव यू विल एंटर। अगर आपने सक्सीड करना है, टॉप में जाना है, तो यू हैव टू टेक बिग रिस्क, बट बिग रिस्क डज नॉट मीन दैट यू टेक ए रिस्क लाइक ए फूल, यू टेक ए रिस्क कैलकुलेटिवली। ओके, सो कैलकुलेटिव रिस्क भी कई बार मिसफायर हो जाते हैं, इसमें कोई शक नहीं, लेकिन आप बड़े रिस्क में लेंगे तो आप बड़ी ऊंचाइयों तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। तो कोई भी बिजनेसमैन, आप किसी की भी स्टोरी पढ़ लीजिए जो स्क्रैच से रिचेस तक पहुंचा होगा, उसने अपनी लाइफ में इतने बड़े रिस्क लिए होंगे और कई इंस्टांसेस होंगे उसकी लाइफ के कि अगर वो मिस फायर हो जाता है तो वो सड़क पे होता है। सो विदाउट टेकिंग, अगर आपने रिस्क नहीं लेने, आपने कम रिस्क लेने हैं, आप बिजनेस को एक लेवल तक जा पाएंगे, उससे ऊपर नहीं। तो मैं हमेशा सोचता हूँ किसी भी चीज में अगर आप बिजनेस में जा रहे हैं तो भी टॉप पे पहुंचने की कोशिश करो, अगर आप भक्ति मार्ग पे जा रहे हैं तो फिर आप प्रभु तक पहुंचने की कोशिश करो। ये बीच वाले जो लोग होते हैं, मिडल वाले, ये ना दाएं के होते हैं ना बाएं के होते हैं। तो या तो किसी भी फील्ड में जाओ, आप यहाँ वहां तक पहुंचो कि लोग आपको रिकॉग्नाइज करें, या फिर उसमें मजा ही नहीं आता काम करने में।
Yes, so your story really explains the meaning of the statement "no risk, no gain." Also, there is one question that everybody is asking, which is, how did you keep Frankfin as the name of your company? Where did you get the idea of Frankfin as a name?
इसके लिए फिर मैं आपको इसके पहले एक आधा मिनट और लूंगा, मैं इसकी बैकग्राउंड बता देता हूँ। तो ये मैं थोड़ा सा भूल गया था, क्योंकि इसलिए ने कहा था लिखो, मैं लिखता नहीं हूँ, जो मन में आता है वो बोल देता हूँ। तो चलो आपने पूछा तो मैं अब ये शेयर कर लेता हूँ। मैं बचपन में डॉक्टर बनना चाहता था, मेरी बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग डिजायर थी। तो मैं ऐसे से चीजें की, आप सोचोगे कि कितनी बेवकूफी हरकतें करता रहा हूँ। तो मैं जब अपनी नानी के घर जाता था, वो पंजाबी बाग में रहते हैं, तो मेरे को इतना शौक था, मैं 11वीं 12वीं क्लास में था। तो पहले मैं आपको बता दूं कि मैं एक गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से पढ़ा हूँ, और मेरा स्कूल जहाँ हम बैठते थे वो टेंट में होता था। तो मैंने एमबीए कुछ नहीं की। मेरे यहाँ पे जो एमबीए करके अच्छे अच्छे, जब बॉस्टन से भी एमबीए करके आए हैं, वो मेरे एम्प्लॉयज हैं, लेकिन मैं एक गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से, जहाँ बरसात आती थी तो टेंट में पानी भर जाता था। तो हम उस टाइम कोच हमेशा प्रार्थना करते थे, हे भगवान बरसात आ जाए ताकि स्कूल की छुट्टी हो जाए, क्योंकि हमें स्कूल से बंक मिल जाए। तो उस स्कूल से मैं पढ़ा, 12वीं मैंने भी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से पास की। लेकिन मेरी डिजायर थी हमेशा कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं, तो मैंने पीएमटी का एग्जाम दिया, प्री मेडिकल एंट्रेंस टेस्ट दिया, और जब मैंने दिया तो 1 नंबर से रह गया। उससे पहले मैं जब भी जाता नानी घर तो मैं एप्रन और स्टेथोस्कोप लगा लेता था गले पे, जैसे कि डॉक्टर जा रहा हो, जबकि मैं यहाँ डॉक्टर बना ही नहीं था। तो मेरा इतना शौक था डॉक्टर बनने का। तो जब 1 नंबर से मैं रह गया तो मैं इतना रोया 2 दिन तक कि मुझे लगा कि पता नहीं अब सारी दुनिया ही खत्म होगी, कि भगवान ने, मैं अपने यहाँ मेरे घर पे गुरुद्वारा था, मैं वहां जाके गुरु साहब जी के आगे बैठ के मैं भगवान से शिकायत करता रहा कि तूने मेरे को 1 नंबर, सिर्फ 1 नंबर से क्यों रोक दिया। तो फिर मेरे मन इतना गुस्सा है, मैंने कहा पढ़ना ही नहीं है, अब मैंने ना पढ़ाई के अलावा सब कुछ करना है। तो मैंने हंसराज कॉलेज में एडमिशन लिया हुआ था तब मैंने साइंस में, तो मैं वहां से अपना शिफ्ट कराया खालसा कॉलेज कैंपस में, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के। तो मैंने कहा अभी गुंडागर्दी करनी है, अभी कुछ पढ़ना, पढ़ाई कुछ नहीं करनी। तो आज मैं जब देखता हूँ पीछे मुड़ के, तो मुझे लगता है कि जब हम ये कहते हैं भगवान जो भी करता है अच्छा करता है, तो मैं आपके सामने एक एग्जाम्पल हूँ। जब मैं सोचता हूँ कि उस टाइम में कितना रोया था, तो अगर मुझे भगवान एक डॉक्टर बना देता तो मेरा मैक्सिमम अभी तक कहाँ पहुंचा होता, कोई नर्सिंग होम होता, एक हॉस्पिटल होता, तो मेरे को लोग दिल्ली में जान रहे होते, वो भी पूरी दिल्ली में जान रहे होते, नहीं होते पता नहीं। आज मुझे पूरे इंडिया ही नहीं, अब्रॉड भी सब जानते हैं। तो मैं मांग रहा था भगवान से बड़ी छोटी सी चीज और रो रहा था, लेकिन उसने मेरे लिए कुछ और ही सोच के रखा हुआ था। तो आप एक लेसन ले लो कि जिंदगी में कुछ भी हो, हैव फेथ इन गॉड, व्हाटएवर विल डू फॉर यू, यू विल डू द बेस्ट। अब रही फ्रैंकलिन के नाम की बात, तो जब मैं खालसा कॉलेज में आया, मैंने आपसे कहा कि मैंने कहा कि अब तो गुंडागर्दी करनी है, अब पढ़ना नहीं है। तो उस टाइम मेरे प्रिंसिपल होते थे रंधावा, तो अगर आप अभी हो तो वो बताएंगे कि कितनी हम बनवासियां गुंडागर्दी उस टाइम करते थे। हॉकी की टीम उस टाइम खालसा कॉलेज सबसे बनाम थी, 80, 82, 83 की बात कर रहा हूँ। सारे मेरे दोस्त थे, पटेल चेस स्पेशल पे हम सब वहीं घूमते रहते थे। और तो मेरे साथ के जो थे फिर डूटा के प्रेसिडेंट भी बने, पंकज गर्ग, ही वॉज ए वेरी गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन। तो वो वहाँ खालसा कॉलेज में मैंने एक, मेरे अंदर टैलेंट था, मैं पोइट्री लिखता था, मेरी पोइट्री कई मैगजीन्स में पब्लिश हुई, मेरा पेन नेम था फ्रैंकलिन। तो फ्रैंकलिन नाम से मैं पोएम लिखता था। जब मैंने कंपनी के इनकॉर्पोरेशन के लिए अप्लाई किया कि रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ कंपनीज दिल्ली एंड हरियाणा, तो उन्होंने मेरे को ये नाम देने से रिफ्यूज कर दिया कि ये फॉरेन नेम है, ये इंडियन कंपनी का अलॉट नहीं हो सकता। तो मुझे उसके पास जाके ये एविडेंस देना पड़ा कि भाई साहब ये मेरा नाम है, आप मेरे को डिप्राइव नहीं कर सकते इस राइट से कि ये इस नाम से कवर। व्हेन आई गेव द एविडेंस टू रजिस्ट्रार, ही वाज लेफ्ट विद नो अदर ऑप्शन देन टू अलाउ द नेम एंड हाउ द फ्रैंकलिन नेम केम। आज मैं सोचता हूँ कि जब मैंने कंपनी शुरू की थी, तो एक बार और मैं आपसे शेयर करता हूँ कि जो आप बिजनेस का नाम रखते हैं ना, उसका भी बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन होता है आपकी सक्सेस में। दिस इज माई पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस। जब मैंने बिजनेस शुरू किया था, भी मैं इतना बड़ा था भी नहीं, कंपनी मेरी इतनी बड़ी थी नहीं, तो उस टाइम भी जो लोग फ्रैंकलिन की ऐड देखते हैं उससे जर्मन कंपनी है, पता नहीं बाहर की कंपनी है। तो लोगों के दिमाग में ये इंप्रेशन था। तो इस नेम ने मेरे को बड़ा हेल्प किया सक्सीड करने में। दिस वाज माय पेन नेम। आई होप आई हैव आंसर्ड योर क्वेश्चन।
Yes, sir, of course. Your story of keeping the name Franklin is super interesting. And you have really justified that everything that happens for a reason. So our next question is, what was the impact of COVID on Franklin?
COVID has hit very badly all industries, not only us, and education institutes, many of them have closed. मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ कि रिसेशन 10 साल में आता रहे, मजाक में कहता हूँ मैं अपने स्टाफ को ही से, कोई जब 2009 में टाइम रिसेशन आया तो हमारा बिजनेस भी 1 रुपए में 30 पैसे रह गया। चलो वो तो हमने कर करा के भगवान की कृपा से हम सेल थ्रू कर गए, लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा गिफ्ट मुझे रिसेशन दे गया, वो सारे इंस्टीट्यूट बंद करा दिए। तो आज कोई भी कंपटीशन फ्रैंक में नहीं है। आप देखिए किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में जाएं, अगर आईटी इंस्टीट्यूट देखेंगे, ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट आपको बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे, फैशन इंस्टीट्यूट मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन अगर आप एयर होस्टेस ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट देखेंगे तो फ्रैंकलिन के अलावा कोई भी नेशनल लेवल पे आपको इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं दिखेगा। तो मैं हमेशा चाहूंगा कि जो रिसेशन 2009 में आया था उसने मुझे गिफ्ट दिया, सारे कंपटीटर वाइप आउट कर दिए। अब जब कोविड आया तो कोविड ने भी हमारे बिजनेस को बहुत बैडली हिट किया। अगर इस तरह से मैं लूँ कि 1 रुपया अगर सेल थी तो आज की डेट में शायद 45-50 पैसा आधा रह गया होगा। लेकिन सिंस वी आर ए बिग ग्रुप, we don't have any challenge, we'll be able to sail through. And yes, for funds are concerned, that is not the issue. अब 2009 से था, तब we were in a very bad shape. Survival was a big task and we survived. Today, in spite of the COVID, we don't have any such danger or say risk of getting the brand or the company affected badly, adversely. Yes, business is reduced, but that is not with us, with everyone.
Great, yeah. So it means that it all happened because of your trust in God, is what I will say.
देखिए, ये तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि मेरी किसी भी स्टेज पे जब मैं जाता हूँ, मैं अपने कैंडिडेटली व्यूज शेयर करता हूँ। मैं ये कहता हूँ मेरे पैसे कमाने की मशीन मेरे सेंटरों में नहीं लगी हुई। जो आप देख रहे हो सेंटर में कि वहाँ बच्चे आ रहे हैं, एडमिशन ले रहे हैं, वो मेरे पैसे वाले। मेरी मशीन जो है वो मेरे हाथ की माला है, जिससे मैं सिमरन करता हूँ या पूजा करता हूँ। जो भगवान की करेंसी है, चाहे हिंदू है राम है, चाहे मुसलमान है अल्लाह, ये जो आप हरी धन कमाते हो, ये सिर्फ इस धरती पे नहीं, आप इस धरती के बाद जब इस जीवन को पूरा करके भी जाओगे, वो करेंसी पूरे यूनिवर्स में चलती है। डॉलर पूरे वर्ल्ड में चलता है, इंडियन रुपी सिर्फ इंडिया में चलता है, लेकिन जो गॉड वेल्थ की करेंसी है वो पूरे वर्ल्ड वो यूनिवर्स में चलती है। आप उससे कुछ भी चीज ले सकते हो, जितने आपके पुण्य है, जितने आपका गॉडली वेल्थ है। तो मेरी मशीन जो है वो मेरे हाथ में रहती है, सेंटरों में नहीं होती।
Sir, your journey is full of struggles. So, and it's so overwhelming. But I would like to ask that how did you deal with downfalls?
How do I deal with
downfalls?
देखो, मैंने आपसे कहा कि मैंने आज तक अभी भी मैं अगर आप मेरे से I will like to inform your students so that maybe they get some learning and maybe inspired. डॉक्टर कहता है कि 8 घंटे की नींद जरूरी है, ठीक है। अगर आप 8 घंटे नहीं सो गए तो आपकी हेल्थ खराब हो सकती है, और ठीक भी होगा कुछ हद तक। कई लोग 6 घंटे सोते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ऐसा सोचना है कि अगर मैं 8 घंटे सोऊंगा, तो अगर मेरी 100 साल की जिंदगी है, 33 साल तो मैंने सोने में ही बर्बाद कर दिए। तो मैं सिर्फ 4 घंटे से ज्यादा सोता नहीं हूँ। और आप ये ट्राई मत करना क्योंकि आपकी हेल्थ खराब हो जाएगी। मैं तो हैबिचुएटेड हूँ, सो आई हैव बीन डूइंग इट फॉर ए वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम, सो माय बॉडी इज एडजस्टेड अकॉर्डिंगली। तो डाउनफॉल, और दूसरा मैंने आपसे कहा कि मैं कोई भी काम करता हूँ उसको एज ए प्ले लेता हूँ और एज ए फन लेता हूँ, मैं उसको काम नहीं लेता। तो डाउनफॉल जब आता है, इट गिव्स मी अ चैलेंज। व्हेन द चैलेंज इज देयर, इट गिव्स मी अ स्टिमुलस, वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टिमुलस टू प्ले विद मोर हार्डर वर्क, स्मार्टर। तो हार्ड वर्क आपको, हम अक्सर कहते हैं हार्ड वर्क चाहिए, हार्ड वर्क तो चाहिए, लेकिन इट इज बेसिकली स्मार्ट वर्क विच लीड्स यू टू समवेयर। आज लोहार जो है, एक सड़क पे बैठ के सारा दिन छेनी मारता है, लेकिन कितने रुपए कमाता होगा? 200-500। एक सुनार गोल्ड स्मिथ जो अपनी दुकान पे बैठ के, एसी दुकान, एयर कंडीशनर बैठ के एक छेनी लगाता है, आपसे 1000 रुपए ले लेता है। इट इज अ स्मार्ट वर्क विच गिव्स यू रिटर्न। The downfall gives me a challenge, and I have firm faith in God, and I believe कि जाम गुरु हुए वह लख बाहें क्या कीजिए, कि जिस तरफ भगवान हो वो कभी हार नहीं सकता। तो my clinching faith in God always gives me that confidence and force to fight any recession and downfall.
I think sir, your words have really taught us how to believe in ourselves and God. Sir, next question we have is, if we have planned our goal, but for some reason we can't achieve that goal, then should we keep some backup plan as like a plan B?
Okay. Is my voice now coming clear?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
I am having a bad throat. I told Ishwin whether I should participate or not because of bad throat, but she said, no, you must participate. तो मैं पार्टिसिपेट करता हूँ। अब आपने मुझसे पूछा बैक प्लान। देखिए, दो चीजें इसमें। पहला, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, you should not immediately leave the plan, because first you should plan, replan, revisit your plan 10 times before executing it. अगर आप प्लानिंग ठीक तरह से नहीं करेंगे, उसमें आप कमियां छोड़ देंगे, तो आप तो फेल होंगे ही होंगे। मैंने आपको बताया, जब मेरे को उस फ्रेंड ने बोला कि 1.5 करोड़ का बिजनेस लीन पीरियड में नहीं हो सकता, तो मैंने कहा मैं करूंगा। तो मैंने घर आके पूरी रात बैठ के प्लानिंग की। तो मैंने उस प्लानिंग को 10 बार रिविजिट किया, और फिर मैंने देखा कि कहाँ मैं फेल हो सकता हूँ, कहाँ मैं हिट हो सकता हूँ, फिर मैंने उसको कवर किया। तो यू शुड बी ए वेरी गुड स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट, ए प्लानर। अगर आप प्लान को, और जितने भी अच्छे आप प्लानर हो, उसको रिविजिट करो अगेन एंड अगेन till you feel and are confident that it is a good plan, good business proposal. Once you believe that, then start executing it and have faith in that plan. अगर आपको फेलर मिलती भी है, तो भी जब तक आपको पूरी होपलेसनेस ना हो जाए कि इस बिजनेस में आप सक्सीड नहीं कर सकते, तब तक उसे छोड़ो मत। हैव कॉन्फिडेंस इन योरसेल्फ, प्लान योर बिजनेस एंड गॉड। एक पावर ऑफ परसिस्टेंस हम बताते हैं, द पावर ऑफ परसिस्टेंस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। थॉमस एडिसन 10,000 बार फेल हुआ लाइट बल्ब पे जब काम कर, जो आज बल्ब आप घर में लगाते हो, रोशनी। थॉमस एडिसन 10,000 बार फेल होने के बाद भी उसने काम करना नहीं छोड़ा, एंड देन ही वाज एबल टू इन्वेंट द बल्ब। तो मैं सोचता हूँ 10,000 बार, अगर हम तो एक बार फेल हो जाते हैं, प्लान बी पे आ जाते हैं, दूसरी बार पे होती है। प्लान बी रखना चाहिए, लेकिन प्लान बी तब अगर आपको ये उस स्टेज तक, उस पॉइंट तक पहुंच जाओ कि जब लगे कि अब इस पे और एफर्ट करने useless and it was the error, or it is not your cup of tea, or you will not be able to succeed, then you should bring forth the plan B, otherwise not have power of persistence.
Sir, we just don't wish to end because we have never ending questions, but I'll just say that we really thank you that you came even when you have a bad throat. And this was amazing, sir. We really learned a lot from you, how to stay motivated and focused. Your ongoing spirit and dealing with problems is something we will always remember and inculcate in ourselves. We truly appreciate your time and efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you for, it was a pleasure to be here with all of you, interacting with the students. Okay, in my entire life, I have been interacting with students only. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, as we have come to the end of the session, I would like to pass on the virtual mic to Sapna ma'am to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Beta. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of our first Entrepreneurship Conclave. On behalf of Mata Sundari College for Women and entire fraternity of management here, I would like to extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the honorable speakers who have kindly consented to speak to our students, sharing their entrepreneurial journey, thoughts, experiences, and challenges. I believe all these will be of great benefit to these budding entrepreneurs. I must mention our profound sense of appreciation for Mr. K.S. Kohli sir for your continuous support during this event and share with us his interesting experiences. We are all inspired by your highly lively and sparkling words. I am very much thankful to the print media partner, Dainik Jagran, and social media partner, If Paper, DC, and DU Info Media for excellent coverage of our Entrepreneurship Conclave. I'm sure they will continue to give genuine support to our institution in future also. We have been fortunate to be guided by our respected principal, Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur. You have been providing constant support and encouragement. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our Entrepreneurship Cell Uddam Coordinator, Ms. Prabsharan Kaur, Coordinator IQSC, Dr. Lukesh Kumar Gupta, our teacher in charge, Ms. Jaspal Kaur, Advisor, Ms. Kawaljit Kaur, Member of Entrepreneurship Cell, Dr. Ishpreet Kaur for their valuable suggestion. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight and need meticulous planning, execution, and eye for detail. I thank each and every member of Uddam team and Invictus team for their involvement on completion of the work beyond their comfort zone. I also appreciate the hard work of our convener, Ms. Ishleen Kaur, and co-convener, Manjot Kaur. This event wouldn't be possible without our technical team also, with a special reference mentioning Ms. Sangeeta. Last and not the least, I would like to thank all faculty members of Mata Sundari College and student participants for sharing their keen interest in this conclave. Once again, thank you everyone for making this day memorable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with your kind words. Thank you to all the participants for being so patient throughout the event and making it till here. It was indeed a great session. So I would also like to inform you that link to the feedback form has been put up in the chat box. So everyone is requested to please fill up the form.
We can have a picture together.
Yes.
Aina.
I would request everyone to please turn on their cameras so that we can have a group photo. I would request the organizing team to please click a picture.
On the count of 3, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Another one. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. After filling the feedback form, you may leave.
Sangeeta, YouTube close.
Anji sir, I'll.